not like this.
The most queens in Drag Race history are facing off.
This feels like the gayest tournament ever.
RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars. New season now streaming on Paramount+.
When you need your sports in us now,
we're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
Find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
There are some things in life that you can't quite explain.
An extraordinary story.
Maybe it sounds flawless, looks effortless, or makes you feel like a part of history.
The first ever goal for BFC.
And when all of those phenomenons come together, it's perfect. Pitch perfect.
The world of sports never sleeps, and neither do we.
Welcome to CBS Sports HQ Morning Buzz, Monday through Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time.
You can catch up on the latest storylines and highlights with expert analysis to get you dialed in.
So grab your coffee and kickstart your day off right.
With Morning Buzz only on CBS Sports HQ.
Here are the stories making headlines. Braves superstar slugger Ronald Acuna Jr. announcing he'll be competing in this year's Home Run Derby. He's the first player to commit to this year's event, which will take place in his home ballpark at Truist Park in Atlanta. Acuna has participated in 2 prior derbies in 2019 and 2022, eliminating divisional foe and 2-time winner Pete Alonso both times. Major League Baseball has banned the fan indefinitely for heckling Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte about his late mother. The incident occurred during Tuesday night's game against the White Sox, causing Marte to break down in tears. Marte's mother passed away in a car accident in the Dominican Republic in 2017. The fan will be banned indefinitely from all Major League ballparks. The Fever have waived Dewana Bonner, who was one of their key free agent acquisitions this offseason. She's missed the past 5 games to what the team has called personal reasons. In a statement, Bonner said that she felt the fit did not work out in Indianapolis and appreciates the team granting her release. And the Oilers traded Evander Kane to the Canucks for a 4th-round pick. That move will save Edmonton just over $5 million in cap space this offseason. Kane missed the entire regular season after recovering from multiple surgeries. He returned for the Stanley Cup final, scoring 6 goals and leading the team in penalty minutes. Those are your HQ headlines.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount+.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount+.
What are we dealing with here?
There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount+.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount+.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Whoa! Better Man, now streaming on Paramount+.
This is Chicago. The street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount+.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount+.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount+.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount+.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself. Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little song, little tune to play, make a good time for
Tonight, a dream realized. 30 prospects waiting to hear their name called in the NBA draft. Cooper Flagg will hear his name first. The Mavericks hold the #1 pick, and it's Flag Day in Dallas. GM Nico Harrison traded away Luka. Luckily, he got a redo, winning the golden ticket and the chance to draft that young man, Cooper Flagg. Our Avery Johnson standing by with the Mavs GM.
I'm here with Mavs General Manager Nico Harrison. Nico, how excited are you about tonight's draft?
Avery, I'm excited for the Dallas Mavericks, which is a big deal. The city of Dallas, and then the fans. I think it's it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
So we're not going to really get into any specific names, but we know, a lot of talented young men that are at the top of the draft, and you guys have the #1 pick, so you're going to get an outstanding, talented young player. How do you think that particular player is going to fit in with your veteran team?
It's going to fit in nicely. I mean, the good thing about having the #1 pick is we don't have to wait for somebody else to decide who we pick, so it's all on us.
When you think about your team, and I may be saying this because I'm a Dallas resident, but when I think about a healthy Dallas Mavericks team and Kyrie comes back and the new first-round draft pick, I feel that this team can compete for an NBA title. What do you think, Nico?
That's exactly how we feel. We feel the same way. And we also think the beauty of having the #1 pick coming to a team that has veteran players and really good players and high expectations is that #1 pick doesn't have to carry the load.
I was thinking, in 1997 with my other old team, we picked a young man in Tim Duncan, and he was inserted into a veteran team that had just went to the Western Conference Finals. So whomever you pick, he's going to have an opportunity to play with a guy like AD the way Tim did with a guy like David Robinson. That really could be helpful.
Well, from your lips to God's ears.
But is that kind of what you're thinking?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it allows the #1 pick to kind of progress at their timeline. Like, they don't have the pressure. They can kind of fit in and do what they do.
And last question, you're building this team to be a two-way team, not just an offensive team. How important is that for your vision with this team?
It's everything. It's our philosophy. It's our culture. It's defense wins championships, and we're starting from the defensive end and working our way out.
Well, good luck tonight. Man, I wish I was sitting in that seat making that pick tonight, but you're going to do a tremendous job, and thanks for spending some time with us.
And with that, we say hello and welcome to CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep. There's only one, alongside Director of Scouting at 24/7 Sports, Adam Finkelstein, and CBS Sports insider Gary Parrish, and Avery Johnson here with us from Dallas, former NBA Coach of the Year, helped the Spurs win a championship in 1999. I am Hakeem Dermish. We will be watching the NBA draft right alongside you, providing pick-by-pick analysis. We'll take you through all 30 picks on night one. And Avery, we start with you. You're there in Dallas. What's the scene like getting ready to pick Cooper Flagg?
Well, not just in the American Airlines Center or the practice facility, the Mavs practice facility where we interviewed Nico Harrison earlier, all over the city of Dallas. When having brunch in a restaurant or dinner, everybody's talking about this draft, and they're talking about Cooper Flagg. So the Mavs fans are really excited. There's an energy in the building tonight. and we got some cool interviews that we'll have as the night goes on, and I'm just thrilled to be here, guys. The Mavs fans in their front office, their owner, Patrick Dumont, is in town. They're thrilled, and they can't wait.
Avery, would you still rather have Luka over Cooper Flagg?
Our group doing studies of all these guys. There's so much.
Man, give me Cooper Flagg.
Really?
Cooper Flagg and this team, yeah, give me Cooper Flagg, man. This team is going to be tremendous once Kyrie Irving gets healthy. You still have Anthony Davis. If he's when he gets healthy, this team, you know, they're going to re-sign Daniel Gafford. Obviously, there's been talk about Kyrie Irving re-signing. This team is going to be built to be one of the best two-way teams in the league, and they didn't have to really sacrifice any of their depth. They have some quality young players coming off that bench. Klay Thompson is a champion. You're talking about a team, when they're healthy, got 3 future Hall of Famers with Kyrie, AD, and Klay Thompson. So this is really exciting. The Mavericks, their future is bright, but they have a window when they're healthy of the next 2 to 3 years with this roster as currently constructed.
Adam, you heard him. He said he would rather have Cooper Flagg. That's some high praise. So what is the team getting in Cooper?
Well, they are getting an elite two-way, not just prospect, but an elite two-way player, someone who's ready to impact the game right now. This is someone who was really comfortable dominating the game on the defensive end of the floor, not just on the ball, but off the ball as well. I said when he was in high school, this was the best non-7-foot shot blocker I'd ever seen. And you add the high steal rate to that, and then offensively, the growth we saw, a terrific passer, someone who made significant strides with not just his shooting, but also his self-creation this year. He's a very good athlete. He's exceptionally smart, and above all else, he is hyper competitive.
I believe he's a fabulous prospect, was always going to be the #1 pick in this draft, regardless of who was selecting. And this is the type of thing that can bring that Mavericks fan base back into a positive place, because obviously at the trade deadline, moving Luka Doncic to Los Angeles, whether that was a good move or not, it was undeniably unpopular. This is the type of thing, those ping pong balls bouncing Dallas's way, that can undo a lot of that and get this franchise back to a place where it can theoretically, in a few years, be in position to maybe compete at the top of the Western Conference again.
You remember when there was chatter that he might come back to Duke, and we all were like, stop this. This is nonsense. His mom told him something that has stuck with him since he was a kid. If you're the best player in the gym, it's time to find another gym. And Avery, he's going to find another gym there at American Airlines Center. But what's the biggest question for Cooper Flagg here when he enters the NBA?
Cooper's extraordinarily athlete. I love his ball handling skills. You know, he plays extremely well in transition. Adam and Gary hit on it from a defensive standpoint. I think Cooper Flagg is really good on and off the ball. He is as good a help side defender at this age as we've seen in a long time. I'm really just a little bit somewhat waiting on his mid-range game. If you look at some of the guys, you know, like a Jalen Williams from OKC Thunder, you look at Shea, they did a lot of damage in the mid-range. So I'm really looking to see how his mid-range games develop off the dribble, especially at the end of the shot clock, and there's some sort of a 9-1-1 with 5, 4, 3, 2 seconds left on the clock. Can he get his shot off? But this young man is not missing much. He just needs time. He just needs playing time. He's going to continue to get better and better. But I would say just that shot creation is something that I'm looking for him to continue to expand his game.
It's hard to imagine him not being a high-level NBA player for a long time, as long as injuries don't get in the way of those things, and sometimes they do. But barring something like that, he's just so great at so many different things on both ends of the court. He is going to be an all-star level guy for a long time, and I think, barring injury concerns, a future Hall of Famer. The question for me, and we're really nitpicking here, is like, how high is the ceiling actually? Because when you talk about a prospect the way we have talked about Cooper Flagg, at this point we should be saying things like, and has a shot to go down as one of the greatest players who's ever played. That is what we said about Victor Wembanyama. It is what some people said about Anthony Davis coming out out of college. And I don't hear people talk about Cooper Flagg that way too often. He was the best high school player in the country coming out of high school. He was the best college basketball player this past year, just turned in one of the greatest freshman seasons of all time. But do we really think in 20 years that he'll be one of the 20 best players who have ever lived? I don't hear people talk about that too often, and that is a little unusual given to this point in his life, he has been exceptional and exceeded all expectations.
So let's dig into that a little bit more. What do you have to be considered one of the all-time greats? You need to be considered an alpha-level creator on an NBA championship caliber team. And Coach talked about it, the self-creation. I think that was one of the two question marks coming into this season at Duke. It was the shooting and it was the self-creation. And that's still what we don't know. He got better in both of those areas. But is he the type of alpha creator who can put an NBA championship caliber team on his back? We don't know that yet. There's only a handful of guys in the league who are that. Is Cooper going to be that? I think that is the question.
Well, we're going to find out in just about 45 minutes when it becomes official that Cooper Flagg is headed to Dallas to start his NBA career. Projected to go number 2 to the Spurs is Dylan Harper from Rutgers, and his teammate Ace Bailey, we're not really quite sure where he's going to end up. Not doing himself any favors. Worked out for 0 teams. He canceled a workout with the 76ers, who have the 3rd pick. Avery, what do you think about his decision to not work out for prospective teams?
I was a little bit concerned about that. You know, if I'm trying to get drafted, even if I'm projected to go number 3, I'm trying to figure out, hey, let's go work out. I want to move up to number 2. We know Cooper Flagg, the number 1 pick, is off limits. But hey, even though Dylan Harper's my teammate, how can I move up to number 2? Are you scared of competition? What's the hesitation? So I was a little bit concerned. I know these guys are young, but I was a little bit taken back when he decided not to go work out for teams.
Gary, how is his draft stock being viewed around the league?
Not great. People are confused, baffled by the way this process has been handled. And I understand, like Avery said, that he is young, and I guess you can chalk a lot of that up to this, but, you know, Carter Bryant's young. He made good decisions throughout the pre-draft process and is incredibly impressive in interview formats. Cooper Flagg is young. He didn't handle it this way. VJ Edgecombe is young, incredibly impressive young man, and yet whether it's refusing to accept invitations to work out or really struggling in the interview process yesterday in New York. He sat down with the reporters and they asked all the obvious questions. Why did you choose not to work out here? Why did you cancel the workout in Philadelphia? And he just went back to the same stock answer. I'm just focused on the basketball stuff. I'm just focused on what I can control. Well, like, you're 19 years old. Your name is Ace Bailey. Yep. You can control all of this, including who you hire to represent you. There's been some real questionable decisions made, and it has brought his position that seemed cemented in the top 5 just a month ago. There's some real questions about whether he'll go in the top 5 now.
It sounds like he's being difficult, Adam. Is it worth using a lottery pick on this situation here? Is this talent overriding this stuff that's happening off the court?
Without question. He is, in my opinion, the 3rd best prospect in this draft, and I think the people who are being critical of Ace Bailey are actually being critical of his representation, not being prepared for media sessions, not being prepared in interviews. And let's be honest, I've heard the exact same things as GP. That comes down to your level of preparation, and ultimately that's on his representation. That's their job. Get that 19-year-old kid ready for those settings, because nothing that was asked yesterday, nothing that was asked in those interviews was a surprise. Now, you ask anyone around him, whether it was at Rutgers or his time in high school, and they will all tell you that he is a sweetheart of a kid. A little immature, yes, but not in a malicious way. This is not a bad kid. And I think the amount of people who are going around in the last few days acting as if they know him, I think is a little troubling to me, having been around him and watched him for the last couple of years. Because listen, I can tell you who the difficult kids are. I've seen them since they were freshmen in high school. Ace Bailey's not a difficult kid.
But you can admit it's a bad look, though.
It is a bad look. It is a bad look.
This is a job audition to go play professional basketball. And you're not going to want to say, oh, sorry, 76ers, I'm good. I think I'll go somewhere else.
That's what Alex Sarr did last year.
Right, but this is a kid that's in the United States that plays at Rutgers. Yeah. It's an easy transition to go over there and go have a workout. To me, it's a bad look, and that's what a lot of people are saying.
I think it was a bad look to schedule it and then cancel it. If he ends up, listen, if somebody trades up to get him or he ends up in Washington, which is I think where he ultimately wants to be, and he gets a runway to show he's a top 3 prospect and he puts up big numbers, I think a lot of people are, you know, in this day and age, nobody's going to apologize, but I think a lot of people are going to be on Old Takes Exposed being like, oh, maybe he wasn't such a bad kid. Maybe it all worked out. He's too good, and he's not a bad kid. He's too good to pass up on the farther we get down the lottery.
Yeah, I don't think, to me, that's not essentially the question here. Is he a good kid or a bad kid? Gary, it's a bad look. It's just this is bad business.
It's just all of it is unusual. You know, to be represented by a man who doesn't have much experience doing this, who has a bit of a checkered background, you can Google that if you want to put your career in the hands of somebody who doesn't have experience handling situations like this, when your career could possibly be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, none of us have careers that are going to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars outside of Avery probably, but we wouldn't put our hands in our careers in the hands of somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. There's a real fear that Ace Bailey has done that here. To be fair, he is so talented that we could all look up, like Fink said, in 3 years and be like, turns out didn't matter at all, but he has not handled the past month very well at all.
Sometimes you need new representation. That happens all the time in sports. All the time. Happens all the time. Hey, we're going to have wall-to-wall coverage of tonight's NBA draft with grades and pick-by-pick analysis. And you take a look at what Ace Bailey did last season. It was incredible, right? He was second in Rutgers history in terms of points scored, but the only player to rank in the top 10 in Big Ten in points per game, rebounds per game, and blocks per game last season. That's over the last 50 years. Ace Bailey, a projected top 5 pick. Will we see him as a projected 5 pick? Will he go in the top 5? Perhaps he slides to Washington at 6 or even further down the board. We wait to see here on the NBA draft. When we continue, we've got player comps as we take a deeper dive into each of the top prospects on the board. Why Ace Bailey is being compared to Jimmy Butler. That's next on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep.
Go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS, Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot. New season streaming May 16th. Only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, and the good times up.
Rutgers has never had a top 5 draft pick in their program history. They could have 2 tonight. Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey would be the 15th college duo selected in the top 5 in the modern draft era. Harper set the Rutgers freshman scoring record, 564 points. Bailey, not far behind him, scored 527 in his one season in Piscataway. All right, back here on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep. There's only one. Back here with Adam Finkelstein, Gary Parrish, Avery Johnson, who joins us from Dallas here to deliver player comp for the top prospects on the board. Let's start with Dylan Harper. His father, Ron, was awesome. He played 15 NBA seasons, won 5 NBA titles. Avery, I say Dylan Harper. Who comes to mind for you?
It's Manu Ginobili. I'm going back in time a little bit. You talk about Manu Ginobili, similar to Dylan Harper, another lefty. They both are crafty. They're excellent at getting their shot off, a little herky-jerky in terms of their offensive abilities. I really love this comparison. Sneaky athletic, not necessarily going to blow by you consistently. Definitely can play at all 3 levels. Terrific elite vision on the floor. So when I look at Dylan Harper, with all due respect to his dad, Ron Harper, it's not him. I compare him to Manu Ginobili.
He's got a little bit of Cade Cunningham to his game as well, because he's a big lead guard who was more of a combo coming up the ranks, but has now proven he's a primary initiator in the NBA. Terrific natural feel for the game, great playmaking instincts, makes those around him better. I think the other thing, quite frankly, that's a similarity is the questions about his long-term shooting. Harper's going to have to prove that he can knock down shots just as Cunningham did. And the other thing, GP, the durability. He's got to prove he can stay healthy, just as Cunningham has had to.
And obviously that was a problem at Rutgers, at least in parts of that season. Cunningham is the proper comp for him, at least in terms of modern players. You know, Cade got off to a little bit of a slow start in his NBA career, but has really settled in. And I know they haven't had the postseason success that thrust him into the superstar conversation, but he is a young, real star in this league. And Dylan Harper has the potential to be something similar.
Torch the Knicks.
How good is Dylan Harper? So good that he's not a great fit on the Spurs roster, but they recognize you've got to take best prospect available at number 2, and so the pick will be Dylan Harper.
Yeah, I think if you tell the Spurs you can get a guy that could torch the Knicks like he did in the playoffs, I mean, that's pretty incredible. And, of course, you're going to get a top talent at number 2 overall. Now, Harper's college teammate, we talked about him, Ace Bailey. He could slip in the draft after declining workouts. Avery, who's the player comp for Ace Bailey?
I'm going with Jimmy Butler. Now, he's not as refined as an offensive player as Jimmy Butler is, but I'm looking at his toughness, high motor. I think he'll have, good face-up ability in the league in terms of scoring the basketball, but I love his size. You'll be able to move him around a little bit. He'll continue to get better at the shot fakes like Jimmy Butler. But again, as you're projecting these guys forward and making these comparisons, obviously, you never know what's going to happen. And we're all still bothered that he didn't go and work out. But I think I like his toughness overall, his competitiveness, and similar to Jimmy Butler.
Rudy Gay's game changed throughout his NBA career, but coming into the league, he was a big-sized wing who could create shots and make them in a way that many people his age couldn't. And obviously Ace Bailey can do all of those things. Similar to Rudy Gay, at least when Rudy Gay was young, there are questions about, okay, what is this scoring actually doing for us in the context of trying to win a basketball game? And what else can you do to impact winning beyond put the ball in the basket? Those are the major questions and concerns about Ace Bailey, in addition to the other stuff we've already discussed. But in terms of just throw him the ball and let him go make something happen, nobody has better highlights doing that than Ace Bailey, and Rudy Gay had a bunch of those early in his career as well.
Ace Bailey's three things. He is a big wing, a jumbo wing, if you will. He is a tough shot maker, and he is a high-level athlete. Now, the things that he's not a particularly good decision maker. He had a really low assist rate. He had a really low assist-to-turnover rate. And for such a high-level athlete, he doesn't put as much pressure on the rim as you would expect. Now, to me, that's a lot like Michael Porter, a guy who was high-level athlete, big-time shot maker, but didn't create all the way to the rim as much as you would think. So that's my comp, Michael Porter for Ace Bailey.
Ace Bailey, a big kid, 6'10", 200 pounds. Rutgers and Baylor have never had a top 5 NBA draft pick in their program histories. That's about to change tonight. Baylor's VJ Edgecombe is a top 5 prospect, earned Big 12 Freshman of the Year. Avery, I know that you like VJ. We've watched several Baylor games together. Who are you comparing VJ Edgecombe to in the NBA?
Well, as time moves on, I see a little bit of Jalen Williams with this kid. You know, just having that versatility. I covered him with Baylor. I think he's going to be a terrific defender. Eventually, he'll be able to play at all 3 levels. I think his body needs to fill out a little bit more, similar to Jalen Williams. But I'm looking at a guy that can be a solid number 2, you know, in his 3rd, 4th, 5th year in the NBA alongside a superstar. I don't think VJ is going to be able to carry a team. He's not going to be a number 1. But if you put him on the side of a guy like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the next couple of years as he continues to develop and become that elite 2-way player similar to Jalen Williams, that's my comp for VJ.
I got Victor Oladipo here. Like Victor Oladipo, VJ is a high-level athlete who came up the ranks as more of an undersized wing, and then he's gradually evolving into more of a guard. We've seen the escalation of those guard skills this year at Baylor. Same thing had to happen for Victor Oladipo. Now, he spent 3 years at Indiana. VJ obviously just spent the 1 year at Baylor. High-level athlete, extreme defensive potential, evolving from an undersized wing into a true big guard. Those are all characteristics that we've seen before in Victor Oladipo. Victor
Oladipo makes sense to me as a comp for VJ Edgecombe. They're similar size, similar level athletes at this stage of their careers. Oladipo obviously had injuries rob him of some of his abilities, but pre that, he was an impactful 2-way player. And if you're selecting VJ Edgecombe, that is what you're expecting to get. Yes, somebody who can make standstill threes, somebody who can bounce it and make explosive drives and finishes at the rim, but also somebody who you can say, that guy's the best scorer on the perimeter on the other team. He's your assignment tonight. And he says, all right, I'll go take that on. If this works out the way it should, he should be able to do those things.
He's also been compared to Dwayne Wade and Russell Westbrook for his speed, so a heck of a prospect here in VJ Edgecombe from the Big 12 Freshman of the Year. All right, still ahead, we've got much more coming up here on the NBA Draft. Norlander's notes. Matt Norlander empties his notebook ahead of the NBA Draft. You're watching CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep.
Go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS, Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount+.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount+.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation. Get the crew in.
It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount+.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount+.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Streets always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time for.
Sports never sleeps, and neither do we.
Welcome to CBS Sports HQ Morning Buzz, Monday through Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time.
You can catch up on the latest storylines and highlights with expert analysis to get you dialed in.
So grab your coffee and kickstart your day off right.
With Morning Buzz only on CBS Sports HQ.
Time now for Norlander's Notes presented by Jeep. There's only one, and let's bring in CBS Sports senior men's college basketball writer Matt Norlander for one of the most exciting times of his year. And first up, Matt, we know this draft could be wild from multiple trades. So what team do you think could trade into the top 10 to secure their guy?
Well, it's top 10 is interesting. Actually, coincidentally enough, just as we're going on the air here, I have a general manager with a team not in the lottery who believes that Brooklyn inside the top 10 is the most likely team to actually trade and try and move up. And then I asked, okay, if they're going to trade, what team would be willing to move down? And this GM tells me he thinks it's Charlotte. Not to say that this will happen, but this is someone who obviously deals with a lot of this stuff. And their speculation would be that the Brooklyn Nets would be the most likely team to move within the top 10, maybe switching with Charlotte. And we would see what the fallout would be from there. But there are two other teams that have been talked about, at least rumored about to me inside the top 10. One is Philadelphia. I had 4 teams in the lottery speculate to me in the past 48 hours that their belief across the board is that Philadelphia would prefer to move off the number 3 pick, but that Daryl Morey, who is running that operation there, he drives an extremely hard bargain. He is not an easy person to negotiate with whatsoever. In fact, carries a reputation among being the very hardest to work with in the entire league. So although Philadelphia might not have a real suitor to be able to trade out, the belief is that they are not overwhelmingly in love with any player that's sitting there for them at number 3. So that's intriguing. Keep an eye on that. I put a low percentage on Philadelphia moving down before we get to the pick there, but people in the lottery seem to think that that's still something that Philadelphia desires to do. And then there's been a little bit of noise with Toronto at number 9. That's a franchise that historically does not trade out of its lottery level picks when it has them, but we wait and see. I had one front office member at a rival franchise speculate that maybe they're sneakily maybe considering trying to nudge out of that. And then just to complete your question, Chris, if there was one franchise maybe outside the top 10 back into the lottery that could wiggle and maneuver, I'm interested to see if San Antonio is going to be sitting pat at 14 or if it really tries to get something done there. They're in a very advantageous spot tonight with the 2nd pick and the last pick in the lottery.
Right. So basically what you're saying is there are so many scenarios where teams could be trading, right? in the top 10 or trying to get into the top 10. Now, staying with the top 10 picks, right, 3 through 8, there are really no locks for those selections. So what do you make of just the uncertainty in that range that we don't have, like, okay, we know this person is going here and we know that player is going here?
Yeah, this is not common. Now, what is common is every year in the lottery, you get to pick 5 or 6, 7, and it's kind of like, okay, we'll kind of wait and see on that. Every so often, there's a team in one of those slots where it's kind of heavily speculated and accurately so that there are certain teams that get onto certain guys. That is not the case here. I mean, I checked in with player representation with multiple guys that are in that 3 to 8 range, you know, Trey Johnson, Con Knipple, Jeremiah Fears, et cetera, on down the line. And those teams, those players are in the dark with their respective teams. And a lot of this stems from the fact that no one really knows what Philadelphia is going to do. VJ Edgecombe is the favorite to be picked number 3. Maybe that winds up being the case there. But even if that is the case, you know, what if the GM just told me that he thinks that Brooklyn could swap with Charlotte? Well, if that happens, that throws everything into a little bit more chaos and uncertainty. So I'd love to come on here and give you real conviction about a guy that's likely to go 3. It feels like Edgecombe, but we just don't know. And is Knipple, you know, destined to go to Charlotte at 4? I can see that happening, but there's a lot of intrigue and more than usual between the guys who are 3 to 8. Kaman Malawach being on the back end of that, obviously. I think his floor is somewhere with Brooklyn at 8 or Toronto at 9.
Yeah, so that should just make for a much more entertaining draft because we don't know what's going to happen, excuse me, in those positions. Now, during this time, Matt, we hear so many reports of draft prospects potentially moving up, right, rising in the draft or falling. So who should we be looking out for in those regards?
Well, there's 2 players in particular that over the past 48 to 72 hours have been brought up by NBA folks to me in terms of the direction they're going. One is Walter Clayton Jr. Shout out to Adam Finkelstein. He's been higher on Walter Clayton Jr. than probably anyone for the longest amount of time. This is not a Johnny-come-lately with Fink. He's done a great job there. But now, just spoken to a number of teams that are in the 20s, and the teams that are, you know, 23, 24 or worse, while they'd be very open to taking Walter Clayton Jr. if he fell to them, they're not expecting that at this point. So it feels like Clayton's range really could be like 16 to 21 or so, maybe 22. So he's definitely a riser from where he was widely projected, even as recently as a week ago. We'll see if that comes to bear, obviously, on draft night. And then the faller, you know, I checked in with a number of teams. It seems to be Michigan State's Jace Richardson. And the reason for that is, and there are a couple. One, you know, Richardson had a serious knee issue earlier in his teen years that wasn't discovered. He actually had to get a bone graft to recover a hole that was in one of his knees. So the medical there is just bringing some concern. You combine that with the fact that he's an undersized guard. He's really got a long way to go in terms of his physical maturity. He's got to bulk up. He's got a lot of fortes and pros working in his favor. But at this point, I'm purely saying this based off of conversations I've had with other league people, and I understand we are in premier lying season, but it feels like Richardson is going to fall certainly into the 20s. And I'm actually kind of curious if we get to picks 25, 26, 27, if he is still there. So he seems to be the one player more than others that have taken a drop. I will note there are certain players like Asa Newell, I mean, Derek Queen, these players that have wide ranges. I've been told that Derek Queen's gotten legitimate interest from New Orleans at 7. I don't think the Pelicans take him at 7, but that's his best case scenario. But he got some mixed feedback on some of his workouts with some of the conditioning, and his floor could be around 17 or 18 overall. So Queen's a little bit of a moving target heading into tonight as well.
All right, we will keep our eyes on that for sure. Now, Matt, you wrote a great feature for CBSSports.com about Washington State's Cedric Coward. I mean, this man is a first-round lock, right, according to you, but that is just the beginning of his story. Why is his journey unique?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait a little bit before he gets selected later tonight, and I want to get to those teams that I think his range is in before we wrap here. But real quick on his story, please go read it if you haven't already. I've never written anything like it. He's one of the most impressive players I've ever talked to in 15 years of working at CBS. He had 2 Division III offers, not D1, Division III, only 2 of them. And he goes and plays for a bad Division III team. He only gets even into Division I because by pure coincidence, the guy who recruited him from Eastern Washington, David Riley, happened to play college basketball in the same Division III conference that Cedric Coward was playing in. He gives him his chance. He vaults up to Eastern Washington, plays well, tries to declare early for the draft a year ago, doesn't even get a G League Combine invite. Not NBA Combine, G League Combine invite. And then, you consider the fact that he played at Washington State this past season, turned down, near $1 million NIL offers from other high major schools to take way less money to continue at Washington State with the coaching staff who was promoted from Eastern Washington. He rips his shoulder after the 6th game of the season in practice, and yet in spite of not having played a game, this guy has not played a game in 7 months. He quit a year of AAU in high school, wasn't a D1 prospect, has barely played any high major competition. He's going to be a top 20 pick tonight, and that is just astounding. There has never been a player who has walked a more difficult path to being a first-round selection in the 78-year history of the NBA draft than Cedric Coward. Real quick on those teams, I'm told everyone in the 12 to 17 range, so Chicago, Atlanta, Oklahoma City, Memphis. There's another team in there that I'm forgetting. These are all teams that are signaling sincere, genuine interest in Coward. It will be very interesting to see which team actually makes that move because he has a lot of fortes working in his favor. But the one thing we don't know is, we have very little tape on him playing against real high-level competition. How will he translate? I will tell you this, from an interview standpoint, from his wingspan, 7'2.5" on a 6'6" frame, it's insane. There's a lot of things working in his favor, and some general managers see him as the next Jalen Williams, who came from Santa Clara, vaulted into the lottery, and now he's one of the 20 best players in the league.
Wow. Jalen Williams, okay, because people have been comparing him to, Scottie Pippen, so that is high praise for Cedric Coward, a young man who started out at D3, now a lock for the first round. Matt Norlander always giving us thorough and detailed analysis. Thanks so much, Matt. And make sure to remember to head straight to the Eye on College Basketball podcast, as Matt and Gary Parrish will be live with a full recap of day 1 as well as a look ahead to day 2. The Eye on College Basketball podcast. Download, follow right now. So we've hit so many angles for the NBA draft, but we still need to attack some of the best bets. Senator Mackenzie Brooks will get you prepared for that next.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns and an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS, Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation. Get the crew in.
It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Streets always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows. She knows. and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time run.
Time now for NBA Draft Best Bets presented by Jeep. There's only one as we welcome in Sportsline analyst Mackenzie Brooks to help you get a little more cash in your account by betting on the draft. And Mackenzie, who is your best bet for the Pelicans to take at number 7?
I think it's Trey Johnson, which I think is a bit of a hot take. I think the fact that you're getting some solid plus money around plus 400, this is a bet that opened at plus 700. So that means the odds makers kind of agree with maybe the logic we're looking at here. But now you look at CJ McCollum, who's no longer there. Like, they could use a guy like him to replace him. I don't want to disrespect Jordan Poole. It's not exactly a guy you build your franchise around here. So there's been a lot of strong insiders that link Fears to number 5, which I think is where a lot of people could see Johnson going. But if Fears goes at 5, I think we could get lucky and see Trey Johnson fall a little more than people anticipate.
Okay, he was one of the best freshmen in the country last year. Now talking about, or this past season, I should say. Now, Illinois star freshman guard Kasparis Jakučionis is another name who will very likely go in the lottery, and the over-under for where he's going to be selected is at 11.5. Are you taking the under or the over here?
I'm taking the under. I think he ranges anywhere from that 8 to 11. I actually think the Nets would be a really good landing spot for him as long as they're not going for a big to maybe pair with Claxton here. I think a point guard is absolutely somewhere they also could be looking. So I think the Nets are a great spot. But then even just other 8 through 11, you're looking at Phoenix, you're looking at Toronto, you're looking at Portland, all teams that could use a point guard here. So I think it will be cutting it close, but I do think he could go anywhere from 8 to 11.
Okay, we'll make sure to keep our eyes on that. Now, we're sticking with the freshman theme, right? Because we got to talk about UConn's Liam McNeely, a great sharpshooter. He can also help initiate the offense. His over-under for where he's going to be picked is further down at 21.5. You taking the under here?
I am taking the under. I think you could get him anywhere from like 16 to 21. I mean, he's one of those guys. He came from that dream team, right? With, you know, in high school with Flag and Queen and all of those guys. And he put up great numbers there, over 40% three-point shooting. His actual season here was 31%. So you could see teams maybe hesitating at that, but I think they're going to look at his measurables that he had at the Combine. He shot really well at the Combine as well. So I think those things will end up overriding what you saw statistically from this past season, and they'll look into what he did in high school with the success of super talented guys around him as well. So 16, I'd say, is the ceiling, but 21 to me feels like the floor. Okay, now whoever gets him, they are going to get somebody who's going to provide and add space to that offense based on the way he shoots. Mackenzie Brooks, thanks so much for the insight. We appreciate it. And coming up, we are quickly approaching the NBA draft. So many players' dreams will be realized on this night. The question is, where will they be going? Cooper Flagg, Dallas, but after that, Dylan Harper, the rest is unknown. You're watching CBS Sports HQ.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS, Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation. Get the crew in.
It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Streets always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot. New season streaming May 16th. Only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits. Every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time for
Definitely felt like there was just some unfinished business. Heard some things, from the scouts. Felt like I could just develop one more year in college. Oh, yeah. Everybody got their opinion. DHO, come on, Hunt. Come on. Split. Post. I was more of a 2, so whenever Zion Pullen came in, he was very ball dominant. So just scouts wanted to see me with the ball in my hand a little more.
Do you think that was fair?
For sure. Felt like I could just develop one more year in college. Went back and Coach Golden and them, we did what we did, so it was great. Hey, I'm sorry. Obviously MOP gonna go to the team that wins, but I wouldn't have been in that position if Thomas Hawkins hit 2 threes versus Texas Tech, so there could have been multiple guys on our team, so I'm just thankful that I was the one. I don't want to put no limit where my game could go, so I'm just continue working, getting better every day. I've received a lot. Obviously, everybody just saying stay in the gym. Chris and them, they just been helping me, be better at just breaking down film, watching it at a pro level. Now that that's the level we're going to be at.
Yeah. Right there. Nice. Great job.
Clutch on 3, clutch on 3. 1, 2, 3, clutch.
Good job, fella. Good job. Good job.
I'm from Lake Wales, Florida. It's about 45 minutes away from Orlando. So it's like a small town, familiar faces. Everybody know each other. First sport probably was basketball, like in my mom's living room or something, but like organized was probably football and basketball, like flag football or a little league basketball. Lake Wales, we had a great football program. I was like a wide receiver on offense, backup quarterback, and then on defense I was free safety. Just the love of the game for basketball is kind of what made me choose basketball over football. Well, in high school, I was strictly a point guard, and then the combo guard stuff kind of started whenever I got Iona with Coach P. Coach P a little crazy, but it's in a loving way. Yeah, just understanding, how he communicate with people. The plan definitely was to go with Coach P after hearing the news. Took a visit back home. All my family came up. They were all up there. We just enjoyed a good weekend. Coach Golden and them had a pretty good vision of where they wanted to get Florida back to. Then I found out I had my daughter on the way. So after I found that out, it kind of swayed my decision a lot.
Flash. I'm right off of that. Now Walter get a chance to make that decision if I get the lob or if I get the finish. Ready? Here we go.
Go ahead, Cole.
During March Madness, watching him, being able to use his voice, being able to play on ball and off ball, make the lob pass, and then his ability to shoot outside the 3 is dangerous. Yo, here we go, Walt.
Bro, I didn't know your name. Everywhere did you go? Say you're at the point, put it down for the snow. And you get your money in advance of the show. Pull up in a Jeep in the cloud.
Nah, it wasn't a big transition. I started like the combo guard transition at Iona. It was really just looking to score more. I was always so pass first minded. Got Iona, Coach P wanted me to just score first more, and it kind of opened up some playmaking for me.
As a point guard, he's coming in as the leader of guys who've been in the league 10 years, 15 years. How do you lead them in a locker room?
Hey, I got ball. Switch that. We got us one.
Being a point guard is not really about you. It's about what you can do for your team. So if you can shoot and you can run a team, you're in a fantastic position.
Just looking back on everything, I think I've been in different places, at different times in my life, and it's just been the right place at the right time. Just thankful for the people that's been in my life and thankful for the journey. I'm ready, for sure. I'm ready, for sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Florida's Walter Clayton Jr. among the under-the-radar draft prospects, a national champion, a mop, and round one of the NBA draft. Perhaps he will hear his name tonight. Tips off top of the hour. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage right here on CBS Sports HQ. Our experts delivering pick-by-pick grades and analysis on the clock on HQ. The Dallas Mavericks are on the clock, set to recharge their franchise and take Cooper Flagg with the #1 overall pick. You're watching CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep.
Go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation. Get the crew in.
It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Streets always gonna have a villain.
To protect this city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyages of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine.
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time
Tonight, a dream realized. 30 prospects waiting to hear their name called in the NBA draft. Cooper Flagg. We'll hear his name first. The Mavericks hold the #1 pick, and it's Flag Day in Dallas. GM Nico Harrison traded away Luka. Luckily, he got a redo, winning the golden ticket and the chance to draft that young man, Cooper Flagg. Our Avery Johnson standing by with the Mavs GM.
I'm here with Mavs General Manager Nico Harrison. Nico, how excited are you about tonight's draft?
Avery, I'm excited for the Dallas Mavericks, which is a big deal. The city of Dallas, and then the fans. I think it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
So we're not going to really get into any specific names, but we know, a lot of talented young men that are at the top of the draft, and you guys have the #1 pick, so you're going to get an outstanding, talented young player. How do you think that particular player is going to fit in with your veteran team?
It's going to fit in nicely. I mean, the good thing about having the #1 pick is we don't have to wait for somebody else to decide who we pick, so it's all on us.
When you think about your team, and I may be saying this because I'm a Dallas resident, but when I think about a healthy Dallas Mavericks team and Kyrie comes back and the new first-round draft pick, I feel that this team can compete for an NBA title. What do you think, Nico?
That's exactly how we feel. We feel the same way. And we also think the beauty of having the #1 pick coming to a team that has veteran players and really good players and high expectations is that #1 pick doesn't have to carry the load.
I was thinking, in 1997 with my other old team, we picked a young man in Tim Duncan, and he was inserted into a veteran team that had just went to the Western Conference Finals. So whomever you pick, he's going to have an opportunity to play with a guy like AD the way Tim did with a guy like David Robinson. That really could be helpful.
Well, from your lips to God's
But is that kind of what you're thinking?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it allows the #1 pick to kind of progress at their timeline. Like, they don't have the pressure. They can kind of fit in and do what they do.
And last question, you're building this team to be a two-way team, not just an offensive team. How important is that for your vision with this team?
It's everything. It's our philosophy. It's our culture. It's defense wins championships, and we're starting from the defensive end and working our way out.
Well, good luck tonight. Man, I wish I was sitting in that seat making that pick tonight, but you're going to do a tremendous job, and thanks for spending some time with us.
And with that, we say hello and welcome to CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep. There's only one, alongside Director of Scouting at 24/7 Sports, Adam Finkelstein, and CBS Sports insider Gary Parrish, and Avery Johnson here with us from Dallas, former NBA Coach of the Year, helped the Spurs win a championship in 1999. I am Hakeem Dermish. We will be watching the NBA draft right alongside you, providing pick-by-pick analysis. We'll take you through all 30 picks on night one. And Avery, we start with you. You're there in Dallas. What's the scene like getting ready to pick Cooper Flagg?
Well, not just in the American Airlines Center or the practice facility, the Mavs practice facility where we interviewed Nico Harrison earlier, all over the city of Dallas. When I having brunch in a restaurant or dinner, everybody's talking about this draft, and they're talking about Cooper Flagg. So the Mavs fans are really excited. There's an energy in the building tonight, and we got some cool interviews that we'll have as the night goes on, and I'm just thrilled to be here, guys. The Mavs fans in their front office, their owner Patrick Dumont is in town. They're thrilled, and they can't wait.
Avery, would you still rather have Luka over Cooper Flagg?
Our group doing studies of all these guys. So much.
Man, give me Cooper Flagg.
Really?
Cooper Flagg and this team, yeah, give me Cooper Flagg, man. This team is going to be tremendous once Kyrie Irving gets healthy. You still have Anthony Davis. If he's when he gets healthy, this team, they're going to re-sign Daniel Gafford. Obviously, there's been talk about Kyrie Irving re-signing. This team is going to be built to be one of the best two-way teams in the league, and they didn't have to really sacrifice any of their depth. They have some quality young players coming off that bench. Klay Thompson is a champion. You're talking about a team, when they're healthy, got 3 future Hall of Famers with Kyrie, AD, and Klay Thompson. So this is really exciting. The Mavericks, their future is bright, but they have a window when they're healthy of the next 2 to 3 years with this roster as currently constructed.
Adam, you heard him. He said he would rather have Cooper Flagg. That's some high praise. So what is the team getting in Cooper?
Well, they are getting an elite two-way, not just prospect, but an elite two-way player, someone who's ready to impact the game right now. This is someone who was really comfortable dominating the game on the defensive end of the floor, not just on the ball, but off the ball as well. I said when he was in high school, this was the best non-7-foot shot blocker I'd ever seen. And you add the high steal rate to that, and then offensively, the growth we saw, a terrific passer, someone who made significant strides with not just his shooting, but also his self-creation this year. He's a very good athlete. He's exceptionally smart, and above all else, he is hyper competitive.
I believe he's a fabulous prospect, was always going to be the #1 pick in this draft, regardless of who was selecting. And this is the type of thing that can bring that Mavericks fan base back into a positive place, because obviously at the trade deadline, moving Luka Doncic to Los Angeles, whether that was a good move or not, it was undeniably unpopular. This is the type of thing, those ping pong balls bouncing Dallas's way, that can undo a lot of that and get this franchise back to a place where it can theoretically, in a few years, be in position to maybe compete at the top of the Western Conference again.
You remember when there was chatter that he might come back to Duke, and we all were like, stop this. This is nonsense. His mom told him something that has stuck with him since he was a kid. If you're the best player in the gym, it's time to find another gym. And Avery, he's going to find another gym there at American Airlines Center. But what's the biggest question for Cooper Flagg here when he enters the NBA?
Cooper's extraordinarily athlete. I love his ball handling skills. You know, he plays extremely well in transition. Adam and Gary hit on it from a defensive standpoint. I think Cooper Flagg is really good on and off the ball. He is as good a help side defender at this age as we've seen in a long time. I'm really just a little bit somewhat waiting on his mid-range game. If you look at some of the guys, you know, like a Jalen Williams from OKC Thunder, you look at Shea, they did a lot of damage in the mid-range. So I'm really looking to see how his mid-range games develop off the dribble, especially at the end of the shot clock, and there's some sort of a 9-1-1 with 5, 4, 3, 2 seconds left on the clock. Can he get his shot off? But this young man is not missing much. He just needs time. He just needs playing time. He's going to continue to get better and better. But I would say just that shot creation is something that I'm looking for him to continue to expand his game.
It's hard to imagine him not being a high-level NBA player for a long time, as long as injuries don't get in the way of those things, and sometimes they do. But barring something like that, he's just so great at so many different things on both ends of the court. He is going to be an all-star level guy for a long time, and I think, barring injury concerns, a future Hall of Famer. The question for me, and we're really nitpicking here, is like, how high is the ceiling actually? Because when you talk about a prospect the way we have talked about Cooper Flagg, at this point we should be saying things like, and has a shot to go down as one of the greatest players who's ever played. That is what we said about Victor Wembanyama. It is what some people said about Anthony Davis coming out of college, and I don't hear people talk about Cooper Flagg that way too often. He was the best high school player in the country coming out of high school. He was the best college basketball player this past year, just turned in one of the greatest freshman seasons of all time. But do we really think in 20 years that he'll be one of the 20 best players who have ever lived? I don't hear people talk about that too often, and that is a little unusual given to this point in his life, he has been exceptional and exceeded all expectations.
So let's dig into that a little bit more. What do you have to be considered one of the all-time greats? You need to be considered an alpha-level creator on an NBA championship caliber team. And Coach talked about it, the self-creation. I think that was one of the two question marks coming into this season at Duke. It was the shooting and it was the self-creation. And that's still what we don't know. He got better in both of those areas. But is he the type of alpha creator who can put an NBA championship caliber team on his back. We don't know that yet. There's only a handful of guys in the league who are that. Is Cooper going to be that? I think that is the question.
Well, we're going to find out in just about 45 minutes when it becomes official that Cooper Flagg is headed to Dallas to start his NBA career. Projected to go number 2 to the Spurs is Dylan Harper from Rutgers, and his teammate Ace Bailey, we're not really quite sure where he's going to end up. Not doing himself any favors. Worked out for 0 teams. He canceled a workout with the 76ers, who have the 3rd pick. Avery, what do you think about his decision to not work out for prospective teams?
I was
selected Cooper Flagg number 1 overall. The first player in Division I history with 700 points, 250 rebounds, 150 assists, 50 steals, and 50 blocks in a season. It is Flag Day in Dallas. Cooper Flagg headed to the Dallas Mavericks.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. The street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyages of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Broke himself.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time
It is Flag Day in Dallas. The Dallas Mavericks selecting Cooper Flagg, the super freshman out of Duke. And man, they get to recharge their franchise after trading away Luka Doncic, and now in comes Cooper Flagg, the 5th player from Duke, selected 1st overall in the modern draft era. Elton Brand, Kyrie, Zion, Paolo, and now Cooper added to that list. A lot of one-namers there. You could just say Elton, Kyrie, Zion, Paolo, and Cooper. And back here in studio, as we welcome you to our NBA draft coverage on the clock on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep. There's only one. We've got a cavalcade of stars here. The network of stars, as Gary Parrish would like to say, CBS Sports insider, director of scouting at 24/7 Sports, Adam Finkelstein, and our own Avery Johnson, former NBA Coach of the Year, helped the Spurs win a championship in 1999, hit the game-winning shot. He's with us as well, comes to us from Dallas. Avery, we'll get to you in a moment here, but the grade first from you, Adam, is what?
It's an A, and quite frankly, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. This plan did not have a high likelihood of working out. After they traded Doncic, there was less than a 2% chance of getting Cooper Flagg, but that 2% ended up being all they needed. Let's just be clear. He is good enough right now to help in the championship aspirations that Nico Harrison says they have right now if Kyrie Irving can get back healthy and team up with Anthony Davis. And then he is good enough to build a bridge to their future and be the face of this program. He impacts the game on both ends of the floor. He does not need the ball in his hands in order to change the game. He's made strides as a shooter. He's made strides as a creator. He's a good athlete. He's a smart player, and he is an alpha-level competitor, a home run for Dallas.
Avery, what's the scene? What's the vibe there? I'm sure the vibes are high there at American Airlines Center.
The vibe is at an all-time high here for a draft party. The fans are rushing out of their seats to buy his jersey. He's going to wear number 32 in dedication to his mom, Mary. So the fans have been scrambling, trying to get to the souvenir shops to buy that number 32 jersey that's going to be hot off the press. The fans are thrilled, lots of energy in the building. This young man who could have very well, if he could have skipped college, he could have played in the NBA right out of high school. He's just that good. I agree with you guys. This guy has a high ceiling. I think his game is going to transition seamlessly to the NBA. He's got the size, the athleticism, the hand-eye coordination. I believe the experience, at least just helping his team get to the Final Four, ACC Player of the Year, Freshman of the Year. This guy, he's won in college in high school at Mount Verd. This is an exciting night for the Dallas Mavericks.
Gary, they had just a 1.8% chance to land the #1 pick in the draft lottery. Here they are, drafting Cooper Flagg after trading away Luka Doncic, who Nico Harrison didn't realize was that important to the fan base, which I think is malpractice, even saying that out loud. What does this mean for this franchise? They lose a franchise player, and now they potentially get a franchise player in Cooper Flagg.
It means everything. Like Fink said, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. I know people can disagree about whether it was proper to trade Luka Doncic under those set of circumstances, but it was undeniably unpopular, and most people think it was a mistake. Similarly, if you're at a blackjack table and you got 19 against a 6, you probably shouldn't be hitting that, but you might get a 2, and sometimes it works out.
Yeah,
that is more or less what happened here.
That was good. I like that.
They got lucky to remake the franchise very quickly after making a trade that could have damaged them for a decade plus. Now we'll see what they do with it. But again, this is a big night for that Dallas franchise.
And a big night in the state of Texas, because the Spurs picking 2nd overall, and they take Dylan Harper out of Rutgers, which is a first for the Rutgers program, a top 5 draft pick. They have never had a top 5 draft pick in their program history, and they get it in Dylan Harper, as Dylan Harper is headed to the San Antonio Spurs. Adam, I know you like Dylan Harper, and this felt like a lock for him to go 2nd overall. What's the grade here as Dylan Harper goes to the San Antonio Spurs?
This is also an A. The Spurs are a franchise that, let's face it, has done well in the lottery. They got Wemby a couple years ago, and now they got Dylan Harper, and that is an inside-out tandem that they are going to be able to build around for the next 15 years. And I mean that very literally. I mean, you have a center and a point guard now that have a chance to be perennial all-stars in this league. Dylan Harper is that talented. We are talking about a big lead guard with a terrific natural feel for the game. He can create, and if the shooting ever clicks, if he becomes a consistent threat from the three-point line, all of a sudden the upside conversation, it's going to go to an entirely different level. G, GP, I think this is a home run for the Spurs, and I understand there's fit questions here, but I still think you have to take Dylan Harper.
That's exactly right. You take him, you take best player available. Once upon a time, there was a franchise that did not take Michael Jordan because they thought they already had a shooting guard in Clyde Drexler. That's how you end up making monumental mistakes. This is the right pick, get the talent into the franchise, and then figure out how it fits.
Sam Bowie. That was tough. That was tough, Avery. You remember that. Look, there's a situation here, Avery, about the fit, right? Because you got De'Aaron Fox. You have Steph Castle, who won Rookie of the Year, albeit because Jared McCain got injured for the 76ers. He was on a heck of a run early in his rookie season in Philadelphia. How's this going to work adding Dylan Harper?
I agree with Adam and Gary. This is this is all about quality depth. You cannot have too many good players. Think about how Indiana and OKC look at their team. Sure, you know, Tyrese Halliburton, who unfortunately got injured, and you got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But at the end of the day, both of these two teams were the best teams. Why did New York Knicks lose? Because their 7, 8, 9, and 10 men weren't as good as the guys coming off of Indiana Pacers bench. So this is a good problem for the Spurs to have. In my opinion, he's the best player available. You'll figure it out. The regular season in the NBA is a long season. It's 82 games. I'm sure De'Aaron Fox is not going to play in every game, but to be able to pair him with De'Aaron Fox and Steph Castle, obviously Victor Wembanyama, these guys are all young, and they can have a significantly bright future if they can stay healthy. So this was a no-brainer for the Spurs in terms of this pick.
Well, he's got a lot to live up to, right? His father, Ron, was drafted 8th overall in 1986 by my Cleveland Cavaliers, played 15 NBA seasons, and won 5 NBA championships. And hey, it's not out of the question to think that Dylan Harper and the Spurs could one day win an NBA title. Harper headed to the San Antonio Spurs with the 2nd overall selection. Still ahead here on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep. What are the 76ers going to do with the 3rd pick? Are they going to take Harper's teammate, Ace Bailey, trade down? That's next here on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS, Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount+.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount+.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make a blunt mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount+.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount+.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man, now streaming on Paramount+.
This is Chicago. The street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount+.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount+.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount+.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits. Every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount+.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Broke himself.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little song, little tune to play, make a good time
Back here on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep. With the 3rd overall selection, the Philadelphia 76ers draft VJ Edgecombe, the freshman out of Baylor, Big 12 Freshman of the Year, first ever top 5 pick from Baylor in the modern draft era. He led Big 12 freshmen in points per game and steals per game last season. He set a Baylor freshman record with 68 steals last season, tied for the 4th most in the Big 12. As you take a look at the 76ers' past 5 top 3 draft picks, hoping that VJ Edgecombe will work out. Joel Embiid still there. The other 3 guys on that list did not work out for them. VJ Edgecombe hoping to work out for them in Philadelphia. That's my hot take, Adam. What's your hot take here on your grade? I would say that those 3 other guys were just okay.
Yeah, I think this is solid. I don't think this is spectacular. VJ Edgecombe, let's be clear, is a spectacular athlete, has a chance to be an exceptional defensive player, has a chance to put a ton of pressure on the rim with his ability to get downhill and his athleticism. Where we have got to see growth is in his guard skills. Can he make spot-up threes? Can he evolve into a secondary ball handler? I don't think he's going to be a primary ball handler. At least it would take a really accelerated development to have that. I don't know how much he can help drive winning right away, but I think he is a very quality long-term piece. This is solid. It's not spectacular.
Only shot 34% from 3 in the 1 season at Baylor, but throughout high school was statistically better than that. So I don't know that that's a major area of concern, but if he's going to maximize all of his potential, he's got to be a better 3-point shooter than that. The athleticism is elite, arguably the best athlete available in this draft. Like we talked about earlier, incredible 2-way potential. The approach on the defensive end is a little inconsistent, but that's not unusual for a teenager. Once the Ace Bailey approach complicated this, if Philadelphia was going to execute this pick, VJ Edgecombe always made some sense.
All right, let's go back out to Dallas where Avery Johnson is. Avery, what do you think of the pick here? VJ Edgecombe, 3rd overall to the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah, I'll piggyback off of what Gary's last point. I think because of Ace Bailey's lack of getting involved with teams through the interviewing and the workout process, he probably would have gone 3rd, so I think that complicated it. But I like this pick for Philadelphia. VJ Edgecombe, who was the 2024, he averaged 16 points a game for his Bahamas team in that Olympic qualifying. I think that turned some heads in a positive direction for this young man. 6'5", 190 pounds, very athletic. I think he's going to continue to develop. I think his body, he'll end up, weighing about 210, maybe 215 throughout his NBA career, but super athletic. We'll see what happens in terms of this backcourt with Tyrese Maxey. You always can use wing defenders, and I think he's going to be a nice addition.
Gary, are you surprised that they did not deal this pick away?
Not surprised, but that was obviously always a possibility given that if you've got Joel Embiid healthy at this stage in his career, Paul George healthy at this stage in his career, with the East completely opening up with injuries to Jason Tatum, Tyrese Halliburton, Damian Lillard, there was some thought that there is nobody available at 3, whether it's Ace Bailey, VJ Edgecombe, Trey Johnson, anybody else, who is going to be able to help you as much next season as a veteran would. But Philadelphia, at least in this moment, has decided to execute the pick, take VJ Edgecombe, and at this point, it appears he's going to be a part of that roster.
Perhaps the price was too high. You know Daryl Morey is not just going to strike any deal in Philadelphia. Sometimes he does, but here in the draft, he tends not to do that. What did you make of this fit here for Philadelphia?
Well, for me, I have very little separation or no tier break, if you will, between prospects 3 and 6 on my board, which is why when you talk about trade scenarios, I would have considered moving down. When you talk about fit, I think someone like Con Kneppel potentially slide in at the 3, where you already have Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain in the backcourt. But again, when you're this high at top of the lottery, they might not see it like I do, and you have to take the best available prospect, even if there is a better fit.
All right, let's now welcome in CBS Sports senior writer Matt Norlander to our NBA draft coverage. And Matt, you and I sat a lot here together watching VJ Edgecombe play at Baylor this past season. What's your reaction to him going 3rd overall to the Philadelphia 76ers?
This is not surprising. Philadelphia took it up to the pick and wound up taking the pick. Multiple teams in the lottery told me they expected Philadelphia to try and shift off and trade the pick because, in their opinion, they weren't believed to be overly in love with what they were going to have there at 3. But we don't have too much shock as we've unrolling this draft here at 3. And then, Akeem, I'll let you do the honors, but I actually just got a text on who the 4th pick is. It might have even been come across the stage, but 1 through 4 right now is going to script.
Okay, so VJ Edgecombe, 3rd overall to the Philadelphia 76ers. And look, we'll see how it works out for Philadelphia with all that talent that they've got. But this is a team right now that's got to win. I mean, this is a team that should be winning. Injuries have decimated. We saw them take Jared McCain last season. The kid out of Duke, he was having a phenomenal start to his rookie season and gets cut short by injury. So it's almost like, Gary, this is like a reset for Philadelphia.
I mean, if you look at all the pieces they've tried to put around Joel Embiid over the years to make this thing work, it's just been a rotating cast of characters. And if he's not healthy, then all of this is a moot point. They're not going anywhere without him being healthy. But what they hope is after a procedure and missing much of this season, he comes back maybe not better than ever, but better than he's been in a while, where he can return to that MVP caliber season that he had just a few years ago. And then at this point, you're hoping that VJ Edgecombe can step in and not play a starring role, but play an impactful role for a team that, if healthy across the board, should be able to compete at the top of the Eastern Conference next season.
Well, a team looking for help is the Charlotte Hornets, and their pick is in. And it's Cooper Flagg's teammate, Con Kneppel, drafted 4th overall to the Charlotte Hornets, a guy that, look, can come in right now and play, Adam. This is a nice pick here for Charlotte. What's your grade as they take Con Kneppel?
That's exactly right. He can come in and play right now. I'm going to give this a B as well, but I think you hit the nail on the head there. When you're talking about players at the top of the draft, one of the biggest variables is how easily are they going to transition to not being the man offensively. For Con, we don't have to wonder about that because we just watched it all season at Duke. And what happened in the ACC tournament when Cooper went down with injury? Con raised his hand and said, hey, by the way, I can be your alpha too. So he's got on-off ball potential. He's highly skilled. He really knows how to play. He's got a terrific feel for the game. He's going to be able to slide right in. My concern is on the defensive end. Now, he was better than expected this season at Duke, but he wasn't guarding NBA level 2 guards. And when you put him between LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller, that's who he's going to have to defend.
And that's the question mark for him, is how well is he going to be able to guard his position? And if not very, then he's going to get targeted over and over again. But on the offensive end of the court, he's going to be able to play, I think, immediately. The shot making is there. Arguably the best shooter in this draft, but he's more than that. He can bounce it. He can play in pick and rolls. He's going to be able to get to his spots. Just because he was Cooper Flagg's teammate doesn't mean he couldn't have been the best player on any number of top 25 teams this season. He just happened to be playing alongside the best player in college basketball, but he'll break away from those shadows pretty quickly and should have a big impact in Charlotte for a long time.
Something I always say when we're watching basketball is make your free throw, kids. He hit free throws at a 91% clip, Matt Norlander. So, look, every NBA coach, executive is going to go, great, this guy can hit free throws. Now the question is, what can he do at the NBA level? But we know that he can come in and play right away. What are the Hornets getting in Con Kneppel?
Yeah, they're getting a guy who's going to up their locker room and be good on the floor immediately. I think Con Kneppel is going to be one of the 4 or 5 most impactful players in the NBA as a rookie next season. I talked to his father earlier on Wednesday. They were truly in the dark because they were uncertain about what the Philadelphia would do. Knipple never worked out with Philadelphia. He worked out with teams 4 through 8 on the board. His workout with Charlotte went excellently. They were hoping it would be Charlotte, but there was no guarantee, so they are highly relieved. And having played at nearby Duke, obviously, there's a little bit of creature comfort there as well. Quick note on the defense. I'll just say this. In talking to some NBA people and talking to the Duke staff throughout the season, Knipple was an above-average defender, and the most key facet to his defense was he does not make mistakes twice. Now, does he have some physical limitation? Yes. But the thing that he was raved about was as much, if not more, than every single player on that roster, Cooper Flagg included, when he had to learn the schemes defensively and know what he had to do, he did not repeatedly make mistakes. I actually think he can be a very competent, able defender. He plays through his chest on both ends of the floor, should be able to step in and be a 40+% three-point shooter. Charlotte got a good one here, and as I said before, we are chalk now, and we'll see what Utah does at 5. They're a bit of a mystery team. We wait and see if they throw a curveball, but Con Knipple to the Hornets, that's a really good get for them and a really awesome story for the oldest of 5 boys out of greater Milwaukee.
You heard Matt there mention the Utah Jazz, Adam. Would he certainly talk about Ace Bailey and him falling? Would this be a good fit for Ace Bailey to go to Utah?
This would be an interesting fit.
Okay.
I actually think the fit would be good because there's an opportunity to play right away. I'll phrase it to you the way someone phrased it to me on Monday. Do you really want to play chicken with Danny Ainge? Like, his representation is saying, don't pick me. If there's one guy who's not going to listen to you, it's Danny Ainge. Now, his son, Austin Ainge, is running the draft room. We'll see what they do. He did not work out for Utah. I would actually like the fit. Utah's not in a position to really contend right now. They can allow Ace a little bit of a longer runway, but I don't know that it's going to happen.
I personally would have Trey Johnson ahead of Ace Bailey on my board at this point. But to double down on what Fink said, if I'm running the Utah Jazz and it is clear in my head that Ace Bailey is the best prospect available, I am not going to let his representation dictate to me that I can't take him. I'll select him, I'll move him to Salt Lake City, then I'll figure out how to make him happy. But I will not get bullied by an agent, particularly one who's not even certified.
Take a look at the best available players right now on the board. Trey Johnson, Ace Bailey, Yakachonis, Kaman Malawach, Derek Queen. Kaman Malawach watching 2 of his teammates go in the top 4. Cooper Flagg at 1. The latest Con Knipple to the Charlotte Hornets. When we continue here on the clock on HQ, presented by Jeep, the Utah Jazz with the 5th overall selection. Who are they going to take? That's next here on CBS Sports HQ.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount+.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount+.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount+.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount+.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount+.
This is Chicago. Street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount+.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount+.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount+.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount+.
What's he like, the happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Broke himself.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount+.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little song, little tune to play, make a good time
Major history for Rutgers. Never had a top 5 draft pick in their program history. They have 2 tonight. Dylan Harper at 2, Ace Bailey at 5 to the Utah Jazz, the 15th college duo selected in the top 5 in the modern draft era. Harper set the Rutgers freshman scoring record with 564 points. Bailey, not far behind him, scored 527 points in his 1 season in Piscataway. As you take a look at the last 5 selections, Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey, both the super freshmen from Rutgers. And how about this, Adam Finkelstein? Ace Bailey to the Utah Jazz. Maybe was hoping to go to Washington and play for the Wizards.
Is right. And like we said, you don't play chicken with the Angels because you're going to lose. And his camp just lost. I give this an A, an enthusiastic A. Ace Bailey is, in my opinion, a top 3 prospect in this class. His upside is significant. His agency, his representation, he did not work out in Utah. They presumably didn't want to be there. Utah was not going to get bullied. They took the best prospect on the board. That is a process that deserves an A. And in Utah in particular, we know Austin Ainge ran his first draft there. The other thing we were told is that he was not going to be held accountable for previous decisions. Utah took Cody Williams last year. This is a little bit redundant, but Cody Williams did not deliver that immediate return, even though we knew there were going to be some growing pains that anybody expected last year. This is an indication that Ace Bailey's going to go in and have an opportunity to make an immediate impact. And I think in the long run, this could work out very, very well for the Jazz.
I like what Utah did here. In other words, just believing in their evaluation and not letting anything interfere with that. Like Fink said, most people, himself included, had Ace Bailey projected as a top 3 pick in this draft for basically the whole past year. And that only changed really in the past week or so. But the evaluation should have never changed on him. He's still the same prospect you had graded a certain way. So you're going to pass on him for an inferior prospect because why? His advisor doesn't want him there? Ace Bailey's very young. I bet he can be happy pretty much anywhere. You just got to get him there, build the thing around him, and hopefully he can tap into that potential that makes him one of the more intriguing prospects available.
I don't know. I guess I'd rather say I'm a top 5 pick than the slip sliding down the draft because I didn't go and work out for special teams. I mean, if you're a top 5 pick, you're a top 5 pick. And Avery, a lot of responsibility comes with being a top 5 pick. Ace Bailey, going to go to Utah. How would you coach him? How are you going to welcome him to the community? Because maybe he didn't want to go there, but now he's headed there.
I think this is a terrific pick for the Utah Jazz. This is an early Christmas present, whether they celebrate Christmas in Utah or not. But this is a great pick for them. This is a great pick for them. They need guys that can come in and play from day one. This team has been set back for years. Obviously, Danny Ainge's son now is running the show in terms of this draft. This was his first real draft. One of my former players, Colin Sexton, you know, his name has been in the news. We'll see if he's going to remain on this roster. but they need guys that can come in. This kid is ready to go. Obviously, he's got to become a much better free throw shooter, be able to extend his range to the pro NBA. But his size, his athletic ability, this team, the Utah Jazz, they got to find a path forward back to the playoffs. This team has been down for so many years. This kid could have easily fallen to the Washington Wizards, but again, they took the best player available, and I'm really excited about this draft pick for the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, I mean, the Jazz were hoping to have the #1 overall pick. This was a team that had an awful record last season, one of the worst in the NBA, and they were hoping to potentially get Cooper Flagg. They get Ace Bailey. That's a pretty good consolation prize at 5 overall here.
Well, and it goes back 3 years when Danny Ainge first arrived, and he traded away Donovan Mitchell, and he traded away Rudy Gobert for some bites at the apple to try and get a star. They have not landed on the star yet. I think that's why they brought in Austin Ainge, someone to truly concentrate and quarterback this draft process. And in this decision, I think I do believe they have a chance of getting a star in Ace Bailey, and I'm not sure there was another player on the board that has the same upside.
And that's exactly right. And you start talking about all the buzzwords connected to prospects, upside, potential. Let's throw Cooper Flagg in a category by himself, but sure, Ace Bailey would be next in terms of if everybody who was available tonight maximizes what they can be as a basketball player. Ace Bailey, if he gets there, it can be as good as anybody other than Cooper Flagg, and I wouldn't even rule out him actually, competing for scoring titles and stuff like that. But he has a long way to go before we get there. He's a flawed prospect, but one that's got incredible potential.
All right, so you gave that pick an A. The Wizards are on the clock right now at 6. You take a look at the best available, Adam. Are you looking here, Trey Johnson out of Texas? Who's the name that pops for you?
Yeah, that is who I'm looking at here. But make no mistake about it, the Wizards right now are disappointed because they thought they had this thing wired to get Ace Bailey. Ace Bailey only worked out for Washington. That is who his representation was trying to steer him towards. And right now, the Wizards have to regroup and make the best decision available. I still think Trey Johnson would be a heck of a pick at 6. He's higher than that on my board, but we'll see what they do.
I would take Trey Johnson here. He's a 6'5" athlete, shot nearly 40% from three-point range on nearly 7 attempts per game. He was the SEC Freshman of the Year, the best freshman scorer in college basketball. I actually have him as a top 3 prospect in this draft. That puts me in the minority, to be clear. Reasonable minds can disagree, but if I'm Washington, I know they had their eyes on Ace Bailey. I'd be very happy landing Trey Johnson.
Well, they are, in fact, landing Trey Johnson. Trey Johnson, the kid out of Texas, is headed to Washington, D.C. with the 6th overall pick. Trey Johnson was the SEC Freshman of the Year. A heck of a pick there for the Wizards. What is your grade here for Washington as they get Trey Johnson 6th overall?
I'm giving him an A, both on the caliber of the prospect they acquired, but also on the process. Because I think at the 6th pick, they were put in a position where they had the last option of what I thought was a clear top 6 at this draft. So they were kind of left with whoever's left on the board. And they tried to navigate it to get their guy, and they came darn close. And to GP's point, if Trey Johnson is the contingency plan or the contingency prize, if you will, then that's a really good option because he is an instant offense type of shot maker. He's going to be able to put points on the board right away in the NBA, just like he did at Texas. He's got NBA caliber size, and we saw tremendous growth last year in his efficiency. We knew the counting stats were going to be good at Texas, but the ability to make tough shots when he was the focal point of the opposing defense and the growth he showed as a passer last year were really notable for me in my evaluation of him.
He just checks some obvious boxes that you want NBA players to check in the year 2025. Like, he's going to play off the ball, but he's got decent positional size there. The athleticism is in place, and the shot making is in place. What are you looking for? An athlete who can shoot. Those guys have long careers barring injuries. He's going to have a long career barring injuries.
Trey Johnson headed to our nation's capital as we welcome back Matt Norlander. Matt, you and I watched him as well here in studio throughout the season. The SEC Freshman of the Year, Trey Johnson, headed to D.C., and he's going to have some new teammates for sure, but one of them being C.J. McCollum in the recent trade there. That perhaps could be good for him. Trey Johnson to the Wizards. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's good for him, and this is good for Washington. That front office has actually gotten a really good reputation. It has ties to Oklahoma City, and seems to be a franchise that in the next few years just may be able to break out of the vortex of suck that it's been stuck in for so many years. Trey Johnson, I think, is the second best prospect in this draft. I think the only one that has a better and higher ceiling is Cooper Flagg. So Adam, GP, and I are on of a similar mindset. I think I'm the highest of anyone on Trey Johnson. I think he's destined to average more than 25 points a game in his NBA career toward the end of his first, if not early part of his second contract. And he created rave reviews for his insane work ethic over the past few months. Now, there were some understandable questions about how he is as a teammate, just in terms of he can be very ball dominant, he can be demonstrative on the floor, but he is going to step into Washington's franchise and, yes, even as a 19-year-old, hold himself to the highest measure of accountability you could possibly imagine. That's based off of knowing Trey's game, knowing people around him, hearing the feedback that's come back over the past month plus of his lead up here to draft night. His representation was hoping that he could be there at 4 or 5, didn't think that he'd go to Philly, but 6 was viewed as the outright floor. It would have made 0 sense for him to fall past this regardless. So his spot was a little bit hard to peg down. But yeah, Trey Johnson, his scoring and shooting ability is outrageous. And he's the second best Texas talent other than Kevin Durant. And I think that he will provide a real turnaround for Washington and be a key factor and feature of that franchise for the next 5 to 8 years.
Yeah, one of Trey Johnson's favorite players to watch is Kevin Durant. We know Kevin Durant is headed to the Houston Rockets, so Trey won't get to see him in the Western Conference, but he'll get to play against him this season, his first season in Washington, D.C. How about another freshman that you could call a really, really big-time talent? Paige Beckers. She was drafted #1 overall. Dallas has both the #1 pick in the NBA. They had the #1 pick in the WNBA. Paige Beckers standing by with our Avery Johnson.
I'm here with another #1 pick, Paige Beckers. Paige, thank you for being here tonight. How excited are you to be here in the American Airlines Center for the NBA draft tonight?
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. It's extremely exciting times to be able to celebrate the #1 pick again in the city of Dallas, to be here, to embrace myself in the city. It's just an honor to be here.
What's been your most favorite part about being in Dallas so far? I know all of the restaurants. So what's been one of your most favorite parts about being here in the DFW area?
Definitely meeting new people, building new relationships within the organization, my new teammates and coaching staff and everybody within the organization. And then the heat, I grew up in cold, went to college in cold, so I was asking for some heat, and then obviously the food, of course.
Well, as a #1 pick in your own right, what advice do you have for potentially a guy like Cooper Flagg going #1 to the Dallas Mavericks?
Yeah, just to do what got him there. He's a competitor. He has a will to win, and I watched that in high school with him and his freshman year at Duke. But just don't listen to any of the outside expectations. Run your own race. Everybody's rookie year looks different. So I know he'll be great, and he has the right mentality and work ethic, but just be a sponge, learn, and be his best Cooper self.
My daughter's flying in from Los Angeles to take me to the game on Friday. She says she's coming to watch Paige Beckers dominate the Indiana Fever. What do you guys have in store for us Friday night?
We're just trying to build. We're growing. We're trying to build something special, so that takes time. So we're learning patience and grace, and there's a lot of new within the organization. So we're trying to build. We got to win last game, so we're trying to build on that and how we can be better. But play the possession, give everything we have to that game.
Last question. I know the Fevers with Caitlin Clark, they're going to be playing their third game, and I believe four a night, so they may be a little tired. So you guys going to try to maybe get out in transition against them early in the game?
That sounds good, Coach. But yeah, control what we can control. We try to play fast as it is, push the pace, push the tempo. It'll be our first of a back-to-back, so I don't know, just play the possessions and yeah, play fast for sure.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. We're thrilled that you're here, and we're going to continue to not only support the Mavericks, but also support you and the Dallas Wings.
I appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
How lucky is the Dallas area, right? They go from losing Luka, which is really unlucky and just a bad decision, but then they get both the #1 pick in the NBA and the #1 pick in the WNBA. A bright future for both of those franchises, and Dallas already a great franchise as it is, as they try to build with Cooper Flagg and Paige Beckers getting going with the Wings. As you take a look at the best available on the board right now, Yakachonis, Malawach, Derek Queen, Carter Bryant, Jeremiah Fears. The pick is in for the New Orleans Pelicans. We'll come back and break it down next on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot. New season streaming May 16th. Only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits. Every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Broke himself.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make the good times
Back here on CBS Sports HQ on the clock, presented by Jeep, with the 7th overall selection. New Orleans Pelicans select Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma. Point guard was SEC All-Freshman last year, ranked 7th among D1 freshmen in points per game, assists, and steals this past season. And look, Pelicans need to hit on a draft pick. They need to get it going here. They really do, because they've had such high expectations with Zion, with Anthony Davis. Of course, AD is gone. He's in Dallas after multiple trades there. But now Jeremiah Fears headed to New Orleans. Back here in studio, Adam Finkelstein, Gary Parrish, Avery Johnson, and Matt Norlander along as well throughout the hour here on CBS Sports HQ. Our coverage presented by Jeep. As, look, we're at the 9 o'clock hour. We've had the first 6 selections. Number 7 is Jeremiah Fears. A lot of people like Jeremiah Fears. What is your grade for this pick?
Yeah, he had a chance to go as high as number 5 tonight. I'll be honest here. I'm skeptical. And let's be clear. Fears is one of the most polarizing prospects in this draft. If it goes well, this would be an A. But there is bust potential, in which case it would be an F. So I'm going to split the difference, and I'm going to give it a C and round up to a C+. When you take a guard like Fears, who has incredible burst, is a paint touch waiting to happen at this point in the draft, you are saying that you believe he has a chance to be your primary creator in New Orleans. I see Fears, the most likely outcome, being more like an instant offense type guy in your second unit. And I have major questions about how a guy who doesn't shoot it well from three and is a little ball dominant fits next to Zion Williamson. So I don't love the fit, and I think given the archetype, it's a really risky bet here at number 7.
The fit is a little risky because the obvious thing to do if you're trying to still build around Zion Williamson is just surround him with as many shooters as possible. So when you use the 7th pick on the draft on somebody who just shot 28% from three in his one season of college basketball, that hammers home everything Fink's saying. But take that, set it aside. On my board, this was the best player available. He's very difficult to stay in front of. Like, put the ball in his hands, you're going to have a hard time keeping him from getting those paint touches Fink talks about. But the question is that shot. Now, there's some other numbers, the free throw percentage, that suggest there is some touch there. But if he cannot develop into a real threat shooting the ball from that backcourt, then like Fink said, this will be too high to take him.
So if you're a Pelicans fan, which I don't know a ton of Pelicans fans, I think I know like one, are you excited about this selection, Gary?
I can get excited about it because I think...
What grade would you give it, Gary?
Like, this is the part I would struggle with giving grades in a previous career. This is who I had best available prospect on my board at this moment. In fact, the first 7 players who have come off the board tonight are the first 7 players I had in my mock draft. Different order, but the same 7 players. So yeah, I think this is the best talent available. I can get excited, but I understand why Fink and others would be skeptical because the shooting concerns, they're real concerns.
What if you motivate him? What if he looks at you and goes, Adam Finkelstein gave me a C+ on draft night, and you know what happened with Tyrese Halliburton? Unfortunately got injured, but the whole poll about him being underrated, and he turned into, I'm not saying he's turned into a superstar, but he turned into a star this playoffs. Like, these guys will listen.
Yeah, zoom in on me for this part, okay? No one will be happier than me if I'm wrong here, okay? When you're the guy who does the rankings throughout high school and then you do the draft stuff too, you want to be wrong. You want these guys to prove you wrong. I want Jeremiah Fears to be great here. I'm just skeptical of the process of drafting a paint touch point guard with a low finishing rate in addition to the shooting concerns who needs the ball in his hands. He's a high volume guy who has not proven that he can acclimate to playing with less volume with the ball in his hands. Those are my concerns. I hope I'm wrong.
And another area of concern would be he only weighs 180 pounds. He's very thin, and if he doesn't get stronger, and most 18-year-olds do, but he's going to have to really fill out his body or else that becomes complicated for him on the defensive end of the court.
All right, so you're going to give Jeremiah Fears some motivation. Perhaps you're going to be fearing him in your comments. The Brooklyn Nets have 5 first-round picks. No team's ever made 5 picks in the first round of the NBA draft. Gary, we expect them to trade at least one of these, right?
You would think so. I don't expect something that has quite literally never happened in the history of the NBA draft to happen tonight. You don't want that many rookies on your roster, so yes, I would assume some of these picks get moved at some point.
All right, so they have held on to the 8th selection, their first of potentially 5 picks, and they're taking Yegor Demin out of BYU. Adam, I like Yegor Demin. You can tell me why or why not I shouldn't like him. I would be excited if I were a Nets fan. He had a really good freshman year at BYU, one of 5 Division I and NBA players last season with 10 points per game, 5 assists, 50. He made a lot of 2s. So he's a quality shooter, but what do you say about this pick going to Brooklyn 8th overall?
Well, I'm surprised, first of all.
Okay.
I think he's the best passer in the draft, and he's got terrific size. Everybody says he's a big point guard. I don't necessarily buy into that. He's 6'9", and he guarded 4 men all season long for BYU. So to me, he's more of a facilitating forward than he is a big point guard. Now, to draft him this high means you believe in the upside and you believe he's a big point guard. So again, if all that hits and it goes according to plan, it's an A. I think that's unlikely. I see him more as a facilitating forward. You don't take a facilitating forward at this point in the draft, especially one who is a negative defender and a questionable shooter. So I'm going to go C+ again, and we'll see what happens. But and the other thing I would add to that is this. If Yegor Demin was your guy, you could have traded back and got him somewhere else, I think.
Good point.
I would think that's probably true. This feels a little high for me, but I understand the intrigue. Like, almost regardless of the position, he's going to have good positional size. And like Fink said, he can really pass it. He sees things in a way that most prospects his age don't see them. But he also turned it over about 3 times a game. So he throws it away quite a bit. And he can take a shot and make a shot, but he only made 27% of his three-point attempts in his 1 year at BYU. This is a total upside pick. You're not betting on what you're getting right now.
Right.
You're betting on what you can turn this into down the road.
You know what they're betting on? They're betting on their player development program, which is what they were known for before they brought in KD, Harden, and Kyrie Irving.
All right. Let's bring back Matt Norlander here to our coverage, CBS Sports senior writer who watched a lot of Jaegor's games at BYU. Your reaction to this pick is what, Matt?
Jaegor Demon is the first true curveball of the 2025 NBA drafts. All guys who went 1 through 7 were expected to be taken in that range. Demon was viewed as someone who was going to go somewhere between 12 and 18, 12 and 20. This is a gutsy decision by General Manager Sean Marks here to do this. I agree with Adam in that you would think that if they thought they could get Demon, they would be able to trade back. Because right now, would love to just peer into Toronto's draft room. Well, they were probably hoping Kamal Malawach from Duke would fall to them. If not, Phoenix definitely. Malawach has no business falling in the next 2 picks. Demon is a tall point guard, excellent passer. What's interesting about him getting selected so highly here is that if you just only watch the tape from Demon in the first month of the season last season at BYU, you would have seen a player who absolutely showed flashes of a guy willing to make that jump into the top 10 overall. But he did hit a wall, and he had a lot of inconsistency overall. But if you're going to buy into the size, I should say the height more than anything, and you're going to buy into the fact that he has the vision to become a true playmaker, a pass-first point guard, which is something of a diminishing feature on many an NBA team, then maybe this hits big. But this is a little bit of a gamble, no doubt, for Brooklyn. Has 5 picks. Other NBA franchises are expecting them to trade off a couple of these, but I wonder if the daring nature of this pick might foreshadow Brooklyn giving us another couple surprises with what they may or may not do with those picks. But here we go. We have a real curveball. We have a real wrinkle. And now there will inevitably be ripple effects over the next 4, 5, 6 picks as we end the lottery.
So our first true surprise, Adam, because you had Jaegor mocked at 17. He goes 9 spots higher. This is officially the first big surprise of the 2025 NBA draft.
I don't know that anybody had him mocked inside the top 10, but credit where credit is due. The BYU coaching staff told me last week they thought he would be off the board by 14. Now, everybody projects their guy to be drafted higher than expected, so I kind of give him like, yeah, I'm sure he will. Well, joke's on me.
Yeah, I don't think many people had him mocked in this range, but what was pretty much a consensus heading into this thing was that he had a pretty wide range, that people thought maybe could go in the top 10, but there were other franchises that might not even touch him in the top 20.
So you're saying they could have got him at 19?
I don't know that they could have got him at 19.
It's not impossible.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not impossible.
That's their next pick.
Yeah, I'm sure that will be asked to them, and they'll say, we don't believe that.
Sure.
We felt like this is our guy, and we had to get him here. As always, we'll never know for sure, but if I were betting, say, my 401k, I would have assumed I never do that. But I would, in this instance, somebody else will bet it for you. But at this point, I think they probably could have traded back and still got him, but how far, they don't know. If this is the guy they targeted, they just wanted to grab him.
Well, for now, the Brooklyn Nets have 4 remaining picks in the first round. The next pick belongs to the Toronto Raptors. We'll break down their selection next here on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep. On the Clock continues when we return here on CBS Sports HQ. Keep it locked.
Go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? Got an idea?
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation. Get the crew in.
It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Streets always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyages of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Broke himself.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time
Here are the stories making headlines. Braves superstar slugger Ronald Acuna Jr. announcing he'll be competing in this year's Home Run Derby. He's the first player to commit to this year's event, which will take place in his home ballpark at Truist Park in Atlanta. Acuna has participated in 2 prior derbies in 2019 and 2022, eliminating divisional foe and 2-time winner Pete Alonso both times. Major League Baseball has banned the fan indefinitely for heckling Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte about his late mother. The incident occurred during Tuesday night's game against the White Sox, causing Marte to break down in tears. Marte's mother passed away in a car accident in the Dominican Republic in 2017. The fan will be banned indefinitely from all Major League ballparks. The Fever have waived Dewana Bonner, who was one of their key free agent acquisitions this offseason. She's missed the past 5 games to what the team has called personal reasons. In a statement, Bonner said that she felt the fit did not work out in Indianapolis and appreciates the team granting her release. And the Oilers traded Evander Kane to the Canucks for a 4th-round pick. That move will save Edmonton just over $5 million in cap space this offseason. Kane missed the entire regular season after recovering from multiple surgeries. He returned for the Stanley Cup final, scoring 6 goals and leading the team in penalty minutes. Those are your HQ headlines. Back here on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep, there's only one, and Colin Murray Boyles, the only lottery pick from South Carolina. How about that? He's the first top 15 NBA draft pick since 1974, and he is a lottery pick as he goes to the Toronto Raptors with the 9th overall selection, and one of 2 SEC players to average 16 points per game, 8 rebounds last season, the other being Janai Broome. Colin Murray Boyles to the Toronto Raptors. And Adam, you've had a run here on C's, handing out C's. What are you handing out on this one?
Yeah, I'm going to go B here. I like Colin Murray Boyles more than most as a prospect. The knock on him is that he is an undersized big, 6'6" without shoes on, and he's not a three-point shooter. But he's exceptionally long, 7-foot plus wingspan. He's very strong, so he plays functionally bigger than he is. He's a terrific rebounder. He's also an incredibly high process processor of the game. Super, super smart, and then versatile defensively. I buy into all of that. What concerns me in Toronto is that's very similar to Scotty Barnes, just not quite as good. So again, I worry about, and I understand you don't pick for fit, but fit becomes important when you're trying to maximize an asset. And so that's what concerns me just a little bit about this. But let's be clear, I am a fan of CMB.
I think you make an important point there. Fit is especially important with a player like this because he's got to have the right people around him to work and the right coaching staff that believes in him to put him in a position to work because he is an unusual top 10 pick. Like, how often are you ever going to describe a top 10 pick this way? Undersized, big, who can't shoot. He's so good at the other stuff, though. Incredible feel for the game. Like Fink said, he processes stuff really well. Just evaluators fell in love with the other stuff that he brings to the table. Not comparing him to Draymond Green, but a lot of people talk about him the same way they talk about Draymond Green. Flawed player, undersized for where he is on the court, but he just knows how to get things done. Colin Murray-Bowles has a lot of those same characteristics.
Let's welcome back Avery Johnson, who joins us from Dallas, where they selected Cooper Flagg with the first overall selection. And the Toronto Raptors go with Colin Murray-Bowles out of South Carolina. What do you think of this pick, Avery?
I give this pick a C-. I'm with the guys. I really don't necessarily like the fit here. When you look at the Raptors, they need scoring. They need outside shooting. I don't believe that they needed an undersized center with this roster as currently constructed. So again, this kid, he's got a high motor. He'll rebound the basketball, but his outside shot is very questionable. He's an undersized big. Not really sure what Toronto's doing here. And I would be curious, you know, especially from Adam's standpoint, if he wasn't the pick, who would Adam would have taken in this spot? But I'm not necessarily, I'm happy for the young man, but I'm not necessarily crazy about this pick.
Who would you have taken? Yakachonis?
Come on, Malawash.
Okay.
I don't know that Jakob Poeltl's only got a year on his contract, I believe. This is Masai Ujiri's a GM, a decision maker who covets length and athleticism. They don't have a lot of it. Malawach is 7'2" with a 7'6" wingspan. You get your center of the future. That would have been my pick.
All right, there you go. All right, the pick is in for the Phoenix Suns. That is coming up here on CBS Sports HQ as we head to the 10th overall pick. That's coming up on the clock on HQ. We're going to take you through all 30 selections tonight. Who are they going to pair with Devin Booker after they just made a massive trade sending Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets? That's next here on CBS Sports HQ on the clock, presented by Jeep.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount+.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount+.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount+.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount+.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man, now streaming on Paramount+.
This is Chicago. Street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
We're dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine? Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong.
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Broke himself.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time fun.
Back here on CBS Sports HQ, On the Clock, presented by Jeep. 3 Duke players going in the top 10. Cooper Flagg at 1. Con Knipple going 4th overall to the Charlotte Hornets. And Kaman Malawach, 10th overall to the Phoenix Suns. That was part of the trade for Kevin Durant. As you take a look at 3 college teammates in the top 10 of the same draft, the modern draft era, and as Duke has done this before, 2019, and now again here in 2025. Kaman Malawach, the big man, is headed to the Phoenix Suns. Adam, your grade for this? What do you think?
Yeah, we're going A-. I like.
Oh, A-.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm a big believer in Malawach. I think he's got a long future in the league. I think he's got a high floor. He's 7'2" with a 7'6" wingspan. He is an extreme lob threat. In fact, I think that's the thing he does best of all right now. But he's also exceptionally mobile for his size. Not just running the floor from end to end, but also moving laterally. So for a guy who's so huge, he's not just a drop coverage pick and roll defender. Then he has shot blocking potential. I think it's really easy to say he's a big-time shot blocker because of his measurements. He's not that just yet, but he should be in time. Phoenix doesn't have anybody in their front court. It's a barren land out there. So they've got an opportunity for him to come in, play immediate minutes, play through some mistakes. I think he's got a high floor. He's going to be a very good NBA player for a long time. This is good value.
All right, let's bring back Avery Johnson, who joins us from Dallas. And Kaman Malawach not headed out of the Houston Rockets. He's headed to the Phoenix Suns. What do you think of this pick here?
I'm calling my nephew Devin Booker, and I'm going to say, hey, job well done for you and the Phoenix Suns. This is an A. I agree with Adam here. The Phoenix Suns never have replaced DeAndre Ayton, you know, when they went to the NBA Finals. I know he got criticized a lot when you know, his motor was inconsistent, but Malawach is going to be great. He'll play above the rim. You know what I love about this young man is he is a switchable big. Pick and rolls, we know it's a pick and roll jamboree buffet in the NBA. You got to have big men that can give their defense added versatility, and not just in some straight drop or zone drop is what we call it, but he's got to be able to switch. He's got to be able to trap. This young man has a terrific footwork for his size. So this is a win for the Phoenix Suns with this draft pick.
They got to, by the way, they got to fix the hat thing. I mean, we all know, he knows, the teams know. Like, why are you putting on a Houston Rockets hat?
This is a point I
make
every year. I understand it's complicated and there's processes.
Yes.
But there has to be a better way to do this.
Can we get a process done before? I mean, the trade was done 3 days ago.
It's a television show. There has to be a better way to do the television show.
All right. Well, the Phoenix Suns involved in another trade. We have got breaking news. The Suns have acquired center Mark Williams from the Charlotte Hornets. That's according to an ESPN report. In return, Charlotte will receive the number 29 pick in this year's draft, as well as a first-round pick in 2029. You remember Williams was nearly dealt to the Lakers at the deadline before a failed physical nixed that deal. Now heading to Phoenix, coming off a season averaging 15 points, 10 rebounds per game. What do you think of this deal here?
Well, I think what's relevant here is he was coming up at the end of his contract. So this is basically Charlotte saying they were in a position where they were going to have to extend him or move him. They tried to move him to the Lakers last year, and the deal was vetoed because he failed the physical. This is essentially Charlotte saying, hey, we're not sure we want to extend you, so we got to move you. And I think in Phoenix, he's worth the risk. They don't give up a whole lot. And as I said, they don't have bigs out there, so they can roll the dice and see what happens with Mark Williams. If he stays healthy, it's terrific value for Phoenix.
Avery, how about the fit here for Mark Williams?
I love it because Mark Williams can come in and start from day one. Malowatch can back him up. He's a young player. One guy can, play 34 minutes. The other guy can play 14 or however they divide the minutes up. The Phoenix Suns they didn't have anything in their front court last year. So now they beef up their front court. You need quality depth, especially in the West. If you're going to compete with teams like OKC or the Dallas Mavericks, if they're healthy with guys like P.J. Washington, Anthony Davis, and Gafford and Lively. So this is a win. Right now, if we're looking at winners and losers in terms of this draft, yes, the Dallas Mavericks are winners for sure. I'm looking at the Utah Jazz with Ace Bailey, but this is a win for the Phoenix Suns, not only with the draft, but with this trade.
How about this? The Phoenix Suns getting a couple of Duke products here in their front court. It's going to be pretty nice for them. We'll see how it works out. This is interesting here with the 11th overall selection. Cedric Coward, Division III to a lottery pick. All right, well, look, we said we were surprised with Colin Murray-Boyles. We said we were surprised with Jeremiah Fears a bit. And how about Yegor Demon, a surprise? Cedric Coward to the Portland Trailblazers. Your draft grade is what, Adam?
Well, they're trading him to the Grizzlies.
Yes.
So I would like to know more about the trade before I assess this. I will say this. I was told going into the draft that Carter Bryant was atop the Blazers board. And so if they are moving this pick, it is presumably because they think they can move down and draft Carter Bryant. So although I'm going to reserve the right to find out the deal, the specifics of this deal, I think on process alone, that strategy from Portland would be an A. And as far as Memphis, again, you have to know what they're giving up. But GP, you know this team better than I do. How's he going to fit there?
He will fit great. I know that they liked him. They brought him in for a workout and had prioritized him. It seems obvious they didn't think he was going to fall to 16. They needed to go up and get him. Reportedly, they have sent to Portland the 16th pick in this draft, a first-rounder in 2028, and 2 future second-rounders. Now, they have done a nice job in Memphis of assembling picks. They got 4 first-rounders in the Desmond Bane deal, so they were always building up to make a move if they needed to. This is a young man who helped himself, I think, probably better than literally any other prospect throughout the pre-draft process. He played just a handful of games at Washington State and was set to transfer to Duke. 2 months ago, he was not expected to even remain in this draft, much less be picked 11th. But here we are. It's an amazing story.
All right, so Cedric Coward headed to the Memphis Grizzlies, and we're headed Matt Norlander's way, who wrote a fantastic feature about him on CBSSports.com. And look, this is a surprise. He's going 11th, now headed to Memphis.
Well, having written a feature on Cedric Coward, obviously I've been in close contact with him, his family, and his camp. And earlier on Wednesday, it was a message to me that, going as early as number 11 was on the table, and they did not think there was any chance he was going to slip past number 16. Memphis was one of the preferred destinations, and interestingly enough, Portland was not, even though he played at nearby Washington State and Eastern Washington. Cedric Coward is the best story in the 2025 NBA draft, and he has walked a path and done something that's never happened in the history of the NBA. He had 2 Division III offers. Division III, not Division I. He had 2 Division III offers. He started at a terrible Division III team, Willamette, for a year. He played at Eastern Washington for 2 years. He transferred to Washington State, turning down hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in NIL money at high major schools to keep on with his coaching staff, which got the Washington State job. Then he rips up his shoulder 6 games into last season. He has not played organized basketball in more than 7 months, and yet he has turned this into a top 11 draft pick. This is incredible. It speaks to his outstanding character. Cedric Coward, guys, I've mentioned this on HQ earlier this week. I've interviewed close to, I think, 400 college basketball players in some shape or form over the past 15+ years. Cedric Coward is one of the 5 best interviews I have ever done. It is so easy to see how a franchise would fall in love with him from a character perspective, let alone his 7'2.5" wingspan on a near 6'6" frame. Some of the efficiency numbers you dive in, although he didn't play a lot of high-end competition, they're outrageously good. He was one of the most efficient players off the bench in his first year of Division I. So he will be an amazing fit in Memphis. And I'm just telling you, he is ready to go. Having talked to him leading into this process, he's got a Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant type of mindset. Says, when I get on the court, I want to kill you. I'm trying to take your head off, period. That's all it is. That quote's in that feature at CBSSports.com. He is an incredible, amazing story, and really proof, last thing from me here, really proof that you can get to the NBA from anywhere. And his closest comp in terms of his rise is Jalen Williams, who I profiled 3 years ago, who went from Santa Clara to a maybe NBA pick to being a lottery pick at Oklahoma City. And now Coward's done it. He's gone even higher in the lottery, and he is considered a potential diamond in the rough here. And he could be the type of player that, even being picked at 11, proves to be picked too low.
Yeah, he's got Olympic ties as well, Matt. I mean, this is a fantastic story. We always like to see these gems, Gary, and you know Memphis real well. You know the Grizzlies. It's exciting to see these stories where you go from nowhere to somewhere and being a first-round pick. But at the end of the day, it's about results. And so when you look at what type of player they're getting, there's a lot of unknown. What do you know that you can go, this is going to be a good selection here for Memphis?
Well, he just checks all of the physical boxes that you would want somebody to check, like good positional size, great body, great frame, great athleticism, and then he can make the shot as well. If you're skeptical of him, and I'm not, but if you are, I mean, we haven't really seen him play against high major competition. Right. He didn't really play much at Washington State at all. So he is going to be, the second he steps in that facility, surrounded by basketball players, unlike anything he's ever seen. But throughout the pre-draft process, the physical tools were undeniable. And like Norlander said, everybody who talks to this young man, spends time with him, walks away impressed. And I can just tell you, having lived in Memphis and being a part of that organization, they really value that stuff. Like, they don't just draft Jaren Jackson Jr. because they think he's an amazing, versatile big. They really liked everything about the makeup of Jaren Jackson Jr., and Cedric Coward checks a lot of those boxes.
Well, he was about to go to Duke, and he stays and keeps his name in the draft here. I mean, that speaks volumes already as it is for him that he was going to go to Duke. Instead, he goes to the NBA, because they don't just let anybody walk into Duke and play basketball there.
No, and the wing was the priority position at Duke this offseason, so they got him done really early. But then even before the Combine, I was actually told that while he made it public following the Combine, that he let Duke know a week before, because some of his very early, the initial NBA visits had gone so well, he knew, he said, hey, I got to stay in this draft. And let me make this point as well about Memphis. They struck gold in last year's draft with Jalen Wells, so they moved Desmond Bane out. And now with Coward and Wells, the hope is that those are your wings long-term. Coward's 23 years old.
That's right.
So he's 5 years older than a lot of these freshmen. So this is a pick that needs a somewhat immediate return, because they want to compete right now. GP, you can speak to this better than I can, but you tweeted they're not trading Ja Morant, they're not trading Jaren Jackson, they're trying to win. And so Coward, if he can contribute at a low salary number associated with this pick, then it makes sense.
Yeah, one of the big misconceptions when the Grizzlies traded Desmond Bane, on a national level at least, was that this might be the first step towards moving Jaren Jackson or Ja Morant. They're not trying to rebuild, they're trying to compete in the West, and they hope this player can help them do that.
Well, a trade here Nets, the Grizzlies. Cedric Coward, a phenomenal story, goes from D3 to a first-round pick, so that means Portland will be picking 16. The Chicago Bulls, their pick is in. Our first international prospect off the board. That's coming up here on CBS Sports HQ. On-the-clock coverage presented by Jeep.
Go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Streets always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot. New season streaming May 16th. Only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyages of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine.
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong.
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time,
Back here on CBS Sports HQ, on the clock, presented by Jeep. There's only one. The Chicago Bulls selecting the first international prospect off the board, Noah Essengay. And if you remember last year, they took an international prospect in Matas Uzelis. And Adam, a grade here for the Chicago Bulls, 12th overall, getting the Frenchman, Noah Essengay.
Yeah, it's a B. I mean, this is an upside swing, which at this point in the draft is a little more justifiable than it was in the mid-lottery, I think. So what you have in Essengay is one of the youngest players in the draft. He's 6'10" with a 7'1" wingspan. He's also one of the best athletes in the draft, not just in terms of his leaping ability, but in terms of his court coverage. Now, he was playing professionally in Germany, and although he's still got to refine his game and build up his body, he was impactful at a high level of international play. He's also physical, even though he's got to get stronger. Has a terrific free throw rate. So there's a lot of things to be encouraged about, although he still does have to refine his game. I think for the Bulls, like I said, the upside swing makes some sense.
And that's what it is. You're betting on what he can be 3 years from now, not what he is yesterday or today. He's only 18 years old. He's a fluid athlete. He can drive it, but like so many of these young guys, the swing skill is the shot. He's not a great shooter. He's not a good shooter, but he has gotten better in that area. And so the hope is when you select an 18-year-old at this point in the draft, that improvement continues to show itself as he gets into his NBA career.
All right, we've got another trade here between the Atlanta Hawks and the New Orleans Pelicans. According to an ESPN report, what's happening right now, the Atlanta Hawks are trading the 13th pick to the Pelicans for number 23 and a 2026 first-round pick. And we have learned right now that Derek Queen is headed to New Orleans. So now you got Zion Williamson and you got Derek Queen in your franchise right there. Derek Queen, you make a trade here. This is I would say that Derek Queen at 13, pretty good. What's your grade?
Yeah, on talent at this spot, I give it an A- because I thought Derek Queen was a top 10, maybe a top 8 prospect in this class. The people who criticize Derek Queen will talk about the conditioning and the athletic concerns that go along with it, and you can extend that to the defensive end of the floor as well. They will also talk about the fact that he's an inconsistent shooter. What I will tell you is he has arguably the best hands in the draft. He's exceptionally skilled at his size, and he can play make in the front court, both by putting the ball on the floor and as a passer. Now, what concerns me here is the fit, because you've got Fears, who we talked about, ball dominant, not a consistent shooter. You've got Williamson, ball dominant, not a consistent shooter. And I hate to state the obvious here, but Troy Weaver, who in Detroit built a team where shooting was the major concern, there are starting to be some similar concerns here, unless Zion may not be as much of a building block as you're saying.
And that's the thing. Obviously, he's had off-court issues that have brought his future into question, particularly in New Orleans. So, in theory, if you're trying to build around Zion Williamson, I would like to add shooters.
Yes,
more so than players like they've added tonight, but it is possible their long-term plans don't include Zion Williamson. Either way, this is one where I can struggle with, if I'm being honest, because I do think there's a best player available aspect of this where you just take him no matter what. But like Fink said, in this particular situation, the fit I don't think is perfect.
Well, he had a game winner, the buzzer beater in the NCAA tournament against Colorado State. It was incredible. Did he get it off in time? Yeah, he did. Was there a foul? There was all that whatever controversy.
Well, he traveled, but don't let that ruin the
Right, exactly. Well, well, letter of the law. I remember Matt. We brought Matt on, and what was it a travel, Matt? Now he's traveling to New Orleans.
I reached out. I mean, if we're gonna go literally back to March, I reached out to 2 officiating sources, and in that moment, they told me yes, it was a travel. Derek Queen traveled, but whatever. He is now gonna go to the Pelicans. Here's what you need to know about why this happened. New Orleans. I checked in with Queen's camp earlier today. New Orleans was showing genuine interest at number 7, but they knew they were not going to be able to justify the pick that high. Atlanta was the only team between number 6 and number 15 that Derek Queen did not work out for. This is Atlanta's pick. It's getting shipped to New Orleans. The Pelicans franchise was absolutely enamored with Derek Queen. Atlanta was never going to draft Queen. They're going to move back. They've got a lot of guys in that range now in the early 20s that they're targeting, and they're going to get 2 picks next year. By the way, I had a source tell me right before we went live here on HQ. So Atlanta gets 2 bonus picks as a result of trading out of this. Queen overall, he had mixed reviews across the past 4 weeks as he went through team workouts. Some teams want to see him still continue to shed more weight, put on more muscle. Obviously, his skill set, his passing, his shooting ability is undeniable. Derek Queen is also the player that his former coach, Kevin Willard, went viral for when he told me last season that if he was European and white, he'd be in the conversation to be number 1 in the draft. He's not that, but he is a lottery pick all the same. And I will say this, having gotten to know Derek Queen a bit, he is someone who certainly lights up a room, really fun personality, very smart on the floor. Kevin Willard told me that he was the one player more than any other. Remember, he's a freshman that he could count on the most to never have to give the instructions to twice. He knew what everyone's assignment was on the floor at any given time at both ends of the floor here. So I understand the pick from New Orleans. It was trending this way. I think there were other teams right behind this pick that were ready to pull the trigger on Queen, and instead New Orleans made its move, and it gets this guy.
Matt, I'm curious your take on this, because we have another situation where a kid's got to wear another hat that he's not going to play for. Like, doesn't that steal the moment? That you're not going to Atlanta, you're going to New Orleans. What is taking so long to get this, like, changed?
It's patently ridiculous. This goes back to, I think that it's probably been a thing since the beginning that they did the draft. But Scottie Pippen did this with the Bulls way back in the day when he was Scott Pippen when he got drafted. It seems like it should be a simple fix. I know for official purposes they have to process the trade and all that, but when everyone knows where he's going to go, have him on draft night, get photographed in the actual hat to the team that he's going to be playing Summer League with. But these are small-time problems. Ultimately, Derek Queen's going to be thrilled that he was able to turn in a one-and-done season and now go down to New Orleans and hopefully be part of a franchise that can start to get things going back the way that they were hoping it would go, 2-3 years ago. He does have the potential. We'll see if he can really put it all together. His skill set does suggest at least a chance at being one of the 6 or 7 most impactful players if it all comes together. There's no denying just how crafty, high IQ he is as a point forward effectively on the floor.
Well, tip of the hat to Matt Norlander, who did all the investigative work, by the way, on that travel for Derek Queen, because he did travel, you're right. And now he's traveling to not Atlanta. Let's be clear, he's going to New Orleans. He's going to the Big Easy.
Can he keep the hat?
I don't know. We should find out what they do with the hats. Did they give them back? Did they give it? You know what I think they do? I think they send them to the team equipment managers.
I think you probably just hold on to it and say, you'll never believe the hat I had to put on the night I was selected. It didn't match the team I was going to at all. It should be an easy fix. I have no idea why it's not.
Well, somebody's going to wear a Spurs hat coming up here on CBS Sports HQ. Going to join Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio. That's next on the Clock here on HQ, presented by Jeep.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation. Get the crew in.
It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Streets always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyages of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I am not like you at all.
Broke himself.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time for.
Back here on CBS Sports HQ on the clock, presented by Jeep. 14th overall selection belongs to the San Antonio Spurs. They already made one selection in this draft. They took Dylan Harper at 2. Now they're taking Carter Bryant, 6'7", 215-pound power forward out of Arizona. His head coach at Arizona, Tommy Lloyd, said, quote, "The one thing about Carter is he checks 2 boxes that are really hard to check: elite talent, elite character." And the pick is in for San Antonio. They take Carter Bryant, who did not wear a shirt underneath his suit, and good for him. He, is young, looks good. If you got to flaunt it, what grade are you flaunting here?
I'm flaunting an A. I love what San Antonio is doing in this process. I could not be more enthusiastic about a guy who averaged 6 points and 4 rebounds per game. 6'7", high-level athlete, multi-positional defender, and I mean that very literally. Sometimes Arizona had him guarding opposing point guards, and he shot 45% on open catch-and-shoot threes last year. So he fits that 3-and-D archetype that is not only one of the most coveted in the NBA, but is also critical to building some much-needed floor spacing around not only Wemby, but De'Aaron Fox, Dylan Harper, and, of course, Steph Castle as well. They needed shooting, and they got it with this pick.
Smart franchise does something smart. Surprise, surprise. I love this. You've got your stars there. Victor Wembanyama is there. De'Aaron Fox is there. You've got the reigning Rookie of the Year. Now, how do you take that next step? Surround them with people who can help you win playoff basketball games. And if you watch this postseason, these 3-and-D wings are invaluable. You can't have too many of them. And Carter Bryant, at this point in the draft, quite clearly projects as the best 3-and-D prospect available. I love this pick. I had him in the top 10 of my mock draft.
Me too.
If I can get him at 14, I'm thrilled.
Wow. All right, let's go out to our resident Spur. One of the greats in San Antonio Spurs basketball history, led them to a title in 1999, hit the game-winning shot. Carter Bryant, Avery, he came in with a suit jacket with no shirt underneath. Give me the grade on his fit and then how he actually fits there in San Antonio.
Well, guys, I'm still waiting for my name to be called in the 1988 draft. I'm still waiting, but I want to come back as Carter Bryant, man. As Adam said, average 6 points a game. But again, the Spurs see something here, and I think it's primarily with that catch and shoot ability. When you look at guys, like Branham and Devin Vassell, Keldon Johnson, look at the wings on this roster. A lot of these guys have underperformed in a lot of ways. So we'll see if Carter Bryant can come in and if he can find his way into this rotation, or is he going to be stuck down in the G League in Austin for the entire season. But again, I know they see huge upside because statistically he's not going to blow anybody out of the water, but he's got good size, pretty good defender. But I think it's that catch and shoot ability, especially when you surround him with guys like De'Aaron Fox, Castle, that can really, now Dylan Harper, that can break down the defense. You need guys that can make shots.
Well, sometimes it doesn't matter if you're drafted or not. Avery Johnson undrafted, and he went from look, you went from a 0 to a hero. So look, I mean, you're an NBA champion. No one can take that away from you. And the Spurs have one fun team to watch as they get Carter Bryant here with the latest selection in the NBA draft. Coming up, when we continue, the defending NBA champs making the first of 2 potential picks here in the first round. Who's OKC going to bring to town? That's next here on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns and an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS, Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation. Get the crew in.
It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. The street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot. New season streaming May 16th. Only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
We're dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits. Every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little song, little tune to play, make a good time
Back here on CBS Sports HQ, on the clock on HQ. The Oklahoma City Thunder parading around town on Tuesday. Now they're going to parade a new first-round pick here in Thomas Sorber out of Georgetown. Last season ranked third among Division I freshmen with 8 double-doubles, despite sitting out Georgetown's last 9 games due to a foot injury. 6'10", 255 pounds, and he is joining the defending NBA champions. And Adam, you and I were talking about guys they need to replace some of the players on the roster, and this is exactly a guy that fits that mold in Thomas Sorber.
Well, the mold is 3 years from now because they really don't have any rotation minutes up for grabs. But when you talk about extending out this championship window, it comes down to retaining their 3 key players in SGA, J-Dub, and Chet. And that means the supporting cast is going to have to turn over. If you can get contributing players on rookie contracts, not necessarily in their first year, but on that initial contract in year 3 or 4, then you've got a chance to stay under the second apron, which is key to having longevity. Sorber, I don't expect him to make a big impact next year, but he's tremendously long. He's got magnetic hands, and his rate of improvement in recent years has been absolutely off the charts. If he can keep that up, he'll be able to contribute in a year or two, and that ultimately is what OKC is looking for.
That's exactly right. I've heard a lot of people look at OKC's roster and say, hey, what do they even need? Nothing now, but eventually, like Fink has explained, because of that second apron, you are not going to be able to pay all of your role players. You're going to pay the MVP, you're going to pay Chet, you're going to pay Jalen, but after that, you're going to have a rotating cast of characters. Out with the old, in with the new. You're not drafting Thomas Sorber so he can help you win anything next year. You're drafting him so that he can help you maintain a championship level of success when you can't pay the other guys that the second apron prevents you from pay.
If it wasn't Sorber, who would you have selected?
Well, someone like Liam McNeely's still on the board here. I was surprised that Yon Berija isn't in play here because he's an extreme athlete, rim runner, shot blocker, lob threat. Those would have been players that would have been on my board. Walter Clayton for the shooting, the floor spacing. I think those are 3 of the guys that I have at top of my list that are still available right now.
All right, let's go back out to Avery Johnson, who is in Dallas, where they selected Cooper Flagg with the first overall selection. And the reigning champions here, the Oklahoma City Thunder, taking the big man out of Georgetown. What's your reaction, Avery?
I agree with the guys. This is a long-term play because, when you look at Sorber, he should be focusing on not J-Dub, but Jalen Williams out of Arkansas because he's like the 10th or 11th man. He's trying to get more time. He was actually pretty hilarious at the Oklahoma City Thunder parade, even though he used some bad language. But again, this is a long-term play. When Hartenstein and those guys, you got to make a decision on whether you got to give those guys supermax contracts or if Chet Holmgren becomes, defensive player of the year, and that takes him to another level in terms of what type of contract that he can be offered in the future. You got to have your stockpile ready to go. So this is a 2 to 3 year play with a guy that they hope to develop, especially with this type of size.
All right. Well, he says he's going to come in and do whatever is asked of him in Oklahoma City. So, look, that's what they need. They're just coming off an NBA championship. Thomas Sorber headed to Oklahoma City. All right. Now we are at number 16, which that belongs to Portland, not Memphis, even though you're going to see somebody put on a Memphis hat here. It's actually going to the Portland Trailblazers. As you take a look at the best available right here, Adam, who jumps off the board to you?
Well, those three guys that I just mentioned, Jean Berija, Liam McNeely, and Walter Clayton, I think are the best big, wing, and guard on the board right now.
Anybody stand out for you there on that board?
Well, Yakachunas is the
of course
available from my board at this point. I did not expect him to still be available at this point in the draft. Almost regardless of the franchise right now, I would be, regardless of if he was in my mind heading into this thing, he has fallen this far, I would be prepared to scoop him up.
Yeah.
All right, well, we have our pick in. It is Young Hansen out of China, 7'2", 250 pounds. Heading to the Portland Trailblazers. What do we need to know about this young man?
Well, you need to know that he's 19 years old. He averaged 16 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 assists per game, along with 3 blocks in the Chinese CBA. But this is higher than anyone projected. I mean, this is a swing of epic proportions. And what's slightly perplexing about this is it comes on the heels of drafting Donovan Clingan a year ago. Now, listen, I understand that Robert Williams and DeAndre Ayton are not in the long-term plans for Portland, but if you're Donovan Clingan and you're sitting at home right now, you got to be thinking, what just happened?
Right. Yeah. And
what just happened?
This is a surprise. I don't think you can find a mock draft that would have had this prospect in the top 20. Most don't even have him in the first round. He's 7 foot. He's 250. He's huge. And he's more of a traditional post player, crafty around the rim, all of that stuff. But one of the problems with being this big is that his feet don't move that well. And there are real concerns around among NBA evaluators who just don't know if you're going to be able to keep him on the court because he does not move the way you want NBA players, even front court players, to move in this era of basketball.
And I don't think this is a scenario where you can talk about those guys playing together. You know, neither one is especially mobile. This is we've had some surprises tonight. This is the biggest surprise, bar none, that we've had so far tonight.
Are you ready to hand out a failing grade?
No.
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 You don't want to?
No. Mike Schmitz knows more about this than I do. I will say this. I'll go C, just because stay consistent with the philosophy of if it hits, it's going to be an A and they're going to be smarter than anyone. But if it doesn't hit, everybody's going to look at this and say, Kasparis was on the board, Liam McNeely was on the board, Walter Clayton was on the board, and Berija was on the board. And you just took Clingan last year.
Matt Norlander, makes sense of this for us. This is quite a surprise here for the Portland Trailblazers. What do you got?
Okay, yeah, a couple things here. One, I'm getting indications that a player that Adam just mentioned, Jan Berija, is due to be selected next here. That was the foreign-born player that was expected to be next in line, not here. And just hearing from a league source here, like Portland, we'll see what develops here. I know they had trouble bringing some players in this range because, fair or not, this is just the opinion shared with me by some league sources and on the agency side as well. There's a lot of questions about the direction Portland is in, the state it is in right now. I know a few players in the representation were not overly eager to have their players drafted into Portland. Maybe these things are all tied and connected, but yes, if I tell you what, if Igor Demin going to Brooklyn was a 6.8 on the shocking scale out of 10. This registers around a 9.5 overall. I can tell you, just because I got a couple texts here on my phone, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm the most absolutely connected NBA insider, very, very far from it, but I've got a few connections, and I can guarantee you that people around the league are shaking their heads and texting each other right now going, what on earth is Portland doing?
What on earth is Portland doing? Yeah, I'd have to echo that sentiment.
Well, the one thing I would add to that is that, Mike understands what the reaction to this pick is going to be. They understand, folks, right now.
They know more than we do. Let's be clear. Yeah.
They understand what the reaction is going to be.
Do they, though, sometimes? Because sometimes I could redraft. Sometimes you and I, all three of us, could redraft the draft, and we would look smarter than some of these GMs. Nico Harrison just traded away Luka Doncic. So it's not out of the question.
Ask me about that.
I know, but my point is sometimes GMs and front offices overthink these things, and sometimes that's why we as fans get so excited and so invested. We go, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Because there are these situations right here where we go, what is this guy doing?
To your point, there have definitely been examples of people running NBA franchises who do not know what they're doing. My only point is that when you are Portland and you are going to do this, you know exactly what everybody's going to say the moment you do it, that it's stupid or nonsensical or a big stretch. That means you have to have real belief in what you're doing to do it. You've got to really believe in what you're doing to do this, and I give them credit for that. Now we'll see where it goes.
All right. Let's see what the Minnesota Timberwolves do with the next pick. 17th overall, going to join Anthony Edwards in Minnesota. They're looking to make another deep playoff run. Oh, so close in the Western Conference Finals, losing to the Thunder in a gentleman's sweep. Who's coming to Minnesota? That's next on CBS Sports HQ as our NBA draft coverage continues. On the clock on HQ, presented by Jeep.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation. Get the crew in.
It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyages of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Broke himself.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows.
Here are the stories making headlines. Braves superstar slugger Ronald Acuna Jr. announcing he'll be competing in this year's Home Run Derby. He's the first player to commit to this year's event, which will take place in his home ballpark at Truist Park in Atlanta. Acuna has participated in 2 prior derbies in 2019 and 2022, eliminating divisional foe and 2-time winner Pete Alonso both times. Major League Baseball has banned the fan indefinitely for heckling Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte about his late mother. The incident occurred during Tuesday night's game against the White Sox, causing Marte to break down in tears. Marte's mother passed away in a car accident in the Dominican Republic in 2017. The fan will be banned indefinitely from all Major League ballparks. The Fever have waived Dewana Bonner, who was one of their key free agent acquisitions this offseason. She's missed the past 5 games to what the team has called personal reasons. In a statement, Bonner said that she felt the fit did not work out in Indianapolis and appreciates the team granting her release. And the Oilers traded Evander Kane to the Canucks for a 4th-round pick. That move will save Edmonton just over $5 million in cap space this offseason. Kane missed the entire regular season after recovering from multiple surgeries. He returned for the Stanley Cup final, scoring 6 goals and leading the team in penalty minutes. Those are your HQ headlines. Back here on CBS Sports HQ, On the Clock, presented by Jeep. There's only one. Oh, how about this? We've got some video. Yohan Bérenger. Yes, I know French. Bérenger, big baller. He led the Adriatic League in blocks per game last season. I'm kind of excited about this, Adam Finkelstein. Are you excited about this? Yohan Bérenger heading to the Minnesota Timberwolves. So you got Rudy Gobert and Bérenger.
Yeah, I am excited about it. He's 6'11" without shoes on, so for all intents and purposes, he is a 7-footer. He's got a better than 7'4" wingspan, and as you just saw in those highlights, he is an extreme athlete. Now, Rudy Gobert is not getting any younger, but he's been arguably a generational type defensive talent. And now Bérenger gets to learn under him and then presumably have the opportunity to take over a few years down the road. I think this is a great succession plan, if you will, for the Timberwolves at the center spot.
As is the case with a lot of young players, it's an upside play. He's only been playing basketball for about 3 or 4 years. So needless to say, he's very raw relative to a more well-rounded prospect, but the athleticism is there. He projects as somebody who could be a versatile defender down the road. But you saw the video. He's thin. He's going to have to add weight, get stronger, and develop some skills, because maybe once upon a time being 7 foot and athletic could get you by in the NBA, but it's harder now than it's ever been.
Avery, what do you think here about this selection from the Minnesota Timberwolves, Yohan Bérenger?
Yeah, I like this pick. When you look at the NBA right now, especially, it's a threes league and a layup league. On average, it's not really a mid-range league, even though Shai Gilgeous-Alexander loved the mid-range. So with all the analytics and advanced analytics and stats, you need shot blockers and rim protectors to be able to protect your team against your opponents in terms of points in the paint. Bérenger, this is what he does. He can protect the rim. He's a shot blocker. If you talk about a succession plan, you know, Rudy Gobert, who knows how long he has. He's had a great run with all of his defensive players of the year. And maybe this kid could develop into a little bit more of a refined offensive player down the road, so that you don't have to sub him out, especially in terms of your offense-defense substitutions. So, again, this is a kid that Timberwolves are going to develop. And I think give him 2 or 3 years, he could potentially be a solid NBA player.
All right, Avery Johnson there in Dallas, where it was Flag Day. It continues to be Flag Day. As we take a look at the last 5 selections, Adam Finkelstein, certainly the surprise there, Yang Hansen from China, the 7-footer. But your overall thoughts here on these last 5 selections in the draft, where these guys have landed?
Well, you can see that size is at a premium, and they're trying to find big bodies in the lane. What's interesting about this draft is that there's been different kinds of big guys. So you've got Bérenger and Malawach, guys who are the rim-running shot blockers. You've got guys who are like Queen, who are highly skilled. Danny Wolf, a name we haven't called, is another big name like that, big man like that. And then you've got Hansen, who's I think a skilled type of big, and people are saying, you know, I'm getting texts right now and saying, well, if he hits, he's going to be a Gasol brother. Who knows if he's going to hit? But that's the, is he a Jokic type? Is he a Gasol type? Only time will tell, but it's different kinds of big men, and you can see size still matters in this league.
Yeah, to me, the pick that stands out there is Carter Bryant going to San Antonio. Yep. Like I mentioned, they've got the star pieces theoretically in place, whether that's Dylan Harper, Stephon Castle, De'Aaron Fox, Victor Wembanyama. Now you just want to find perfect role players to surround them with, and Carter Bryant has a chance to be one of the best role players in the NBA in time.
Are we surprised here that Yakachonis is still on the board? I mean, am I wrong? I thought he was at least a top 15 pick.
I think most people thought he was a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
And I will tell you this, I had heard even at the beginning of the week that Brooklyn was hoping to come away with him and a big man. Now, no one thought that Demon was going to be in play here, but we're starting to come on the place like maybe Brooklyn can get him the other way around. And going into this night, if you said they were going to take Yakachonis first and then Yegor, you said, yeah, that's a good outcome. For it to be flipped, no one would have anticipated that.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up with that selection at 19, the Brooklyn Nets coming up. But the 18th pick has been moved. The Washington Wizards trading that pick to the Utah Jazz, and the Utah Jazz going to get Walter Clayton Jr. How about this? National champ, Final Four most outstanding player. He was supremely clutch for the Gators, leading them to a national championship. How do you feel about where he went and a grade for this pick, Adam Finkelstein?
A-. GP, I tried to tell people.
You did.
I tried to tell people Walter Clayton was going to get picked this high.
You told me.
And let's be clear, it's not because of his heroics that led Florida to a national championship.
He was clutch.
It is because he is an elite shooter of the basketball, and when you were talking about perimeter role players in the NBA, that is the single most important criteria. Now, the critics will say, he doesn't defend. Well, he's got the body type to defend, and the requisite defensively is going to be much higher in the NBA than it was at Florida. If you're Todd Golden, you put this guy on the floor because of what he does offensively, and you ask him to be good enough defensively. In the NBA, you say, hey, you better guard, otherwise you're not getting on the court. He is going to be a good NBA player. Ace Bailey, Walter Clayton, I think Utah's doing a great job.
He's a special shot maker. Fink had this right. He's been on him longer than most, even before the historically great run through the NCAA tournament. I am concerned about the size. He is little. We've been talking about how big every position on the court has gotten, and he's closer to 6'2", but he does have a football background.
Yes.
So he's got some stuff to him that can allow him to get in there and play a little bigger than he actually is. I'm intrigued by it. I don't know if this is what I would have done in the top 20 with Walter Clayton Jr., but I recognize the shot-making ability, and I won't be surprised to see him making shots in this league for a long time.
Well, something has to certainly value leadership, and as you said, shot-making ability. You want to draft winners. And look, the Minnesota Timberwolves, the Utah Jazz, they just got a winner in Walter Clayton Jr. Matt, what are your thoughts here on this pick? Because we sat here, we praised Walter Clayton Jr. throughout the tournament, leading to a national champion, and again, now going to the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, let's just get into the why of this pick and then get into the details of how this is going to work. You know, you reach out to sources, you try and gather intel, you hope most of it is close to accurate. This is the one that has been bang on. Walter Clayton Jr. has seen a jump in the past 4, 5, 6 days. That's even evidenced all the more. We told you before the draft started tonight that he would be moving into the top 20, and then Utah willing to trade to get him. Really amazing story, and I do think that Clayton being a top 3 player in college basketball last season and seeing some recent players that, you know, were 3, 4-year players, but were high-end first-team, second-team All-American level players having success in the NBA also benefited Clayton, Jalen Brunson being one of the most foremost examples of that. You know what Utah has right now? Utah has Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton Jr. That also means that Utah drafted the 2 best tough shot makers in the entire draft. They got guys who can fill it up and proved it time and time and time again. You dive into the synergy numbers, the advanced analytics, it bears out very cleanly and very alarmingly just how good these 2 players are. when they are forced with taking NBA level kind of shots. So Clayton had some real emotion on his face. I love to see that. He has more than earned this. Really an incredible journey. He's in Brooklyn tonight. You know, it wasn't that long ago when just a quick story here. When he was playing at Iona, I actually did a feature on Rick Pitino before he got the St. John's job about what the future of Pitino might be. Will he stay at Iona? Will he get a high major offer? We know how that part went. But when I was interviewing Rick Pitino in his office, at one point Walter Clayton Jr. came in just to talk for a few minutes, and he had left the room, and Pitino talked to me. He goes, "Do you think he can play on a high major level?" And Rick Pitino knows this, but he wanted my opinion real quick. And I said, "Yeah, I actually do think he can." And Pitino basically said, "No, he absolutely can, and he's going to be a star if he chooses to go to that next level." Look what he did when he went to Florida. Pitino kind of knows what he's talking about, and not that far away from Iona's campus here on Wednesday night, he turns himself into a top 20 pick. Another really, really cool story in the 2025 NBA draft.
3 games with 10 or more points in the final 5 minutes of the second half. That was Mr. Clutch. We know that Jalen Brunson won Clutch Player of the Year in the NBA, but man, Walter Clayton Jr. clutch in the time of need for Florida as they win a national championship. Again, he is not headed to the Washington Wizards. He is headed to the Utah Jazz as they make a trade. So you can throw that hat away, Walter Clayton Jr. Or save it and maybe sell it on eBay, sign it. And then guess what? I didn't go to the Wizards. I'm headed to the Utah Jazz to try to resuscitate that franchise. Still ahead, the Brooklyn Nets, 5 picks in this first round. What are they going to do with 19 overall? We are waiting for that pick to come in here on HQ on the clock, presented by Jeep.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns and an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation. Get the crew in.
It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. The street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Broke himself.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make the good times
here on CBS Sports HQ on the clock, presented by Jeep. A third Frenchman off the board in Nolan Traore. He played in France's top league last season. 11 points per game, team high 5 assists in their season last year. And he is headed to the Brooklyn Nets. Back here in studio, Adam Finkelstein, Gary Parrish alongside, as well as Matt Norlander and Avery Johnson, who is on the road in Dallas for us. I'm a little confused here with this pick. Are you, or what grade are you giving here? This is a little odd to me. I'm confused why Iacochonis is still on the board.
Yeah, I am too, and I'm very interested to see what kind of feedback we get from this, whether there's something in the medical. I don't think there would have been anything in the background, but what exactly is going on. Now, on its own, I think Traore at this spot is good value. Traore came into this draft cycle viewed as a potential top 5 pick in this draft. Tremendous speed, good positional size, creativity as a ball handler, just a ton of playmaking ability. One of the questions was the shooting, and he made significant strides with the shooting throughout the course of his season this year. I actually posed the question about a month ago, are we sure Traore is that much worse than Jeremiah Fears? I think that's a relevant discussion. So I like the value here, but I too am surprised, especially if they're drafting a point guard, that Iacochonis was not in the mix.
Yeah, with Iacochonis, it reminds me a little bit of last year when Cal Filipowski started sliding relative to where most of us
the year before
believed. And there is usually an explanation for this stuff. With Cam Whitmore, if I remember correctly, it was some injury concerns, medical stuff. With Filipowski, it was personal stuff. But all of this typically comes out the night of the draft or by the next morning. We should have an explanation for Iacochonis at some point.
All right, give me a draft grade for Traore here.
Oh, it's a B.
Okay.
Yeah, very solid.
All right.
Very solid.
All right, do you like what the Nets have done with their first 2 picks, Yegor Demin and Nolan Traore here at 19? You feel like they got better value?
Interesting. I will say this. I might have done it a little bit differently, but I have great confidence. There's always variables that we don't know, whether it's the intel, the medical, or an understanding of what you have in-house. And the Nets player development program was renowned. It was the reason why their rebuild was accelerated before they drafted before they acquired Kevin Durant, James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and then obviously that didn't go well. But if they think they can develop Demon's shooting, if they think they can develop Traore's shooting, now you've got ball handlers and playmakers all over the floor. Let me also make this point. Taking Traore is an indication that they may not think Yegor Demin is a point guard either.
That's right, but you take 2 teenagers that both are a ways to being reputable NBA players, but the stuff you're looking for, like the natural ability. With Demin, it's the incredible positional size. With Traore, it's, he's real shifty with the ball. He's hard to guard a little bit. Fink mentioned Jeremiah Fears, hard to guard a little bit like Fears is hard to guard. So you've got some interesting stuff to work with, but you've got to develop, and then that's probably, a couple years away at least.
What do you think about the Nets? They have 3 more picks here. Did they make all 3 of those remaining selections?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think anybody had anticipated them drafting the way they did tonight. I don't think anyone anticipated them keeping all 5. What I would say to you is that I think it depends who is on the board.
Okay. Are you feeling pretty good right now if you're the Brooklyn Nets with these 2 picks? Let's say you're a fan of the Brooklyn Nets.
I always phrase it this way.
Yeah, let me hear this.
It's not what I would have done, but that doesn't mean it won't work out. Even Sam Presti, who is widely regarded as the best front office member in American sports, misses on draft picks sometimes. Draft analysts do as well.
Do you know what that is, though? That's father speak. That's when you look at your kid and you go, you know what, little Jimmy, that's not what I would have done in that situation. I think you had another choice.
I phrase it somewhat differently.
Well, yes. Sometimes we do. But there was a thing called The Power to Choose. We have a book that we have called Power to Choose. Is that what you would have? Is that the decision you would have made there in that spot, little Jimmy?
Yeah, that's the conversation you have with your children in the early stages. Eventually, you get to the point of, what are you doing?
Yes. What in the name? Get in the house right now.
So it changes tone as time goes by.
All right, well, we're going to see what the Brooklyn Nets are going to do here with their next 3 picks. And wouldn't you know it, the next pick off the board, the Miami Heat, guess who they take, Adam Finkelstein? Kasparis Iacochonis.
A.
There you go. You had him, you had him mocked as high as, what, 9?
Yeah,
top 10?
Yeah, top. Now, I understand the concerns because He's a guy who his skill and his basketball acumen are viewed as his best assets, and yet he didn't shoot it particularly well from the three-point line, and he had a really high turnover rate. So I understand why people are nervous, but on talent alone, let me also make this point. You just put a chip on this guy's shoulder, and you sent him to the Miami Heat. Yeah. Like, this is going to fuel something in him. Remember, this is the same Heat program that just turned Kel'el Ware and figured out a way to get his motor running, turned him into one of the best picks of last year's draft. I think this is terrific value for Miami. Miami was linked to Walter Clayton Jr. This week, and I think that very likely would have been the pick. But if you are a Heat fan right now, you are ecstatic about this.
I think so, too. Now, like Fink said, he only shot 31.8% from three at Illinois. That's not great, but most people believe he's a better shooter than that. The turnover numbers weren't good either, 3.7 per game. I mean, about every third game, he would turn it over more times than he would actually make a field goal. So these are obvious areas of concern, but 6'5", shot creator, knows how to play. This is lower than I thought he would go. If I'm Miami, I'm thrilled that he fell to me.
Yeah, this feels like a steal, Matt Norland. This feels like Miami rushed up to the table and put their card in, and they said, oh, we're taking Yakachonis. I mean, here's a kid, one of two D1 freshmen to average 15, 5, and 4 last season. Who's that other player you asked? Glad you asked. Cooper Flagg. So, sure, you have questions about the turnovers, but this kid's got a great shot, and going to Miami, this feels like value and a great pick.
Yeah, unquestionably. I need the Jesse Pinkman Breaking Bad meme. They can't keep getting away with this. This is unreal. In my estimation, the Miami Heat, with the number 20 pick, just got one of the 10 best players in the 2025 NBA draft. I think it is entirely reasonable to speculate that when we get 4, 5, 6 years on from this draft, that is this guy right here, Yakachonis, that winds up as the best point guard in this entire class. There's a reason why Dylan Harper went number 2. Yegor Demon's got incredible passing ability and a really high ceiling as well. But I like his size. I like his command of the pick and roll, which is obviously so vital at the NBA level. No question about it. There was a lot of turned heads. What's going on here? Why is this guy the one that's really falling? And he is one of the biggest fallers. There's another one that still hasn't been picked. We told you about it before the draft started in Jace Richardson. But as a nature of having some surprises, some guys are now dropping that we're not expecting to be here at 21, 22, and lower. In particular, Danny Wolf, Liam McNeely, Asa Newell. Those are players whose camps thought that they would be off the board by 20. Yakachonis' camp thought that he'd be gone by 12 or 13. This is an incredible pick for Miami. It is very possible the Heat just drafted the point guard for the better part of the next decade for that franchise.
Second, this is pretty good. It's a pretty good pick. I would have to say, if I were a fan of the Miami Heat, like Gary, like Adam said, I'd be excited. We have a Miami Heat fan up in our newsroom, and I know he's happy because, look, this is a fun team to watch. They play a fun brand of basketball. I know it didn't work out with Jimmy Butler there, but like this is a recharge here when you get a guy this late in the draft.
You know what they're doing? They're rebuilding without bottoming out because they're nailing the draft. It is 100% key. It's key to maintaining your fan base, to maintaining the local interest, and it's also key to the culture that they are trying to build there because Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra by extension, they're not interested in tanking. And because they've hit the draft, the irony of this is Pat Riley was once on record as saying he didn't believe in the draft. And they are nailing the draft. Tyler Herro, Jaime Jaquez, Kel'el Ware. Now they get Kasparas Yakachonis. They drafted Bam. I mean, they are building through the draft like very few other teams in the NBA, and give them all the credit in the world.
All right, well, hat tip again to the Miami Heat. Kasparas Yakachonis doesn't have to change his hat. He can keep rocking that Miami Heat one. Matt Norland alongside with us here on CBS Sports HQ as we continue our draft coverage. Up next at 21, the Utah Jazz on the clock. What are they going to do? We're about to find out here on CBS Sports HQ.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot. New season streaming May 16th. Only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyages of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong.
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time,
There's some things in life that you can't quite explain.
An extraordinary story.
Maybe it sounds flawless, looks effortless, or makes you feel like a part of history.
The first ever goal for BFC.
And when all of those phenomenons come together, it's perfect. Pitch perfect.
The sports world never sleeps.
And neither do we.
Catch up with Brandon and Zach on the Morning Buzz Monday through Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on CBS Sports HQ. The Morning Buzz brings you the latest storylines and highlights with expert analysis to get you dialed in. So grab your coffee and kickstart your day off right with the Morning Buzz only on CBS Sports HQ.
Back here on the Clock and back-to-back picks out of Illinois. Kasparis Yakachonis and now Will Riley headed to the Washington Wizards. This was part of a trade. The Utah Jazz and Wizards completing a trade. And, well, Riley is headed to our nation's capital. Big Ten Sixth Man of the Year last season. 13 points per game, 4 rebounds, couple assists. Back here in studio with Adam Finkelstein, 24/7 Sports Director of Scouting. Will Riley to the Washington Wizards gives what grade?
I'm going C+ on this because this is an upside swing similar to what we saw last year when they took Keyshawn George. Will Riley, first of all, he's got terrific positional size. He's 6'8" and change without shoes on, so effectively he's 6'9". 32.5% from the three-point line, but if you believe in the upside, you believe that the shooting is going to click, and you're optimistic about some of the playmaking you saw late in the season for Illinois. So there's definite upside, don't get me wrong, but we're a long ways away. I mean, you can see physically he does not have the frame, the physical strength to play through contact at the NBA level right now. He's going to need a lot of time, and I just don't know. It seems like they have duplicating parts right now. Guys like various picks over the last couple of years. You got Bilal Coulibaly, you got Keyshawn George, you got Trey Johnson, A.J. Johnson, all in that mix now, and we'll have to see who they can find minutes for to develop.
All right, so welcome back CBS Sports senior writer Matt Norlander, who joins us as well on our draft coverage on the clock presented by Jeep. Back-to-back picks out of Illinois here. Will Riley, what can you say about Will Riley now headed to Washington?
Well, intriguing here that Illinois has back-to-back picks when Kasper Siakachonis gets a top 10 grade for us at CBS, and Will Riley was outside of our top 30 in our consensus rankings here. So they wind up being sandwiched next to each other in the draft. But as prospects, we actually had a pretty wide gulf between these two, and I happen to side with my colleagues who opted to put him outside the top 30. So want to give our viewers some good intel, some good insight, some balanced coverage, and some legitimate opinions here. I'm not big on Will Riley. I don't think he's the 21st best prospect in this class. I think there are guys on the board right now like Asen Newell, like Liam McNeely, like Danny Wolf, who I think will prove to be better pros, better picks. As Adam said, it's an upside swing. There's no preventing him from being a really, really good pick, but you're trying to, at this stage, at this point, once you get to like 18 to 24, 25, you really get a sense of when you look at mock drafts in the days and weeks leading into draft night, how they become a bit of a dart throw because teams will trade into these spots very frequently, and the things that they are looking for from players in this spot, it varies drastically by franchise. And though we cannot know what every franchise is doing in terms of their overall draft boards, I guarantee you, although Will Riley went here, he might have been 3 spots higher on some teams' draft boards and might be 20 spots lower on another team's draft board. So the Wizards, clearly, they want to go young here and take an interesting upside swing. But personally, there's 5, 6, 7 other prospects for me easily that I would have taken ahead of Riley in this spot.
In other words, it's a reach.
It is a reach. There's
Yes.
not a whole lot of prospects like this in this year's draft because a lot of them went back to college.
Yeah.
So in most years, you have these fringe first-round guys who aren't yet ready to play NBA basketball, but are trying to get to the league as quick as they can. This year, there was too much money in college basketball,
Absolutely.
so the vast majority of them went back. The 2 guys that stayed in, the perception was Will Riley and Drake Powell were the guys who no one thinks is ready to play right now, likely going to go down to the G League, and if they hit it, it'll be years down the road.
Well, there was some silly chatter that Cooper Flagg may return to Duke.
That was silly.
That was very, very silly. It got thrown out there. He did not go back to Duke. He's headed to the Dallas Mavericks with the first overall selection. And Avery Johnson is there in Dallas, and he picked the brain of the last #1 selection in Dallas. That would be Mark Aguirre in 1981 standing by.
Coach Avery Johnson coming to you from here at the American Airlines Center in Dallas with Mavericks legend, my guy, Mark Aguirre. Welcome, Mark. What do you think as a, NBA champion, what would be kind of your 1 or 2 pieces of advice for Cooper Flagg?
Be what you are. Be what you are. Don't let anybody change what you are. Be what you are. Go after it. Go to be the best player. Don't let anybody tell you you're not the best player, because he can be the best player. Don't look at anybody and say, well, you don't have this, you don't have that. Listen to it. Take it as constructive criticism, but be the best. Be what you actually are. You are the best player this year. Go ahead and be that.
All right, there you go. Be the best player. Be the guy who you are. Cooper Flagg will certainly listen to that advice. As you take a look at the highest draft picks in Mavs history, Cooper Flagg ties Mark Aguirre, first overall, Jason Kidd in 1994. A lot of great talent there in Dallas, and they are getting a new face of the franchise in Cooper Flagg. All right, let's go back to Matt Norlander. Matt, you talked about Cooper Flagg and what he brings to Dallas and the fact that they get to essentially recharge and resuscitate their organization. Of course, they had Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving, but they lose Luka, and now they gain a potential face of the franchise in Cooper Flagg. What does this mean for Dallas now that they kind of get a redo?
Man, it's so massive. There's still like lingering things out there with Dallas, by the way. Like there are still people in league circles that wonder if the Mavericks are going to ultimately lose their coach to the Knicks. Now, I don't know if that'll happen or not, but it is interesting on such a huge night when they get the face of the franchise moving forward, ideally for the next 10, 12, 14 years, that there are still, allegedly dangling threads there. But as for Flagg and his impact, I have to believe that he's going to be able to step in and play well. Here's a key part of Cooper Flagg's overall mindset makeup, and to keep in mind with the Mavericks in year one. He not just has star capability, but he has sometimes what is asked of him in a team concept. I talked about this with John Shire multiple times last season. He is willing and able to thrive in his role. Sometimes that will require him to be a star, but he is so team-oriented and so ultra-competitive that it is that mental approach, the relentless physical attack of the game that makes him so dangerous, because it's not like he has to have the ball in his hands every single time down the floor, but almost as a necessity of how he plays, how he moves around, his ever awareness on the court. He's constantly moving. He's really good without the ball. I would be like, I've had a couple of people ask, okay, if Cooper Flagg hits, what's the ceiling? Well, the ceiling is a Hall of Fame level career where he grows into one of the 5 best players in the NBA. That's the ceiling. But the floor, like if this doesn't work whatsoever, it is hard to imagine Cooper Flagg at any point in his career beyond his rookie season being anything worse than like the 4th best starter on his team. So very intrigued to see what comes of this. And this is obviously unusual. It's not often that you have someone this talented, so highly rated, that goes to a team that is this ready to be able to get back on the right track and win and be a real factor so soon after. It's a beautiful situation for Flagg and Dallas.
Cooper Flagg got to play in one of the great rivalries in all of college sports, Duke, North Carolina, and a player from North Carolina is the next pick, headed to the Brooklyn Nets, UNC's Drake Powell. Look, this is also, I don't know what to think. Give me something here that I'm supposed to think about this pick here for the Nets, because I'm starting to wonder if the Brooklyn Nets are going to end up in that category, biggest winners and losers on the night. They're going to end up in the losers column.
Do you want to do the grade?
No, I don't.
No,
okay. That's your job, because you're going to be the one. You're going to be giving the people on social media.
Here we go. I would say this. I think this is a little bit of a reach. I mean, the upside again is a 3-and-D wing. But the offense is not there yet. The shooting is not there. The offense in general is not there. He's a good athlete. He's got long arms. He defends. He's a high-character kid. He's about all the right things. The theme of this class for Brooklyn, when you look at Yegor Demin, Nolan Traore, and Drake Powell, I walk away thinking they think they can develop shooters with their player development program. Because if these 3 guys all shoot the ball, then they'll all be fine. But those are the question marks for every single player they've taken so far. And with Demon's question marks and the defensive end of the floor as well, those things are starting to multiply. But again, if he shoots, he'll be okay. But he's not NBA ready right now. He's not going to help him win next year.
Matt, the first 3 picks here for Brooklyn, Yegor Demin, and then Nolan Traore, and now Drake Powell. How would you grade, how would you describe their draft class to this point?
It has the potential to be a huge bust, but it also has the potential to look like one of the smartest draft classes 4 or 5 years down the road if these guys hit. But these are big swings. Powell here is interesting. My sources were telling me that Atlanta was looking strongly at, coincidentally enough, was looking strongly at Powell in this spot to begin with, and Asa Newell. But obviously Atlanta is finding, and I get why Atlanta is doing this. They are now moving back twice here in the first round, because they are quite clearly of the belief that the guys that are going to be available in the back end of the first round, and then when we get to the draft in the second round on Thursday, are basically just as impactful, if not better, than the guys that are being moved up and giving up assets to get into this spot. I've been consistent on this with Drake Powell since he declared for the draft. The irony for me here with Drake Powell is this. Listeners to the Eye on College Basketball podcast heard it all leading into last college basketball season. I thought Drake Powell was going to be one of the 7 to 10 best freshmen in the country last season. I loved him coming into North Carolina. Ironically enough, I didn't think that this was a wise decision to go after 1 year, because I thought he had a chance to come back to Carolina as a sophomore and turn himself into a pure, no doubt about it, top 20, maybe even a lottery pick. But guess what? I was wrong, because Powell He impressed majorly in workouts. The athleticism is undeniable. There's really a belief that he can grow into a top 10 perimeter defender as a guard in the league, and he justified his decision by getting drafted this high. Now, will the fit be good? Are we going to get to the end of this first round? Is Brooklyn going to trade any of these picks? I guess that waits and remains to be seen. But from an athleticism standpoint, from an approach standpoint, IQ standpoint, the interviews, they came back all well, but I'm with Adam on this. I think we like Drake Powell in theory, but what does he become in the next 2, 3, 4 years? And unfortunately, as Adam will tell you as well, when you get into this range of the draft, and even earlier, you are often drafting not for a player that you're going to have. Like, what Brooklyn might be doing here with Drake Powell is drafting to develop him, and then eventually, some years down the road, send him somewhere else where he will grow into the player that Brooklyn hopes he will be to begin with, but is unlikely to be in the next few years.
Where are we grading this pick?
C+.
Okay.
It's a swing. It's all a swing. If I didn't have more faith in, it's only because of the faith in their player development program that I'm not being more critical.
I hope it hits for him.
Me too.
I hope it does. I hope it hits for him. Our producer's a Brooklyn Nets fan. He sounds...
well, that's a good reason to keep it at a C+ then.
He sounds a little distraught right now. So I'm going to try to get everybody excited again. The Atlanta Hawks are on the clock. They took this young man last year, first overall, Zachary Richesay. Decent rookie season. Not off the charts, but solid rookie season. Who are they going to take with the 23rd overall selection? Put him alongside Trae Young. That's coming up here on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS, Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus. What are we dealing with here?
There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot. New season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong.
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself. Hope you get mine.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time
here on CBS Sports HQ on the clock, presented by Jeep. The hometown kid is staying in his hometown. Asa Newell from Atlanta, went to Georgia, now going to be playing professionally for the Atlanta Hawks with the 23rd overall selection. Take a look at his ranks among Division I freshmen last season. Offensive rebounds, that's an underrated statistic. Mike White, his head coach of Georgia, said, quote, "He's the same guy every day. He could start a game missing his first 4 shots and might make his next 4. His facial expression, not going to change. He's still going to be compliant in terms of making winning plays, passing to the guy that's open, chasing offensive rebounds, closing out correctly." It's a good player here. This is part of the Montverde Academy that obviously Liam McNeely was a part of, Cooper Flagg headlining. This is a quality pick at 23. I like this pick. Do you like this pick, Adam Finkelstein?
Yeah, B+. First of all, here's what you need to know about Asa. 6'9" without shoes on, measured a little bit less than people were hoping. He's someone who has historically played the 4 and the 5 at that size. He's a little undersized to play small ball 5 in the NBA, but good athlete, high motor. So good finisher, can guard pick and roll in a couple different ways. In high school, we had some optimism about his long-term shooting potential. We didn't see a ton of growth in that area last year at Georgia, but they didn't really utilize him that way either. They allowed him to take some, but by their own admission, really didn't work to develop that part of his game. If that starts to hit in the NBA, this will be looked back upon as a steal. And the fact that they picked up a couple of additional assets to move back and get their guy is just signs of a good process.
Yeah, he averaged 15 and 7 in his 1 year in the SEC, and it happened to be the 1 year that the SEC was the best conference in the history of college basketball. So to do that against much older players consistently, super impressive. But he mostly got by on what Adam is talking about, the athleticism and the motor. He just played hard, and he's physically more gifted than most of the people he was playing against. In the NBA, that's not going to be enough. That shot's going to have to come around. And he only shot 29.2% from 3 in this 1 season of college basketball. Obviously, there's room for improvement, but he's got to improve that if he wants to have a long career.
All right, so Asa Newell staying in his hometown of Atlanta to play for the Hawks, the 23rd overall selection, and much more ahead here on CBS Sports HQ. On the clock, the Oklahoma City Thunder back on the clock. Just hours after their parade, they are picking their 2nd selection here in the 1st round. Who are they going to take next? That's coming up.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus. What are we dealing with here?
There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyages of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine.
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong.
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine. Rated R. Now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits. Every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland. New series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time
At 11 o'clock on the East Coast as we near the end of the first round of the NBA draft. Back here on CBS Sports HQ. On the clock presented by Jeep. There's only one. Nick Clifford headed to Sacramento. There was a trade between Oklahoma City Thunder and the Sacramento Kings, and OKC trading out of that spot, sending Nick Clifford to the Kings. And he had a good season at Colorado State, 6'6", 200 pounds, only Division I player to average 18, 9, and 4 last season. Back here in studio, Adam Finkelstein, 24/7 Sports Director of Scouting, CBS Sports Insider Gary Parrish alongside. As you take a look at the comp to Larry Bird as well, it's pretty incredible. It's only the last 2 instances in Division I, 680 points, 300 rebounds, 150 assists. You like the selection here, headed to the Kings? What's your grade?
It's a B, and yeah, I think it's very solid. Here's what you need to know about Nick Clifford. First of all, he's versatile. He's a guy who's a good athlete on the perimeter. He's an excellent perimeter rebounder, very good defender, good cutter, solid passer. Now, the reason he became an NBA prospect in the last 2 years after he arrived at Colorado State is because he made substantial gains with his shooting. If those gains prove to be sustainable, then he's a very solid NBA player for a long time, but that is the critical variable.
Yeah, he shot above 37% from 3 in 3 of the past 4 seasons of college basketball. So that's a skill. Rebounded nearly 10 a game from the perimeter, like Fink said. That's an obvious skill. One of the turnoffs for some franchises will be that, you know, he played 5 years of college basketball. He's 23 years old already. But I'm never bothered by that as much as some, because, like, there's nothing wrong with having a 23-year-old who can jump into your rotation from day one. And Nick Clifford is the type of guy who could theoretically do that.
All right, let's go back out to Avery Johnson, who's in Dallas, where they are celebrating Cooper Flagg, drafted #1 overall. Now the Kings drafting Nick Clifford in a trade here with the OKC Thunder. What are they getting here, the Sacramento Kings, in Clifford?
Well, they're getting a veteran-type player, a mature player. I had a chance to cover Nick Clifford several times over the last 2 years for CBS Sports Network. My parameter with players playing in the Mountain West is how do you play against San Diego State? San Diego, especially against their home crowd, the show, in their loss against San Diego State, Nick Clifford was 5 for 16. When Colorado State beat San Diego State, he was 8 for 15 for 21 points. So that was always kind of my barometer, playing against that tough, hard-nosed San Diego State team. You know, Brian Dutcher's done a tremendous job with that team. So this young man, I think, will be able to walk in and play immediately. He's not a starter day one, but can he be a rotational player on the Sacramento Kings? I say absolutely.
All right, so Nick Clifford headed to the Sacramento Kings with the 25th overall selection. The Orlando Magic selecting Jace Richardson, the kid who can jump out of the gym from Michigan State. A lot of people had him mocked higher in this first round. What's your grade here?
This is a B+. This is actually exactly where I had him mocked.
Okay.
Because I think Orlando needs 2 things following the Desmond Bane trade. They need backcourt depth, and they need floor spacing in the form of shooting. And Richardson checks both of those boxes. He was exceptionally efficient and simultaneously versatile this year at Michigan State. Scored at different spots on the floor and did it at a very high ratio. He even finished better at the rim than you would expect because he's still physically undeveloped. In fact, he measured in at 6.5 inches, 6 feet and 1/2 inches. So the combo guard thing is going to be tough at that size in the NBA. We'll have to see if he can evolve into a true point guard, but he gives them the shooting and the backcourt depth that they needed.
Yeah, Orlando finished dead last in three-point field goal percentage this past season, so Desmond Bane helps that, but they needed more, and he does provide that. If you look at the season three-point percentage, it's not as impressive as what I'm about to tell you, but what I'm about to tell you is true. Over the final 15 games of his college career, he shot 42% from three. The issue is the size. He's little. You know, he's little, and he's not a true point guard, and you can really get bullied on the defensive end of the court because though he is the son of a professional basketball player, he's not a great athlete. He's a good athlete, but not like off-the-charts athlete. So little, not an elite athlete. You got some stuff working against you, but he knows how to play, knows how to change speeds, and he can make a shot. I'm a believer.
Did I hear that right? Did you say a B?
B+, I think.
B+.
I just heard GP call the guy little 3 times and say he was going to get bullied.
It's always relative to other NBA players. He's big relative to me.
You're little. You're going to get bullied.
6'3", 185.
He's big.
He's not 6'3".
He's big compared to me.
Michigan State listed him at 6'3". He got measured at 6 feet and 1/2 inches.
Yeah, he's big compared to me, but little relative to most of the people he's going to be asked to guard.
B+ you gave it.
B+.
Okay. All right. Matt, Norlander is going to join the conversation here on Jace Richardson. You heard Adam, he said B+. You spent some time, of course, in East Lansing with Tom Izzo. You knew that three-point shooting was their problem this past season. But as you heard Gary, Jace came on at the end of the season. What do you think here of this pick, the fit for Jace Richardson?
Yeah, did I hear a D out of Gary Parrish on this, by the way? D from Gary Parrish on Jace Richardson.
No D.
I don't give grades.
He's dying to do it.
He's not giving Ds.
I know.
He's not giving Ds. There's no Ds. We've not given out a failing grade yet.
I had to bring it back for old time's sake. We'll get into that on the podcast after the draft is done. I'm not surprised here at all. Orlando is looking to draft a guard almost regardless of which guard, what the best player available here. I think that they were always destined to take a guard in this spot. I think in their heart of hearts, they were hoping Walter Clayton Jr. would fall to 25. I just think that it was off the board for days now at this point. Richardson is going to have a chance. I don't think he's going to be a player that's going to be playing relevant minutes for the Magic over the next 2 seasons. He's going to be a locker room boost. He's going to do the job. He's having a father who not only at one point I believe played for Orlando, who has spent well over a decade in the league. This is all going to help him. Like I believe that he will stick in the league. He has plenty of work to do on his body. He's got to. I agree with Adam. He has to grow into a true point guard. He is barely over 6 feet. If you look at the amount of players, I think it's in the single digits at this point in the NBA. How many guys are 6 feet or under? Now he technically beats that threshold by a half inch. He's just going to have a lot of work to do there. And as I said before the draft started earlier tonight, there was concern that he would drop from once thought to be a pick in the teens. He did have the medical with his knee, and he's been a good player in spite of that. But sometimes teams will look at that and give it another reason as to why, you know what? All things being equal, we're going to take a chance on someone else as opposed to an undersized guard, one-and-done player who wasn't expected to initially be a one-and-done player. Good for Jace Richardson. He played himself into this spot. I think he sticks in the league, but I'm not sure if he'll wind up being a starting-level point guard at any point in his career.
You like those new unis?
The new unis.
Yeah, the Orlando Magic. Right? A.
Yeah,
they look good.
But I still go back to, as a young person growing up in Memphis and Penny Hardaway goes to Orlando, I still go back to those pinstripes.
They're similar. They got a similar look. It's a throwback to it. You got to take a look. It's pretty good. They look pretty good. That's look, you got to look. You look good, you play good. Jace Richardson, he looked good at Michigan State. Now going to try to look good with the Orlando Magic. The Brooklyn Nets are trying to look good. The first 3 picks of this NBA draft for them, questionable, perhaps. They've got back-to-back picks coming up. What is Sean Marks doing next? We're going to find out.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
and rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals!
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns and an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus. What are we dealing with here?
There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot. New season streaming May 16th. Only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time
Here are the stories making headlines. Braves superstar slugger Ronald Acuna Jr. announcing he'll be competing in this year's Home Run Derby. He's the first player to commit to this year's event, which will take place in his home ballpark at Truist Park in Atlanta. Acuna has participated in 2 prior derbies in 2019 and 2022, eliminating divisional foe and 2-time winner Pete Alonso both times. Major League Baseball has banned the fan indefinitely for heckling Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte about his late mother. The incident occurred during Tuesday night's game against the White Sox, causing Marte to break down in tears. Marte's mother passed away in a car accident in the Dominican Republic in 2017. The fan will be banned indefinitely from all Major League ballparks. The Fever have waived Dewana Bonner, who was one of their key free agent acquisitions this offseason. She's missed the past 5 games to what the team has called personal reasons. In a statement, Bonner said that she felt the fit did not work out in Indianapolis and appreciates the team granting her release. And the Oilers traded Evander Kane to the Canucks for a 4th-round pick. That move will save Edmonton just over $5 million in cap space this offseason. Kane missed the entire regular season after recovering from multiple surgeries. He returned for the Stanley Cup Final, scoring 6 goals and leading the team in penalty minutes. Those are your HQ headlines. Back here on CBS Sports HQ, On the Clock, presented by Jeep. There's only one. The Brooklyn Nets' latest selection out of Israel, Ben Saraf, the Israeli League premier rising star and a FIBA U18 European Championship MVP. So just to recap, with the first 4 picks, Yegor Demon, Nolan Traore, Drake Powell, and Ben Saraf now. And back here with Adam Finkelstein and Gary Parrish, your grade here for this selection is what?
It's a B. Saraf is a jumbo southpaw guard. He's 6'6". He's got a strong frame. He's arguably one of, if not the best live dribble passer in this draft. So he's very creative. He puts a ton of pressure on the rim, great positional size. The question, again, comes down to the shooting. So I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. I think the trend you are seeing in Brooklyn is that they are willing to invest in their player development program, specifically when it comes to getting guys to make shots.
And it might work, but I don't love the idea of getting a bunch of, I don't want to say non-shooters, but people who have shooting concerns all in the same draft and just hoping you can figure out how to get these numbers improved. Because with these draft picks across the board, it's talented guard, lots of potential, but there are concerns about whether he'll ever be a high-level shooter. We've consistently said this about draft picks tonight going to Brooklyn, and here we are again.
All right, so they have the next pick at 27 as we await to hear what they do. But Ben Saraf is the latest selection. And Brooklyn, look, trying to make something happen, right? I mean, they're trying to resuscitate their franchise. It didn't work out with KD and Kyrie and James Harden. So they're trying to come up with something here. And the latest selection is in the Brooklyn Nets, taking the big man out of Michigan, Danny Wolf, with the 27th overall selection. What do you think of that?
B+. I'm surprised he lasted this long, and what you have now is someone who's 6'11" and a legitimate playmaker. He operated like a point forward this year for Michigan, often initiating the offense. His ability to handle and pass the ball at his size is very, very rare, and now you're starting to see that trend. So Brooklyn, with the exception of Drake Powell, everybody is a playmaker. So, and they got playmaking size as well. Serif's big for his size. Traore, for a point guard, pretty big for his size. Danny Wolf's big for his size. Yegor Demin, if you think he's a point guard, he's really big. I think he's a forward. You've got positional size. You've got multiple playmakers across the floor. And I'm going to keep saying it. Somebody's going to have to develop him as a shooter, but that's going to be key. Multiple playmakers is a formula to winning in the NBA, but spacing is a requisite.
That's the thing. He can shot create, and he looks comfortable taking the shot, but in 3 years of college, he only shot 33% from three. Now, the good news is that he started in the Ivy League, transferred to Michigan, and really didn't miss a beat. Every time a guy transfers up, the numbers don't consistently stay the same. But with Wolf, he was an impactful player in the Big Ten, just like he was an impactful player in the Ivy League. So there's a lot of stuff to like here. But yes, the shooting numbers are going to have to improve.
And Hakeem, let me make this point too. If you're Brooklyn, you're not necessarily saying all 5 of these guys are going to play together for the next decade. You're thinking 3 of these 5 have to hit. I mean, that's how NBA executives, they think in terms of probability. They don't think this guy is a foregone conclusion at the 27th pick in the draft. They think, okay, what are the chances that this guy hits? And with 5 picks, you basically just get 5 swings of the bat, and you're hoping you connect on 3 of them, maybe 4.
Yeah, think about like if you walk into a convenience store and buy a lottery ticket.
Yep.
You don't really care which of the 5 lottery tickets you buy happens to
Sometimes
hit.
none of them hit, though.
Most times, none of them hit.
That's problematic.
But if you could think about it in those terms, you're buying 5 lottery tickets here. You know they're not all going to hit. You're just hoping 1 of them, 2 of them, 3 of them hit really well.
This is the first time that we've had a team with 5 selections in the first round and make all 5 selections here.
I'm surprised by that.
I'm surprised. I guess I'm curious as to why you wouldn't package some of your picks and move up to get a higher quality player, maybe a player that can help you right now. I don't know what the thinking is of Sean Marks. I'm not in that war room with them. But when you consider all the draft currency they had, you wouldn't move up at all to maybe take another player?
We don't know if they tried. You know, we don't know if they went in and tried to get Ace Bailey, and then somebody said, no, Utah's going to take him, so we're not dealing. The other thing I would say is Saraf is someone who doesn't have to come over right now. So you're in a position where, yes, you have 5 picks, but you may only be bringing 4 into your team next year. Those are things we don't know. I would be shocked if there weren't discussions about potential trades that went on this week in Brooklyn. In fact, in our intel piece, we reported that we were told there were, in fact. But just because there's discussions doesn't mean there's something that necessarily made sense to them. This might not have been, again, in a draft room. You have various scenarios. I'm sure some of these scenarios were trading, consolidating picks. But this one, it turned out to make all 5.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they made all 5 of these picks. Again, it had never happened in the history of the NBA draft. And it doesn't mean all 5 of these guys are going to be on Brooklyn's main roster next season. You could have somebody spending real time in the G League, somebody not even coming over. But bringing all 5 of these players into the franchise at the same time, again, questionable on some level, if only because it's wildly unusual, in fact, unprecedented.
All right, let's bring back Matt Norlander, CBS Sports senior writer. And Matt, look, Danny Wolf is a talented 7-footer. This is no discredit to what they just did getting Danny Wolf. What did you see in Danny Wolf and how his game translates to the NBA level?
Well, you know, I live here in Connecticut. I saw Danny Wolf play multiple times in person when he was at Yale, and his skill set was glaringly obvious. I was not shocked whatsoever when he transferred to Michigan that he wound up being one of the most impactful transfers in the country last season. We talked about it on the Eye on College Basketball podcast. I fully expected Michigan to be one of the better teams in the country, even in his first year under Dusty May. And because of the transfer class on the whole, but really Wolf is one of the centerpieces there. This is a very good story. I mean, Wolf is from Chicago. He comes to Yale, and he parlays this into being a first-round NBA pick. Just, you know, big picture, those few plot points, you don't often get that. And for the Ivy League too, although he is not coming directly from the Ivy League, but the Ivy League to produce a first-round draft pick is obviously a really good story from that end as well. Just a couple of quick points off of what Adam and GP were talking about. There's no doubt about it that Wolf needs to improve the shot. I had heard from a few NBA sources in the past 48 hours that, you know, I remain high on Wolf. I actually think Wolf will have one of the 15 best NBA careers of any players in this class. I truly believe that. Wow. I kind of wonder, by being a part of this Brooklyn class, if that doesn't maybe get stunted, but we'll see. If you're good enough, the play should bear that out. But I heard from sources who, you know, if not insisted, really were passing along to me earlier on Wednesday, on Tuesday, that they thought Wolf was destined to go somewhere in the 20s. But I'll tell you, Wolf's camp did not think that. They thought Minnesota was heavily interested, likely to do it. They thought Brooklyn would be the landing spot in the teens. And if not that, one of the picks right there around 17, 19, 20 overall. Inevitably, he falls here to Brooklyn with another pick. I am also one other note here with what Brooklyn has decided to do. It's fascinating. I do think they did try and make some sort of trades, but I would say this. Even though I had a GM in the Eastern Conference text me 30 minutes before the draft started and thought Brooklyn was going to try and move up from number 8, I don't think that was the case. They took Demon there. No one was going to take Demon. So Brooklyn's approach overall is a bit vexing, and there's just the fact that they are seemingly not going to trade any of these picks is going against the expectation of basically any team surrounding them at any of their picks league-wide. So it will be interesting, but I'm in on Danny Wolf, and I'd say I'm nearly as in on him, if not more so, than Demon. I do think he has a healthy chance to become the best player that Brooklyn drafted on Wednesday night. You heard Matt there. He thinks Danny Wolf has the best chance to be the best player in that class. And real quick, actually, Hakeem, real quick on that. Another reason why I believe that is I think Danny Wolf's one of the 3 or 4 best passers in this draft. And I say that knowing full well that we have some downright dazzlers, particularly with Demon. Queen, another great passing big. I think Wolf's vision, I saw it in person at Michigan practices multiple times in person this season. The shot needs to improve. He absolutely needs to become a reliable 36, 37% plus three-point shooter in order for defense to respect him. If he doesn't do that, it's not going to matter. But the way he will help facilitate that offense, I think will be very key. Yeah, Bruce Pearl said he's got Larry Bird type ball handling. He's a gifted player. If Danny Wolf comes out of this class here with Brooklyn, would you be surprised if he's the one that earns an all-star nod in a couple years? Yes. You would be. If he's an NBA All-Star? Yeah. Yeah, I would. And five picks, maybe down the road, maybe not even 2 years, maybe 4 or 5. I loved Danny. When he was in high school, I told everybody he was a high major player. Nobody listened to me. He went to Yale. But if we're calling him an NBA All-Star, yeah, that's I'm saying the best chance, let's say in the next 5 years, out of that draft class, Yegor Demon, Nolan Traore, Drake Powell, Ben Saroff, and Danny Wolf, who are you going to say, this is the guy in 5 years could be an NBA All-Star? Do I have to say one of them? No, you don't have to, but you can make it. Yeah, I might say 0. Okay, there you go. Say 0. It's a hard thing to do, but to Norlander's point, I think I can maybe split the difference here. Please. I would stop short of any of these guys. I was going to say 0. Are somebody I expect to be an NBA All-Star, but I don't think it's crazy to think that Danny Wolf could be the best player Brooklyn selected on this night. It's not crazy. Yeah. There you go. Not crazy. I mean, there's some unlikely. It's hard to make an all-star roster, by the way. Yeah, it's very hard. It's very tough to make an all-star roster. But Danny Wolf's an all-star. Good to know. Okay. Well, maybe he will be. Maybe he will be. That's gonna be the clip that comes back to get you. That one right there. He was very upset a couple minutes ago. He's feeling much better about himself right now. Well, he's a first-round pick, and no one's taking that away from him. Danny Wolf headed to Brooklyn, part of their 5 selections in the first round. Coming up,
the Boston Celtics. The East is wide open next season. What are the Celtics going to do here with the 28th overall selection? That's coming up here on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns and an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus. What are we dealing with here?
There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. The street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot. New season streaming May 16th. Only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine.
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong.
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits. Every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time
Back here on CBS Sports HQ, On the Clock, presented by Jeep. There's only one 28th overall selection. The Boston Celtics selecting Hugo Gonzalez, 6'6", 200 pounds, out of Spain. Boston going international here at the end of the first round. Back here in studio, Adam Finkelstein and Gary Parrish. Adam, Hugo Gonzalez, not a name that everybody knows. What should we know about him? What's the grade here for the C's?
It's a B-. He had a big early reputation. In fact, he's been in the Real Madrid system since 2019. And big wing, physical, good athlete, high motor, a lot of defensive upside. I think that's really the intrigue here, is someone who can come in and be a factor on the defensive end of the floor. His best offense right now is in transition, and I'm going to say it again here. The shooting is the swing skill. Just 29% last year, GP, and that number has got to improve, especially in Boston, where they fire those threes.
Right. They're going to shoot as many as anybody, and if you're on the court for them, you're going to be expected to take open shots and be able to make them. To this point in his career, he hasn't been able to do that reliably, but he's also only 19 years old. Beyond that, it's the defensive stuff that makes him a first-round prospect. He's got the proper size, proper strength. He projects as a versatile defender who's going to be able to switch things. But if you can't make a shot on the other end, you're going to have a hard time getting on the court. And on that note, let it be known with Real Madrid, he had a hard time getting on the court.
Do you have a follow-up? No.
No?
Okay. Well, then I'm going to follow up with Avery Johnson here. Avery, what do you think of the selection here? Hugo Gonzalez, 28th to the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, and Gary, his last point, he had a hard time getting on the floor. What did he average, 11 minutes a game? I think this is a situation where it's G League written all over it. Keep your eyes on J.D. Davison, who actually was the guy that I was his first Power 5 offer when I was coaching at Alabama. Discovered him at a small AAU tournament. So look for J.D., who's been laboring in their G League, especially with Drew Holiday being traded. You know, he's gotten some experience. But I think with this pick with Hugo Gonzalez, I could see him spending next year basically in the Boston Celtics G League team. Good pick and roll passer, but again, as Fink talked about, he's got to develop a much better outside shot to play in this Boston Celtics three-point shooting system.
Next up, 29th overall, not the Phoenix Suns, it's the Charlotte Hornets. And they take the kid out of UConn, Liam McNeely, set a UConn freshman scoring record in a Big East game with 38 points in a win over Creighton back in February. Liam McNeely, part of the Montverde 4, as all 4 of those kids get drafted. Cooper Flagg goes, of course, to Dallas. Derek Queen going to New Orleans. Asa Newell going to the Hawks. And now Liam McNeely headed to the Charlotte Hornets. Late pick, goes in the first round. Adam, I know you like Liam McNeely. What's your grade here for this pick?
This is an A. This is a steal for Charlotte. When you get to the 29th pick in the first round, what you're looking for is a surefire NBA player. And Liam McNeely is a surefire NBA player. He's a 6'8" wing who was really the primary offensive domino for most of the season at UConn this year when he was healthy. Of course, he really wasn't healthy for most of the year. He had couple different ankle injuries. He had a case of pneumonia that wasn't widely reported. I think he is terrific value at this spot in the floor, and there is little doubt in this spot in the draft, pardon me. There's little doubt in my mind that he's a vastly better shooter that we saw last year, that he's an ultra competitor. He's a very smart player, and I think this guy's a pro for the next 10 years plus.
This is somebody I thought would go in the teens. So for him to be available this deep in the draft, that's a nice win for Charlotte. And Fink mentioned the shooting. It was only 31.7% in this one season at UConn, but as we've spent all night long talking about the shooting needs to improve for this prospect or that prospect, that's not a real number for Liam McNeely. I mean, yeah, you can pull up the box scores and that's the number it'll spit out, but front office executives understand this guy has a long track record of being a reputable shooter. It reminds me on some level, I'm not comparing them as players, but only in this way. When Bradley Beal came out of Florida, he only shot 33.9% from 3. And I just remember talking to scouts who said we don't care because we've seen him on EYBL. We've seen him throughout high school. We know he can shoot. And throughout Bradley Beal's career, I think every season but one in the NBA, he's shot better from 3 than he did in that one season at Florida. I bet you Liam McNeely has something similar when we get deep into his career.
14.5 points by Liam McNeely last season, named Big East Freshman of the Year. Matt Norlander saw him several times in person, and you heard Adam say this is a steal at the end of the first round because here's a guy that can go and play right away into your lineup.
Unquestionably. This is, I mean, we talked earlier tonight about how well Utah did. Charlotte as well. I mean, they get Con Knippel, and that felt him, 4 as expected, I guess. But then McNeely at 29. McNeely's camp thought his floor was like 20, maybe 21. It's kind of mind-boggling how he was still here. I'm fairly, with the caveat, I'm always willing to be wrong. Fairly confident that we are going to get to the end of the first contract cycle of everyone that was drafted in the first round here 4 years on from this. And Liam McNeely is going to be among the at least 13 or 14 best players in this draft. And it is entirely possible that he's just a legit pro. I mean, he is just so mentally tough, willing to work, awesome locker room guy. The intel reports come back on him from a personality standpoint so well. he could grow into one of the 10 or 8 best players from this draft. So Charlotte has done extremely well for himself. I know it's a little bit of a bitter pill when you're sitting there in that green room and you're waiting, and every pick seems like it's taking an hour. And I'm sure, like, you know, Dan Hurley and that UConn staff are probably befuddled how they, you know, their one-and-done star had to sit there and wait, and then via a trade to Charlotte to even go this late. But who knows? Maybe he winds up going to the place that needs him most, and this is meant to be, because between Knipple and McNeely, Charlotte just picked up, you know, 2 of the, I don't know, 5 or 6 most mentally tough, won't back down, just going to get in your face and just up for any challenge of all prospects that are out there. Really good night for the Hornets.
All right, so there you go. High praise there from Matt Norlander. Already, the Charlotte Hornets a big winner already on this night before we get to the final pick.
I think so. I mean, there's some questions about fit stuff. I mean, LaMelo Ball's a negative defender. Knipple guards better than you would think, but still is never going to make an all-defensive team. And then McNeely, if there are questions about him, it's on the defensive end of the court, questions about his athleticism. So I'm not sure what the end product will look like, but I do like this. Like Fink said, they have drafted 2 players who have clearly defined NBA skills. With Knipple, it's the shooting, and McNeely, though the percentage isn't as good, that's a clear skill for him. He's an NBA shooter.
All right, so the last pick here in the first round of the NBA draft, Yannick Conan Niederhauser. Who? Yannick Conan Niederhauser. You played at Penn State.
Yes.
Okay, just letting you know. People out there might be going, who is this guy? Well, he led the Big Ten, 2 blocks per game last season, 13 points per game, 6 rebounds, 61% from the floor. Good shooter. Adam, Yannick Conan Niederhauser to the LA Clippers. Your grade is what for this one?
I give this one a B. 7-footers who are high-level athletes are pros until they prove otherwise. And this guy was one of the big winners from the Combine in Chicago, not just because of the way he measured, but also because of the way he conducted himself in the athletic testing. He played well there as well. And I think when you think about guys like Ryan Kalkbrenner, who are still on the board, this speaks to the fact that some players, especially the physically gifted ones, when you have size and athleticism and you can move a little bit, they fit the NBA game better than they may the college game. I know that's sometimes confusing for fans to understand. How could this guy get picked over someone like Ryan Kalkbrenner? Same way Will Riley can get picked over someone like Liam McNeely. But it's ultimately about how the game's just a little different in the NBA level. This is a vertical spacer, a lob threat, shot blocker, rim runner. Could be a backup big for the Clippers.
Norlander and I joked about it on a recent episode of the Eye on College Basketball podcast. During the season, we record at least 3 times per week.
Yes.
This young man spent multiple years in college. We never said his name, not one time, till we started previewing the 2025 NBA draft. Give credit to our colleague Cal Boone, who handles a lot of the NBA draft coverage for CBS Sports. When we did a mock draft for the Eye on College Basketball earlier in the week, he had Yannick being picked in the first round. Most people did not, but Fink's got it exactly right. 7-foot athlete. That's a good place to start. Now we'll see what else we can do with it.
All right, the first round of the NBA draft is in the books. The last name, Yannick Conan Niederhauser. Make sure you get his jersey if you're a Clippers fan. That'll be a good one to have. Maybe he'll be right. Maybe he'll be an all-star. Maybe
Everybody's an all-star.
Maybe he'll be an all-star. I'm just trying to help the folks who are trying to get excited. Look, I didn't have a first-round pick in the Cavaliers because they traded them all away.
You only had 64 wins.
I know. Well, then they got hurt in the playoffs. Thank you. Yeah, and then they ended up losing.
Well, then everybody else got hurt, so you'll be the projected favorite heading into next season.
See, the East is wide open. So, Cleveland, this is for you. Hashtag let them know. And I'm going to let you know right now, tippy top of the hour, our NBA draft coverage continues here on CBS Sports HQ. We have been here for you. We love this stuff. We've been here over 4.5 hours. No breaks for us. We don't take breaks. We are here for you on CBS Sports HQ. Gary Parrish, Adam Finkelstein, our crew behind the scenes, Avery Johnson, Matt Norlander. I'm Hakeem Dermish. Thank you for watching our NBA draft coverage. It continues here on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus. What are we dealing with here?
There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Streets always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot. New season streaming May 16th. Only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyages of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong.
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time for.
Earlier Wednesday, Ronald Acuna Jr. became the first participant to announce he'll be competing in this year's Home Run Derby, which will take place in his home ballpark, Truist Park in Atlanta. Acuna didn't homer in this game, and neither did Marcell Ozuna. First inning, Ozuna driving one deep to left center. Oh, that's going to carry out of here. That's going to carry out of here. Jeff McNeil says no. Look at the timing, the placement of the foot on the wall to get that one and prevent a possible homer. The flying squirrel doing what flying squirrels do. Then in the bottom of the fourth, Juan Soto, first pitch. Mets lead 2-1, part of a 5-run inning for New York. Soto's 18th of the season, ties Pete Alonso for the club lead. But then in the 7th, he takes him over on this 3-1 pitch. Michael Harris leaps at the wall but misses just barely. Mets up 7-1. They go on to win 7-3. Beating the Braves for the first time this season. But more on Soto's multi-home run game, right? It's his 4th in a Met uniform and 27th of his career, and that's a significant number, as he passes Jimmy Fox for most multi-home run games before turning 27 in MLB history. And he doesn't turn 27, y'all, until October. And Jacob deGrom is finally healthy, and he's been lights out this season. Enters with a 7-2 record and a 2.24 ERA to start the year. Wednesday, a special night for the two-time Cy Young winner. First batter, bottom of the first. He strikes out Jackson Holliday swinging a nasty changeup. Then, bottom of the second, Colton Cowser. He's down, 6 up, 6 down. Bottom of the 5th, Rangers now lead with 6-0 lead. DeGrom strikes out Gary Sanchez, swinging through 5 perfect innings, just 58 pitches. Bottom of the 6th, Chadwick Tromp grounds to the left side. Josh Young gloves it over to Josh Smith for the out. Inning over. DeGrom perfect through 6 innings for the first time in his career on just 67 pitches. Then in the 7th, he misses up and away. Holiday walks. First base runner of the game, but his no-hit bid still intact. Later in the inning, Sanchez, a grounder up the middle. Marcus Semien is there, steps on second for the final out. No-hit bid, still intact. DeGrom, 7 innings pitched, 0 hits, 0 runs, 2 walks, 7 Ks. Longest no-hit bid of his career. He's back out in the 8th, but Cowser grounds it to the right field for a single, so that ends the no-hitter for DeGrom. He's pulled after allowing his first hit. After 7+ scoreless, he lowers his ERA to 2.08 on the season. Rangers win. Slumping Cubs have lost 5 of their last 6. They got the offense going early on Wednesday on the first pitch of the game. Ian Happ up at the plate. Lifts it to right for a solo shot. Cubs up 1-0. Happ's 12th homer of the year. Then, top of the 2nd, Cubs now up 2-0. 1 on, 2 outs. Reese McGuire to right for a 2-run shot. Cubs up 4-0. McGuire's 3rd homer his last 4 games. Top of the 3rd, Cubs still up 4-0. Kyle Tucker leading off, and that's how you lead your club with a solo shot. Cubs up 5-0, his 16th of the year. Top of the 4th, Happ, a liner to right center with runners on 2nd and 3rd, so 2-run score. Cubs going to win 8-0 to snap a 3-game losing streak. The Rays 8-3 in their last 11 games. Royals riding a 3-game losing streak. Bottom of the 1st, full count. Drew Rasmussen striking out Jonathan India, his first K of the day. Then bottom of the 2nd, Rasmussen striking out Salvador Perez, 4th K of the day. Bottom of the 5th, Nick Lofton hits it deep center field. Chandler Simpson makes a great catch against the wall. He gets the call back up on Monday, makes an immediate impact. Now Rasmussen finished the game after 5 shutout innings on a season-low pitch count of 62. Let's head to the 9th. Royals top prospect Jack Caglione with a runner in scoring position, trying to rally late. He grounds out to first. The Royals are shut out. Rays win at 3-0, their 9th win in their last 12 games. The Twins looking to turn things around after dropping 11 of their last 12 games, including 5 in a row. They got some late insurance. Bottom of the 7th, Twins up 1-0. No one on, 2 outs. Cody Clemens sends this one deep to left center field. The question is, does it have enough? Does it have enough? It does. Twins up 2-0. That is your final. They snap a 5-game losing streak. Was the longest active streak in the majors entering Wednesday. Guardians hosting the Blue Jays. This one needed extras. We pick it up in the bottom of the 10th. We're tied at 4. Bases are loaded for Jose Ramirez. He rips a single into left, and that is your ball game. Angel Martinez scores the winning run. Ramirez finished 2 for 5 with 2 RBI. Cleveland wins it 5-4. Phillies coming off a shutout loss. Haven't scored a run in their last 10 innings entering Wednesday, and their struggle continued. Pick it up, top of the 5th. Phillies trail 1-0, 2 on, 2 outs. Colton Gordon striking out Trey Turner. Phillies scoreless through 15 innings. Top of the 6th, Stephen Okert strikes out Nick Castellanos, 16 straight. Top of the 7th, Bennett Souza. He strikes out Edmundo Sosa, swinging. 17 scoreless innings, people. Top of the 8th, Castellanos grounded to Jeremy Pena, who throws him out at first. Scoreless through 18 innings. And the Astros put the finishing touches on this one. Bottom of the 8th, Victor Caratini. Deep to left with 2 outs. Astros lead 2-0. Caratini 6th of the year. Enter Josh Hader. He's perfect 20 for 20 saves to start the year. Top of the 9th, but he's down to the final out. So trying to score. Sosa flies out to Cam Smith. Astros win it 2-0. They spoil a quality start from Zach Wheeler. Astros get their 11th win in their last 14 games.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns and an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus. What are we dealing with here?
There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
We're dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time
Phenom versus Phenom pitching matchup in Milwaukee. Jacob Mizorowski allowed only one hit through his first 2 career starts. He's now the NL Rookie of the Year favorite, matching up with the NL Cy Young favorite, Paul Skeens, for the first time. Bottom of the second, Eric Haas lifts one into center field. O'Neal Cruz running in to try to make the sliding catch. Ball drops in. Bryce Terrain comes in to score with runners on second and third. Brewers extend their lead to 2-0. Cruz unable to make the catch, and that would prove costly. 3 batters later, Brewers now lead 3-0. Christian Yelich, a single in the left. Haas comes in to score. Brewers up 4-0. For Skeens, most earned runs allowed in a single inning in his short career. Got pulled after 4 innings, tied for the second shortest outing of his career. Top of the third, how about Henry Davis? Swing and a miss. The fastball. 2 batters later, Adam Frazier lifts on a high and outside changeup to end the inning. Mizorowski rolling through 3. Top of the fourth, Cruz swings and misses. 102-mile-per-hour fastball for the final out. Strands a runner on third. And then top of the 5th, Jared Triola goes down swinging. 86-mile-per-hour curveball. Too much for him. 2 batters later, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa can only watch as he gets rung up on strikes for the final out. Mizorowski, 5 innings pitched, 2 hits, 0 earned runs, 2 walks. 8 Ks, a career high. Jack Flaherty on the mound for the Tigers. The right-hander has allowed 15 earned runs in his last 2 starts. Second batter of the game, Jacob Wilson. Grounds one to Flaherty, who fields it between his legs, on to first for the out. Flaherty with some flair. On top of the third, no score. Nick Kurtz lifts one to straightaway center into the shrubbery. A 3-run jack. A's win at 3-0. Tigers' 3rd home shutout loss of the year. Nick Pivetta was dealing in San Diego Wednesday afternoon. The Padres right-hander tossed 7 scoreless innings. As the Padres beat the Nationals 1-0, taking 2 of 3 in the series. Pivetta matched a season high with 10 Ks and allowed just 3 hits. With the win, Pivetta is now 8-2 over 16 starts this season. Friars are off Thursday as they visit the Reds for a 3-game series starting on Friday. White Sox looking to snap a season-long 6-game home losing streak. D-backs winners of 5 of the last 6. Top of the first. Got 2 outs, runner on second. Josh Naylor swings at the first pitch, and it's going deep to right field. 2-run shot. D-backs lead 2-0. His 10th bomb of the season. Bottom of the first, 2 outs, no runners. Andrew Benintendi swings at one high out to the zone. That one leaves the yard. D-backs lead 2-1. His 9th homer of the season, 3rd in his last 6 games. Bottom of the 4th, we're tied at 2. Lenyn Sosa. Oh, so pretty. Look at that one. Chicago leads 4-2. His 5th homer of the year. And he was not done. Let's head to the bottom of the 8th. White Sox now up 6-3. Bases empty, 2 outs. Sosa. Solo shot. White Sox win it 7-3. They snap a season-long 6-game home losing streak. For Sosa, it is his first career multi-homer game. The Red Sox in the midst of a 4-game losing streak. Angels going for the sweep of Boston after walking them off on Tuesday night. Bottom of the 4th. Angels down 2-0. No one on, 1 out. Joe Adele high and deep to left. Angels down 2-1. Adele's 17th homer of the season, 10th in this month. Next pitch, Travis d'Arnaud. Skies one out to right center over the wall for back-to-back homers. We're tied at 2. His 4th of the year. And how about Angel starter Yusei Kikuchi? He was dealing. Top of the 5th, still tied at 2. First batter of the inning. He gets Nate Eaton. Swing and a miss. Out number 1. Then he freezes Rob Refsnyder. Next batter, he gets Jarren Duran. Hacking. Strikes out the side. 3 of his season high. 12 Ks. He's the 4th Angels pitcher with 0 earned runs and 12 or more Ks in a start versus Boston. Dean Chance, Nolan Ryan, and Frank Tanana, the others. And bottom of the 6th, now 4-2 Angels. Mike Trout driving in runs. Luis Renifo scores with ease. Angels win it 5-2, their 7th win in their last 10 games.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus. What are we dealing with here?
There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Streets always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot. New season streaming May 16th. Only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyages of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong.
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make a good time for.
The UFC's International Fight Week set to take over Las Vegas on Saturday. It's going to be Ilia Topuria taking on former champion Charles Oliveira for the vacant UFC lightweight title. Topuria, a two-time featherweight champion, vacated that title in February and now has his sights set on the lightweight division as he looks to become the 10th double champ in UFC history. Oliveira is set for his 5th title fight at 155 pounds and seeks to hand Topuria his first career loss. Here's a look at the main card for UFC 317. In the co-main, Alexander Pantoja is seeking his 4th defense of the flyweight title when he faces Kai Kara-France. Pantoja has won each of his last 7 fights dating back to 2020. Elsewhere in the flyweight division, Joshua Van is fighting for the 2nd time in 3 weeks. He's going to be looking to catapult himself into title contention as he faces #1 contender Brandon Royval. And with that, we got to get some insight, right? We welcome in CBS Sports combat analyst Brian Campbell and BC. Let's start with the headliner. Ilia Topuria has a chance to elevate himself to major superstar status. We now know that John Jones will not return to the octagon. Sugar Sean O'Malley failed to deliver earlier this month at UFC 316. So what makes Topuria the fighter that Dana White can really hitch his wagon to?
Yeah, the fans are waiting for another true star to emerge. And if you look at Topuria, he touches all the boxes, right? He's coming off of a Fighter of the Year campaign in 2024 with knockouts of pound-for-pound ranked Alexander Volkanovski and Max Holloway. Now, as you mentioned, going for that 2nd title in the 2nd weight division. He can wrestle. He's got the best boxing in all of UFC and one-punch power to get you out of there. He's also a man of the world, a global future breakout star when you consider he was born in Germany. He's of Georgian descent, the nation of Georgia on fire in MMA of late. And he's an adopted member of Spain, a resident in Madrid and one of their biggest sporting heroes on par with soccer players. You are looking at somebody who dares to be great, has the skill to back it up. And oh, by the way, if he wins on Saturday, he's already teased that he might call out Islam Makhachev, the pound-for-pound king who has moved up to welterweight, maybe to seek a 3rd title in as many weight divisions. So Topuria brings the excitement. He also has some of the most precise, explosive striking the sport has ever seen. And you mentioned, with Jones out, McGregor not coming through that door, the UFC could use a headlining breakout star. This is the guy, but he's got to get through Doe Bronx first.
100%. Now, Topuria, a heavy favorite to capture the lightweight title, according to FanDuel. He's currently at -500. Not much respect for his opponent, one of the UFC's most prolific finishers in Charles Oliveira. BC, you're not counting out, though, Oliveira in this fight. Tell us why exactly.
It really would be unsmart to do that when you're talking about a fighter who holds UFC records for most wins by stoppage, most submissions, and at 35 very much still has it. Look, when Oliveira made that run to the world title, somewhat surprisingly in recent years, what he's brought to the table is full-on excitement. He rushes across the cage against his opponents, puts that pressure on, and maybe is the best in the entire sport on the elite level of dealing with the chaos, usually that he creates himself. He loves to get involved. He'll take a shot, and he can finish you on the feet or on the ground. Yes, he's 2-2 in his last 4 fights, but he did call that title loss to Islam Makhachev an aberration, the worst night of his career. And that split decision loss to Arman Tsarukyan. And don't forget, Oliveira had a deep choke in as the last seconds ran off, could not get the submission. This is a fighter who still has it in a big way. And if you know Oliveira's history, he comes there to do one thing: get you out of there as quickly as possible. It would be crazy to count him out when Topuria is moving up for just his second lightweight fight over his 16-fight pro career.
A dream realized for 30 prospects who heard their name in the NBA draft. Cooper Flagg heard his name first. The Mavs got a redo, winning the golden ticket and drafting Cooper #1 overall. Dylan Harper goes 2nd overall to the Spurs. VJ Edgecombe 3rd to the 76ers. Flagg's teammate Con Knippel to the Hornets, and Ace Bailey to the Jazz to round out the top 5. And with that, we say hello and welcome to a fresh hour of CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep. There's only one, alongside Director of Scouting at 24/7 Sports, Adam Finkelstein, and CBS Sports insider Gary Parrish, and former NBA Coach of the Year Avery Johnson along the way from Dallas. I am Hakeem Dermish. The Mavs get a fresh restart, drafting Cooper Flagg with the 1st overall pick. And Avery, we go your way first. You were there when it happened with Cooper Flagg as he is selected #1 overall. What does it mean to this franchise to now get a redo, a fresh restart here for them?
It means a tremendous amount to this fan base, the Mavs organization. Obviously, new ownership that bought the team, a majority interest of the team from my old boss, Mark Cuban. This city is excited. And to basically have an opportunity where, got some bad news as fans, back in February when Luka Doncic was traded and the city was really, upended. But now, to come back, draft Cooper Flagg, who they believe could be one of the best two-way players going forward. This young man has a tremendous ceiling. And to basically insert Cooper Flagg into a lineup, when healthy, that's going to include Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson and Kyrie Irving. And, you have options. Do you want to bring P.J. Washington off the bench or start him, or bring Derek Lively off the bench? You still have Daniel Gafford. They signed a little backup point guard and Williams coming off the bench who played at Arizona. So this team is a ready-made team. Cooper Flagg doesn't have to feel like he's got to come in and lead this team in scoring. I recently just saw my old MVP, Dirk Nowitzki, who led the Mavericks to the finals in 2006 when I was coaching, and then won the championship in 2011, sent out a nice social media post welcoming Cooper Flagg to Dallas. So this is very exciting for the Mavericks, and I know they can't wait to get Cooper Flagg in uniform.
5th player from Duke, selected 1st overall in the modern draft era, joining Elton Brand, Kyrie, Zion, and Paolo. And Adam, this was obviously an A in terms of your grade. What type of prospect can Cooper Flagg be in the NBA?
Well, first of all, he's one of the most versatile guys we've seen in the draft in several years because he can impact both ends of the floor. He's a terrific defensive player, even more so off the ball than he is on. On, he can defend multiple positions. He's a terrific shot blocker. He gets his hands on a lot of balls. Now, offensively, he's a great passer. He's a plus athlete. He's very smart and a good processor of the game. We saw significant growth in his shooting this year and also more self-creation. I think that's the biggest variable when it comes to determining just how good he can be long term. Is he someone who becomes a primary initiator, your alpha creator, if you will, for an NBA championship caliber team? That's the question we still don't know the answer to.
The ceiling for Cooper Flagg is obviously high. That's why he's the #1 pick in this draft. But I think what's even more impressive about him is that the floor is so high. It's just almost impossible to imagine him not being one of the best basketball players in the world for a long time, barring injuries causing issues. He's going to make all-star teams. He's going to make all-NBA teams. I'm willing to say he's going to be in the Hall of Fame if not for injuries. The question I have, and we're really nitpicking here, is will he ever be somebody we call the best player in the world. Because when you have the credentials he has, that is usually the type of thing we think comes next. You're the best high school player in your class. You're the best college player in the country. You're the #1 pick in the draft. Will you be the best player in the world someday? Not a lot of people think he'll be that, the way they think Victor Wembanyama will be that. But undeniably, he's going to be a great player for a long time.
Would you still rather have Luka Doncic if you were the Dallas Mavericks?
Yes.
I would too.
Me too. I love Cooper Flag.
Here's why. And Coach can speak to this. We saw highlights. They got Cooper, and there were still people in that building chanting "Fire Nico."
Yeah.
You have alienated that fan base. And I'll tell you this too. Cooper wants no part of being marketed as the Luka Doncic replacement. That I can guarantee you.
Well, he might not want it, but that's going to follow him because that's how
it's not up to
culture and fans work. He's not going to be able to dictate that. It's going to be what the fans say it's going to be.
But just to hammer home that point, like, I think the world of Cooper Flag. I hope that's clear. But I know what Luka Doncic is. Like, I know Luka Doncic is one of the 5 best players in the world. I know that right now.
And he's only 25.
We still have to see if Cooper Flag's going to get to that level. Will Cooper Flag ever be as good of an individual player as we already know Luka Doncic is? I think that's a reasonable question to ask.
It's a good way to put it.
Avery, you think that? You think the Cooper Flag will be as good as Luka Doncic?
In time, Cooper Flag is a high-level two-way player. Luka, you know, from an offensive standpoint, the guy is extraordinary. But that's just on one end of the floor, and that's nothing to take away from Luka. I am a fan. But at the end of the day, you know, the Mavericks are going to have an opportunity to insert this young man, Cooper Flag, into a lineup similar to what we did in 1997 when Tim Duncan was a part of a veteran team. We drafted him. You had David Robinson. You know, I was in my early 30s. You had Mario Elie. You know, we had guys that had NBA experience. Cooper Flag's getting that same opportunity here with the Dallas Mavericks, and that's going to give him his best chance to be the best version of himself in time. We'll see. This kid has, the sky is the limit for him, because he can be extraordinary on both ends of the floor.
Well, it was Flag Day in Dallas, a big day overall in the state of Texas. The Spurs had the 2nd overall pick, selecting Dylan Harper at #2 to pair with Wemby, and a really talented young team there in San Antonio. And Avery, your old squad is looking better and better by the day. What did you think of the pick here to get Dylan Harper at 2?
Oh, I love the pick. I thought it was a no-brainer. This kid, the lefty, you know, out of Rutgers, you know, obviously come from a family with Ron Harper, whose dad had a terrific NBA career, but another guy that can pass, dribble, and shoot, that can make plays. You can't have too many of these guys. You know, good size. You can, you know, if you want to start him alongside of De'Aaron Fox, 2 lefties in the backcourt, maybe move Castle, you know, to the small forward position. You want to bring one of those guys off the bench. You know, the NBA season is a long season. If De'Aaron Fox has to take a night off, then obviously Dylan Harper can start and run the show. But again, with Victor Wembanyama being the last line of defense and knowing that he can play at all 3 levels, spread the floor out for those 3 guards to operate, man, I'm really excited to see what Dylan Harper can do in the Spurs uniform.
All right, so Avery Johnson likes the fit with Dylan Harper there in San Antonio. Of course, Avery won a championship with the Spurs in 1999. And look, it turns out that Ace Bailey was not a good fit in Philadelphia. Dylan Harper's Rutgers teammate, Ace Bailey, doesn't slide in the draft. In fact, he goes #5 overall to the Utah Jazz. Take a listen to his reaction.
What's your overall thoughts about getting selected by the Jazz?
Just a blessing. I mean, to look at me smiling hard right now, because I know the hard work, the sacrifices, the blood, the sweat, the tears, not just from me, but my family put into this. So to look at me and just smiling at me right now. So I'm just blessed to be here.
Had you had any idea they had any interest in you?
No idea.
Utah Jazz had a nice draft, Adam. You gave this pick an A. Why does he work in Utah?
Well, for a couple of reasons. Number one, they are still in rebuilding mode. This is a team that 3 years ago decided to trade Donovan Mitchell, trade Rudy Gobert, and rebuild through the draft. And they have had some attempts at it, but they have not yet gotten their future star. They hired Austin Ainge to now quarterback the draft process moving forward. And I think Ace Bailey is their best chance yet of finding that star. We're talking about a jumbo wing, a high-level athlete, and a dynamic shot maker. I understand their questions with his passing, his decision-making, and even his rim pressure. But the positional size, athleticism, and shot making, that is the foundation of an NBA All-Star caliber player. If he puts it all together, that remains to be seen. But the upside, to me, is undeniable.
There are questions about him, and those are questions that make you lean Cooper Flagg over Ace Bailey or Dylan Harper over Ace Bailey. But I don't know many evaluators who would tell you in this draft there were 5 prospects more intriguing, with more potential than Ace Bailey. So I love what Utah did here. It seems pretty clear, based on all the reporting, that Ace Bailey and his camp wanted to be somewhere other than Salt Lake City. But if you are the Utah Jazz and you have been evaluating this young man for years, and you sincerely believe not only is he the best prospect available, he is clearly, in our mind, the best prospect available, you take him, you move him to Salt Lake City, and then you figure out the other stuff. He's a teenager. Teenagers don't really know where they want to live or what's good for them. Get him to that place, make him a big part of your organization, and I bet you things will work out just fine.
Rutgers had never had a top 5 draft pick in their program's history. They had 2 on Wednesday night, Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey, the 15th college duo selected in the top 5 in the modern draft era. Another big storyline in round 1, the Brooklyn Nets had 5 picks in the first round and made all 5 of them, setting a draft record. Yegor Demon, Nolan Traore, Drake Powell, Ben Suraf, and Danny Wolf. Adam, this was an interesting first round, to say the least, for the Brooklyn Nets. What is your takeaway with the haul that they got on day 1?
Well, I think they had everybody surprised because of all the names we had linked to them, with the possible exception of Drake Powell, because we knew of the connection with his agency there. But what they did is they coveted big playmakers here. So Yegor Demon, arguably the best passer in the draft. Ben Suraf, arguably the best live dribble passer in the draft. Danny Wolf, arguably the best front court playmaker in the draft. So there are questions for sure, specifically with the collective shooting of those guys. With as high as they took Demon, that was, I think, aggressive by most standards. There are questions, no doubt about it. But I've said it during the draft, and I will say it again. This was, above all else, a bet on their player development program. They got high processors of the game who need to improve their shooting. If they can develop the shooting, it's very possible that everybody has a vastly different tone a few years down the road than they do tonight.
Avery, you know this franchise. Were you puzzled about their selections on draft night here with their 5 picks?
Yeah, somewhat puzzled because we talked about it earlier. I don't know if I see an all-star in that group 2 or 3 years, 4 years down the line. You never know. Again, Fink talking about their player development. I don't know if their player development is the equivalent to OKC or the Spurs over the years. But when you look at this list, who's going to make a shot? Who can consistently make a shot? Because if you can't, defenses shrink the floor on you, and then you're playing basically, you know, defenses will play 5 against 4, 4 against 3, 3 against 2, and they'll pack it in on you. So, again, yes, you can have playmakers, but if you can't make shots, there's really not as many plays to be made. So we'll see. I still have question marks about the Brooklyn Nets draft picks.
Again, an NBA record, making 5 selections in the round of the day. The round of the day, I'd probably sit here and say they didn't have the round of the day, even though they had 5 picks. We'll wait to see. We'll wait to see. I would probably, if I was to say, Danny Wolf would be the guy that becomes the lead of the pack there. We'll wait to see. Much more ahead here on CBS Sports HQ as we take a look at the odds to win NBA Rookie of the Year. Cooper Flagg minus 180. How about that, Adam? You lay down a little money right now on Cooper Flagg to be the Rookie of the Year?
Let me grab my wallet. Hold on.
Well, he certainly could be, and I understand those numbers.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, some of these rookies are going to go to franchises where they're going to get up more shots than Cooper Flagg is going to get up playing in Dallas. And statistically, that could, move it in another person's direction.
Don't forget, Kyrie Irving
is injured.
Starts the season on the injured list. Cooper Flagg is going to have a lot of volume with the ball in his hands, even if Dallas goes out and adds a point guard with that mid-level exception, which I expect they will.
Coming up, winners and losers from night one of the NBA draft. Who got it right and who got it wrong? This is CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays. He's got his receiver touchdown. Filled with rematches. Oh, the play of the year. And rivalries. Touchdown, Bengals. Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS, Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus. What are we dealing with here? There's a hostage situation. Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot, new season streaming May 16th, only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Broke himself.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, make the good times
Back here on CBS Sports HQ, back here with Adam Finkelstein, Gary Parrish, and Avery Johnson, who joins us from Dallas. We're talking winners and losers from night one of the NBA draft. And among the winners, the Utah Jazz. They took Ace Bailey. They got Walter Clayton Jr., who you were exceptionally high on. Why did Utah get it right on night one?
Well, first of all, it started with calling the bluff of Ace Bailey's representation. One of the three best prospects in this draft. To get him at number 5, that's a win in and of itself. But to not be not have your draft dictated by someone's agent is a win on your process for Austin Ainge in his first year running a draft room. So you've got a guy who has, I believe, legitimate star potential. And then with Walter Clayton Jr., you get one of the very best shooters in this draft. So Utah has some long-term questions in their backcourt. I know Coach is probably going to want to talk about Colin Sexton, his former guy. But is he in Utah's long-term plans? If not, Walter Clayton comes in, and at minimum, he provides on-off ball versatility and extreme shot making. I love what Utah did with this draft.
On the night the lottery odds were set, you're Utah, you slipped to 5. You probably don't think you're in the Ace Bailey conversation anymore. But because of the way the pre-draft process played out, and they were reportedly trying to get him to drop out of the top 5, maybe land in Washington, then Utah was put in an advantageous situation. They just had to pull the trigger on it. They just had to be willing to, as you said, call the bluff. And they did. And it's smart because what were Ace Bailey's realistic options anyway? I'm going to go to New Zealand and play instead? He was always going to play in the NBA next season. He was going to play for whoever took him. Utah was smart to stand up and say, regardless of whether he thinks he wants to be here or not, we're not passing on the best prospect available.
Avery, the Jazz, certainly winners for you. They get Ace Bailey. They get Walter Clayton Jr., who's a bona fide winner.
Yeah, absolutely. And, what Fink was talking about, what's going to happen with Colin Sexton? Walter Clayton Jr., they draft him. Obviously, they think, he can step right in from day one and probably start. So what's going to happen moving forward? I've heard Colin Sexton's name even in places here like Dallas, trying to figure out if he can land here, especially with Kyrie Irving missing the first half or 3/4 of the season. So when you draft a player like Walter Clayton Jr., he's coming off of an NCAA championship, and boy, was he special in San Antonio in the Alamo Dome. I had a front row seat. This kid was sensational. So we'll see what happens, but normally, if you're not going to move him on to another team, you're not drafting a kid like Walter Clayton Jr., to have him play sporadic minutes. You're bringing him in to potentially start. So what's going to happen with the rest of the backcourt is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and we're going to stay right with you there, Avery, because the Spurs had a nice draft in round 1 here. They get Dylan Harper, who everyone expected to go 2nd overall, but then they get Carter Bryant later in the night, who you love that pick.
Yeah, and I was just thinking this guy, Carter Bryant, has really good size. He's versatile. We'll see, because the Spurs have had some drafts recently, with some wings that have underperformed. So we'll see, even with a guy like Keldon Johnson, who I coached against when he was at the University of Kentucky, if he's going to hang around. Branham is on that roster, Devin Vassell. So they have some guys that have been really inconsistent. So we'll see, if they're going to move on from any of those players, especially with their draft night guys that they think, from what I'm hearing from them, they believe are definitely rotational guys.
And also another team that looked pretty good, the Charlotte Hornets, Adam. They get Con Knippel at 4, and then later in the round, 29th, they end up getting Liam McNeely.
Yeah, and those two are somewhat redundant. I thought Con was a very safe pick at number 4. High floor guy who's going to be able to come right in and play immediate minutes. But to get Liam McNeely where they got him at the end of the first round was arguably the biggest steal, especially in the 20s, because this is someone who's a 6'8" wing who's super skilled, and you put those two guys together, those guys are just ballers. They're competitive, high IQ, skilled ballers with positional size. Now, there are going to be some defensive questions, especially in a backcourt, which already includes LaMelo Ball. Brandon Miller's not exactly known as a stopper either, so they're going to have to figure that part out. But they got 2 professionals here tonight that can help them build up their roster and their perimeter depth.
So often, even in the first round in an NBA draft, you'll see a prospect get taken and we'll say, well, I don't know if they're going to be able to stick unless A, B, and C happens. These guys are both going to stick because they enter the league with an undeniable NBA skill. It would be awesome if they were both completely well-rounded, future all-star level players. That's where you spend draft picks on Kevin Durant and LeBron James. Most guys in the NBA are not that. They're very good, elite at a specific thing. And with Con Knippel, we know what that is. It's shot making. And with Liam McNeely, though the percentage at UConn wasn't great, he has a reputation as a shooter. Charlotte just added 2 guys who are going to be able to keep the floor spaced for many years to come.
Well, Charlotte and Phoenix a part of a trade. The Suns traded away Kevin Durant, of course, over the weekend, beefed up their front court here on this night with Kaman Malawach and traded with Charlotte for Mark Williams. Look, Avery, you look at what the Suns did. How are you evaluating their night?
It's an A. I give them an A-. I love both of these moves. Malawach, obviously, I believe is going to end up being the backup center behind Mark Williams, but this gives them size, real size on the front court. They haven't had this type of center position since DeAndre Ayton was traded to the Portland Trail Blazers, especially after they ended up losing in the finals to the Milwaukee Bucks. So you got more of a veteran player from Duke and a younger player, both that can protect the rim. I'm assuming that Mark Williams is going to pass his physical and be in the Suns uniform, but this gives them some real size to protect, the rim, good shot blockers, and also lob guys. You always need lob threats, especially in the pick and roll when a guy like Devin Booker is involved in any screen and roll action.
We got to see Kaman Malawach come to the stage, a big dude. We also got to see Young Hansen come to the stage out of the stands. He wasn't sitting with the draft prospects.
He didn't get the green room invitation.
He didn't get the invitation. He went 16th overall to the Portland Trail Blazers. He came out of the stands to get drafted, Adam Finkelstein. This was maybe one of the biggest surprises of the night, maybe the biggest surprise.
It certainly was, and I think a lot of people are crushing this pick tonight. But listen, this guy is 7'2", and if you watch his highlight reel, you will see some flashes of sheer brilliance. And what I will tell you is that this is a swing. No one knows whether or not it's going to hit. Portland doesn't know whether or not it's going to hit. Nikola Jokic was a second-round pick. Jalen Brunson was, I think, taken around 30. You can go down the list of guys every year. There is someone who vastly exceeds their draft stock. Could that player be Janssen this season? Clearly, Portland thinks so. And it only takes one franchise to invest in you. Now, there's some fit concerns there. I don't know how he plays with Donovan Clingan. If they think he's got star potential, I'm not sure how you nurture both of those assets at the same time. They've got to figure that out. But you're not going to hear me coming up and saying that the franchise who invested millions of dollars in scouting this guy across the globe and personality assessments and physicals and background checks and all that stuff has no idea what they're doing. That, I assure you, is not the case. But this is a big swing, and we'll see how it goes.
The reason it gets so much attention is because people like us have been talking on networks all over the world for months about this stuff, and nobody had this player projected in this way. So it's surprising. But like Fink said, I maybe didn't always have this approach when I was younger, but as I've aged, you realize you don't know what you think you know all the time. Every night of every draft, people sit around and talk about this is stupid, and this is smart, and this is brilliant, and this is dumb, and then we watch careers unfold, and we're often wrong. I've seen a lot of people mention Marc Gasol as it pertains to this prospect because, as you guys know, I live in Memphis. Marc Gasol went to high school in Memphis while his brother was playing for the Grizzlies, Pau Gasol. He was, let's just say, a heavy high school player, and hand to heart, this is true. At the time, I was a beat writer for the Commercial Appeal newspaper covering the University of Memphis men's basketball program. John Calipari was the coach. There was a moment in time where the Memphis staff was trying to determine if they should let Marc Gasol walk on, Pau Gasol pay for it, would he be able to help them at all at the University of Memphis in Conference USA? Marc Gasol went on to be a Defensive Player of the Year, an NBA All-Star. His name is hanging in the rafters at FedEx Forum. We don't know. This is not what I would have done. It surprised me, but I'm willing to take a wait-and-see approach and see how it plays out.
We don't know.
So Young Hansen from in the stands to in the Hall of Fame, perhaps.
Well, he's on the All-Star team with Danny Wolf at Memphis.
There you go. Perhaps. We're going to get there in a minute. Avery, what do you think of this this pick, 16th overall? Look, he's 19 years old. He's young. I mean, look, maybe this pans out, and we're sitting here going back to 2025, 5 years later, and we're going, man, this guy's awesome.
It's a possibility. There's so many unanswered questions about a lot of these players, even the ones that we're higher on. They haven't played in an NBA game. I'm waiting to see some of these guys play in the Las Vegas Summer League starting on July 10th. And we'll see what happens there. Maybe some of our opinions will change, maybe not. But again, this young man, that Portland obviously think he has tremendous upside. You know, he's a little bit slow-footed right now. We'll see how he develops. You know, GP made the comparison, with Marc Gasol. I think if he's 3/4 of Marc Gasol, Portland will be excited about that pick. Here's a team that's currently, I believe, up for sale by the trust of the former owners. So, again, a lot of question marks here. I think let's check back in 2 or 3 years and see how this young man is progressing.
Yeah, I just don't understand the pick with Donovan Clingan. But, hey, look, they don't pay me to make selections to an NBA team. They just pay me to talk about selections in the NBA and other sports as well. The Nets made 5 selections, Gary. Did they get it wrong? Are they the biggest loser of the night?
Well, let's preface it by reminding what we said a minute ago, which is you never really know. I mean, we can give out all the grades we want tonight. In 5 years, some of them are going to be wrong in both directions. But I can reasonably put it this way. If I were running the Brooklyn franchise, this is not the 5-player haul I would have wanted to come out of this. At least 4 of those players, if you just, Google the scouting report on them, somewhere in the room for improvement, areas of concern is going to be shooting. Like 80% of your draft class needs to be able to shoot the ball better than they've ever shot it in their entire life. That doesn't mean that you can't get there. Like Fink said, this is a organization that has a reputation for being able to develop young players, but there's a lot of development that's going to have to take place there, or else we're going to look back on this draft and go, they didn't get it right.
They didn't get it right.
You're willing to say that right now?
They didn't get it right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can go down, and each player on that list, though, has a defining skill. Yegor Demin, elite passer. Danny Wolf, elite skill for his size. Drake Powell, elite defender. Ben Seraph, elite live ball passer. So we'll have to see.
We'll have to see. We will have to see. And look, you want more NBA draft content? Oh, we've got it. Gary Parrish, Matt Norlander have a special Eye on College Basketball podcast reacting to everything you need to know from round 1 as well as previewing what to expect on night 2. The Eye on College Basketball podcast. Download and follow right now. Speaking of day 2 of the NBA draft, coming up, we look ahead. Who's the best available? That's next on CBS Sports HQ, presented by Jeep.
Go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule is here. 18 glorious Sundays.
He's got his receiver touchdown.
Filled with rematches.
Oh, the play of the year.
And rivalries.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Plus, plenty of superstar showdowns. And an epic matchup between the Chiefs and Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Clear your Sundays beginning September 7th for the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Someone targeted our daughter.
What are we going to do about it? I've got an idea.
Let's go.
NCIS Tony and Ziva streaming this fall on Paramount Plus.
One of the best movies of the year is now streaming on Paramount Plus. What are we dealing with here?
There's a hostage situation.
Get the crew in. It's gripping from beginning to end.
We can't make one mistake.
September 5, now streaming on Paramount Plus. The most original musical ever is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Better Man absolutely sizzles from start to finish. Better Man, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is Chicago. Street's always gonna have a villain.
To protect the city, we have to do something. Women, Women, it's time to get to work.
The Shot. New season streaming May 16th. Only on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
These are the voyagers of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Where's the sponge?
Weird dream.
Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Hi. Novocaine?
Novocaine!
Novocaine is now streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, you're strong!
It's wildly entertaining and an absolute blast.
I'm in.
Novocaine, rated R, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wasn't ready to die.
The wait is over.
I need to know what happened.
Discover the mystery everyone's been talking about. School Spirits, every episode of all seasons now streaming on Paramount Plus.
What's he like? The happy-faced killer?
You mean my dad? Be glad you never have to know.
You think that you're so much better than me. You're just like your old man.
I'm not like you at all.
Problem solved.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Mobland, new series now streaming on Paramount Plus.
She knows, and I know she knows. And that goes a little something like this. Here we go. Little something, little tune to play, and the good times
Back here on CBS Sports HQ, day 2 of the NBA draft Thursday night. Here's a look at the best available players according to CBSSports.com, including Rasheer Fleming out of Boston College, Ryan Kalkbrenner out of Creighton, and you got Janai Broome, the SEC Player of the Year, still on the board heading into round 2. All right, back here with Adam Finkelstein, Gary Parrish, Avery Johnson. You see him there. Remember, Minnesota has the #1 pick here, the top pick, the first pick in the second round. And Adam, you looked at the board, you saw who's available, who's the prospect you liked, and then who's the prospect that fits in Minnesota?
Well, I like Noah Penda. Noah Penda, I think, at this point in the second round, you're looking, quite frankly, just for an NBA player, someone who you think has the best chance to make it in the league. You're not swinging for the fences because the chances of hitting are few and far between. Noah Penda is a very, first of all, he's got an NBA-ready body. He's strong, he's got big hands, he's got long arms. He is a playmaking defender. His defensive metrics are off the charts, and he's a very good passer. Now, I know I've said this repeatedly tonight, but the shooting is the swing skill. If he can make shots, he's a long-term NBA player, but he already does a number of things very well, including the body type. So he is someone at this spot in the draft that I would be very interested in.
Yeah, the Frenchmen are ready to play. I mean, we saw several of them drafted in the first round on Wednesday.
Yeah, they're going to make the All-Star game United States versus the world. It might just end up being the United States against France, and we can leave everybody else out of it. For me, the best prospect available heading into the second round is going to be Rasheer Fleming. This is a young man who 6'9", he's 230 pounds. He's got a 7'5" wingspan, shot 39% from three. He's a good athlete. So in my final mock draft for CBSSports.com, 27 of the players I had going in the top 30 are already off the board. Rasheer Fleming is one of the 3 that isn't, and that would by definition make him the best prospect available, at least in my mind. I had him going 27th in my final mock.
All right, Avery, for you, when you look at your best available prospect, who do you like there that's still on the board?
Well, I like both Adams and GP's prospect. I'm just going to go a little bit further down. He's not nearly rated as high on their list, but I do like Kobe Brea. You know, I covered Kobe when he was at Dayton. You know, this guy's a sharpshooter, led the nation in three-point shooting, 50% 2 years ago, shot it extremely well at Kentucky. No, he's doesn't have the best wingspan or athleticism, but I believe similar to what Wiggins provides for OKC coming off the bench, Kobe Brea could be a similar player, a 10th man in a rotation, knowing what his strength is. His shooting can be transitional to the NBA. You can never overlook a guy that can knock down three-point shots and knock down three-point shots 1 or 2 steps or 3 steps behind the three-point line to create space for his teammates. So I like Kobe Brea, and it'll be interesting to see where he goes tomorrow if he's drafted in the second round.
Adam, one of the players still on the board is the SEC Player of the Year, Janai Broome. Not all that surprising. This is where he was supposed to be in this range. It's a name because people know him from in the NCAA tournament. He's SEC Player of the Year. He got injured, had a heck of a season, of course, but this is right basically where his range is.
Yeah, Ryan Kalkbrenner, Maxime Renaud still on the board as well. So I think there's a handful of college bigs who are probable NBA players. Janai Broome's role in the NBA is going to be vastly different than it was at Auburn, but I think it's the gains he showed late in that Auburn career that gives him more potential to stick in the NBA. We started to see him do more with the ball, being able to play out of dribble handoffs, being able to pass, and those are skills that are very translatable to NBA offense. We know he can bang inside, be physical, rebound, and that's going to be his role. He's not going to be asked to be an offensive focal point, but if he can step to the perimeter and operate within sets, within those handoffs and ball screens, short rolls, things like that, those are skill sets that he added late at Auburn that could be very important to his NBA career.
The issues facing him is a little older than your typical prospect at this stage in his career. And frankly, he doesn't move like an NBA player. He went to the combine, he jumped. It wasn't very good. That went viral. So there's a lot of things working against him, but there will be a franchise, I believe, somewhere in the second round who's saying we can take this guy, he's ready to play right now, will never be a star, but he can be in our rotation perhaps, and on a very cheap second-round contract. With the second apron and all these tax bills we're hearing about, it is crucial to have rotation players on small contracts, and that you're going to see a lot of that in the second round. People grabbing players they think can help them and putting them on 4-year, $8 million deals.
And remember, the depth of this second round has been impacted by the amount of kids going back to college for NIL paydays.
Absolutely. Avery, as a former head coach, what should you expect to get out of the second round? What are you looking for?
I'm looking, number one, for a guy, especially during practice, because a lot of times as the season wears on, you need your second-round players to be available for practice, to help push some of the guys. I'm looking for a guy that if, a starter needs to take a break or if he gets injured, he can come in and give me 12 good minutes that I can depend on. Maybe a guy that can bounce back and forth, potentially on a two-way contract, but somebody that's going to have energy every day in practice, be attentive in film sessions. Maybe I can use him, on the West Coast or East Coast road trip, play a few minutes, but at the end of the day, have the right type of attitude because, it's not always about talent with second-round draft picks. It's all the intangibles.
Avery Johnson certainly had that as a player. Avery Johnson, Adam Finkelstein, Gary Parrish here with us on CBS Sports HQ. The Minnesota Timberwolves have the first pick in the second round, followed by the Celtics, and back-to-back picks by the Hornets as you take a look at the first 10 picks in the second round. And you can get even more content on CBSSports.com. Our experts delivering pick-by-pick grades and analysis. Our live NBA draft coverage will continue on Thursday right here on CBS Sports HQ. Coming up, let's go Mets. The Amazons trying to return to being amazing. We'll go around the bigs next on CBS Sports HQ.
Here we go. The 2025 CBS Sports NFL schedule.